Good morning, everyone. Hello. Good morning. And welcome to the 2026 Hybrid Agri-Value Forum. It's our 13th forum, and I'm very pleased to welcome you all here to Saskatoon this morning. And those of you, I know we have a few folks as well joining us on the live stream. My name is Ward Reed. I am a provincial agribusiness specialist in the Ministry of Agriculture's Value Added Unit. And I'm happy, this is about my third or fourth year, I think, hosting the morning's program. Now, I want to mention, as the event has evolved, we've offered different things, workshops and so on, and this is our first year. Tomorrow morning, we'll be doing a business meeting session. So thank you to those registered. We're very much looking forward to that. We're also doing a workshop hosted by our keynote speaker today, Michael Vickers, on becoming preferred. And registration remains open for that. So if you are interested, until I believe 8 p.m. tonight, you can go on to make sure I get it right, saskagrivalue.com, and you'll be able to register for tomorrow's workshop. Now, I want to start the day in a good way and acknowledge the land that we are gathering here today is on Treaty 6 territory, the traditional and ancestral lands of the Plains and Woodland Cree, the Saulteaux, Nakota, Dakota, and the home of the Métis. This year, we're proud to host the conference with our colleagues at the Ministry of Trade and Export Development, with our friends from Praise Economic Development Canada and AgWest Bio. So on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture, I'd like to thank them for their support and assistance in making this event come to life. Furthermore, some other important folks to recognize are our sponsors, starting with FCC, the Saskatchewan Trade and Export Partnership, Innovation Saskatchewan, and Protein Industries Canada, all who have generously sponsored the event. Your support and contributions continue to enhance the value that this event brings for our industry. Now, to open the day, we do have a few words from some key partners in this event. Our first note, though she was unfortunately unable to attend in person, is a message from the Honourable Eleanor Olszewski, the MP of Edmonton Centre, but the Federal Minister of Emergency Management, Community Resilience, and more relevant for our room, the Minister responsible for Praise Economic Development Canada. So turn your attention to the screens. Thank you.
Hello everyone, bonjour tout le monde. I want to thank you for inviting me to join you virtually for this important gathering today. Saskatchewan is known around the world for growing the food that Canadians and families across the globe need, including canola, wheat, barley and oats, mustard, lentils and peas. But those of you here today know that the opportunity before us today is doing more with those strengths here at home. That means building greater domestic manufacturing and processing capacity, creating more value, more opportunity, and more good-paying jobs right here in Saskatchewan, while strengthening Canada's economy in an increasingly uncertain world. At a time when Canada's new government is focused on our competitiveness in a rapidly changing global economy, Saskatchewan has a critical role to play. This province has the resources, the expertise, and the ambition to help Canada build stronger domestic capacity, seize new economic opportunities, and create lasting prosperity. Our government recognizes that responsibility. My commitment to you today is that we will make the right investments and open new markets so Saskatchewan can continue to reach its full potential. To the organizers of this forum and to everyone in attendance, thank you for your leadership and for helping build a more competitive Saskatchewan and Canadian economy. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Minister, for those remarks. We have one last greeting to bring, and that is from our Ministry of Agriculture here. I would like to ask Assistant Deputy Minister Amy Standish to come and say a few words. Thanks.
It should be good. Everyone can hear me. Perfect. So thanks, Ward, and good morning, everyone. My name is Amy Standish, and I'm the Assistant Deputy Minister of Policy and Programs at the Saskatchewan Ministry of Agriculture. And on behalf of the Government of Saskatchewan, it is really my honor to welcome you here today to the 2026 Agri-Value Forum. Unfortunately, Minister Merritt was unable to be with us here this morning, but stay tuned because he's very much looking forward to joining us at the evening reception following today. So this event is really meant to bring together processors, manufacturers, and innovators that are really driving forward one of the most dynamic sectors that we see in this province. And today's event is made possible because of our long-standing partnerships with industry and organizations like Ag West Bio that's in the room as well. As Ward mentioned, we also depend on the support of our sponsors and partners, and that includes Farm Credit Canada, Prairies Economic Development Canada, Saskatchewan Trade and Export Partnership, Innovation Saskatchewan, and Protein Industries Canada, and of course, many more that support us along the way. I know many of you are in the room today, and I really do want to just say thank you and how much we really value that support. Now, before we begin, I'd also like to take a moment to recognize the Agri-Value Planning Committee. So over the last many months, they've been working away, pulling together everything today to make sure everything runs very smoothly. So thank you to all that are involved, and I will just take a quick pause to say, if you want to raise your hand and just give a wave and give people in the room a sense of who you are, that would be great as well. Thank you. And so today we meet at a moment of momentum in our value-added processing. Across Saskatchewan, we see new facilities opening, there's capacity that's expanding, and the sector's competitiveness is strengthening. So one exciting development just west of Saskatoon is where Sunnydale Colony Farms is building a federally inspected multi-species livestock processing facility. And that plant's going to add some critical slaughter capacity with that initial flexibility to process up to 200 hogs or sheep, 100 beef cattle, and 50 bison per day. And they're looking to double those numbers within a year. Here in Saskatchewan, and many of you will know, with some folks in the room as well, that Drake Meats is constructing a new federally inspected processing plant, slated to begin operations later this year. Another really important expansion in this province. Our oilseed processing sector is also growing in a significant way. Again, if you've been kind of paying attention to the news, you've likely seen that Cargill's new canola processing facility in Regina is now operational. So with capacity to process more than 1 million metric tons of canola each year, that new expansion is going to bring Saskatchewan's total canola crush capacity to about 8 million tons. And of course, this significant canola crush capacity is driven by a number of recent major investments. Yes, from Cargill, but also Louis Dreyfus and Richardson. We're also seeing advancement in the plant-based ingredient space. You'll see in Moose Jaw, Simpson Seeds has opened their new pulse flour mill in August of last year. And that new mill expands value-added processing capacity for lentils and enables the production of high-value pulse flours. Louis Dreyfus has commissioned a new pea protein isolate production facility in Yorkton, expected to employ around 60 people when it's operational by the end of the year. Saskatchewan processors are earning global recognition. I've seen some in the room as well today, so a shout out to Black Fox Farm and Distillery. So for those who have not been out there yet, here in Saskatoon, they were named the Worldwide Whiskey Producer of the Year at the 2025 International Wine and Spirits Competition. The distillery won not only for the quality of the product, but for the innovative way that it's made. So its unique barrel aging process leverages the extremes of our prairie weather with the barrels stored outdoors. So apparently minus 40 in the winter, plus 40 in the summer, and whatever we've called this in-between spring produces some really good whiskey. But truly, their award demonstrates that Saskatchewan processors can and do excel on the world stage. And if I had more time up here, I would go through a lot more examples of this kind of success and accomplishment that we've seen here in this province. And so thank you to all of you in the room who are part of your own journey in some of those investments. And so while we acknowledge and celebrate all of this momentum, it is important to still acknowledge the realities that we're facing today. Whether that's the evolving situation around our US-Mexico trade agreement, which many of you will know as CUSMA, broader geopolitical shifts, or that global trade uncertainty, all introduce some pressure points for us, given how export-oriented we truly are. And even then, instead of slowing progress, many of you are responding by focusing on the things that you can control, whether that's cost structures, process efficiency, or modernization. And across the province, processors and people are investing. So those investments not only help mitigate risk, but they really set the foundation for that long-term competitiveness. And that brings us to the purpose of today's forum. And so over the next 2 days, you will hear from leaders who are scaling manufacturing, accessing new markets, and leveraging data and technology while navigating today's trade environment with some of that resilience. So beyond what we take away from this stage, one of the other great benefits of this forum, which I enjoy each and every year, is the networking and collaboration that happens in this room. And so on that, I really do look forward to connecting with many of you. I encourage you all to connect. And as Ward mentioned, there's those business-to-business meetings tomorrow, so a lot of really great opportunity. And so to close, I just want to wish everyone a successful event. I hope you leave with some new connections, some new learnings, and opportunities from today. Thank you again for taking the time to be here today. Enjoy for the rest of the sessions.
Thank you, Amy. Very glad you're here this morning and that you'll be joined by Minister Merritt this evening. I've got a little housekeeping checklist here. No doubt many of you have been here before. Washrooms, of course, out in the foyer. Emergency exits, hopefully don't need them. They are off, just off here to my right, your left. Everyone online, I hope you've got those sorted out for yourself. For those of you online, I do hope that you'll kindly keep your microphones muted just so we don't have some background noise. There are some full day agendas printed on the table. There's a QR code on the back of your name tag. If you click that with your phone, it will bring you right to the website and to the listing. Between those two, that's where the biographies for the speakers are. And with those two things there, it means I'm going to try my best to be brief on the introductions because I know you're not here to hear me, you're here to hear everyone else speak. The last thing I want to note, two last things. One is that we do have evaluations on the table as well. Make sure you can fill those out through the day. Certainly by end of the day, we're going to do a draw for some complimentary registrations for next year's event. And the last piece is on question and answer. Those of you in the room, you'll see we do have a couple floor mics set out. You can get up, approach the mic and ask a question. But we also have, via the QR code on the table, you'll also see it come up on the side screens and likely on the main screens as well. But that will take you to a platform called Menti, where you can ask a question at any point in time, even if it's minute one of the speaker's chat. That way you won't risk forgetting it for when they're done in a little bit. You can submit those questions, and then at the end of each session, then we'll dive right in for an active Q&A. So with that behind me, we're between getting everyone here comfortably in the room. We're a few minutes slower than anticipated, but that's okay. because we've got a really great first session, and that is with Kelly Dowson. She's the Group Managing Director from FIS Group. I hope I've got that correct. And she joined us today, flew in from the UK to speak on function, food, and health in an ultra-processed age. So please welcome Kelly.
Good morning, everybody. It's absolutely fantastic to be here. My first time in Canada, and it's amazing, lovely, beautiful country. And so far, everybody's been so lovely and warm and friendly and just great. So I hope I'm still saying that after the questions section at the end. I'm sure I will be. Massive thank you to the organisers as well for inviting me here today. So it's a real privilege. And before I formally introduce myself, today, what I want to explore with you all is a really simple idea, but one that signals a much bigger shift in terms of how food works. For decades, as you'll all be aware, the entire food system has been engineered in one direction, and that's to make people eat more. More convenience, more availability, more snacking occasions, and more reasons to consume. And it's worked really, really efficiently. But what we're seeing now is something really interesting is happening. And for the first time, we're entering into an era where appetite itself is being engineered down, which is quite different. And that raises a fundamental question for us all to consider. If we spent the last 50 years building a system designed to increase consumption, what happens when people start to eat less? And even more importantly, what does the future look like for food when that shift becomes structural and not just marginal? So before we get into it, I just want to talk to you a little bit about me, my business, and why I'm qualified to talk to you today. So I'm Kelly, I'm from England, I'm actually from Yorkshire, a farmer's daughter, live with an agronomist, and I now run a food innovation and insight organisation. So quite a well-rounded environment that I operate in. So FIS Group is a global insight and innovation consultancy. We work across food and drink and all the different channels within that: food service, hospitality, retail. And what we spend our time doing is quite simple. We understand how consumers actually behave. So not just what they say they do, but what they actually do in real life and under real constraints. And there often is quite a difference. And then what we do is we translate that into what that means for brands and for growth. So everything I'm sharing with you today isn't just trend spotting. It's grounded in observed behaviour and, more importantly, what that behaviour unlocks for us all commercially. A couple of disclaimers before I get into it. So I will be talking about a couple of quite emotive topics, one being the appetite suppressant drugs, GLP-1. I'm not here to condone or endorse it. I'm simply going to present to you what's happening with consumers. And also I'll talk a lot around ultra-processed foods. I know that there's a lot of noise at the moment about what constitutes an ultra-processed food. Not all ultra-processed foods are bad for us. But again, I'm just presenting to you what consumers are feeling and saying and doing. So let me set out what we're going to cover today. And there are 4 key parts to this. First, we'll look at the food landscape today, what's actually broken in the system. Secondly, we'll look at how the GLP-1 drugs are starting to rewire behaviour in a really fundamental way. And third, we'll look at how the industry is already responding. And finally, we'll zoom out and ask that big question around where does growth come from next? So let's start with the obvious place, where we're at today currently, because we can't understand where food is going without first understanding what's already under pressure in the system. And the reality is quite uncomfortable because the system isn't working. Obesity rates continue to rise across both the US and the UK. In the UK, around 29% of adults are now classified as obese, and in the US, it's over 40%. So this is no longer just a marginal issue. It's become the default state of the system. And it's not just about weight. Diet is now one of the leading causes of poor health globally, second to only tobacco in terms of years of life lost. And ultra-processed food is also now linked to 32 negative health outcomes, including a 24% higher risk of cardiovascular disease. But what's important here is this. It isn't really about individual choice anymore. It's about the environment which people are operating in. And despite there being more choice than ever before, outcomes seem to be getting worse. Now, we often talk about healthy eating like it's just a motivational problem, but structurally, it's actually very hard to do this in the current environment. Healthy food costs more than twice per calorie than less healthy options. It takes a lot more time, a lot more thought, a lot more preparation and planning, and just a lot more knowledge to navigate to eat healthily. And for lower income households, eating a healthy diet can take up to 45% of their disposable income. And this is very similar in the US. So with that context, we need to be honest about something. For a lot of people, unhealthy food isn't always a preference, and that's quite alarming, unsettling. And yes, it can taste great, but consumption is for a lot of people, unhealthy food isn't always a choice. And for some people, yes, of course, it can taste good. People could become addicted to that. But it becomes a viable option that fits their lives. So this is when healthy eating stops being a lifestyle choice and starts becoming a privilege. And that's when, in reality, we start to fill the gaps. So ultra-processed foods are starting to dominate diets globally. Not because people love them unconditionally, but as I've said, people do tend to like them. But they do solve a really modern problem for us. They're fast, they're accessible, and they require almost no effort. And as a result, they account for around 57% of calories in the US, 55% in the UK, 48% in Canada. And even countries with a really strong food culture, that number is starting to rise. So what we're really seeing isn't just preference, it's actually dependency. So when we look at how consumers feel, and we see in all the work that we do across food and drink, we see the same underlying tensions. Consumers are constantly trying to balance 5 key elements. They're trying to balance the enjoyment of the product, how healthy it is, how quick it is, and how it fits into their lifestyle. Is it affordable? And do they know how to cook, prepare? But the reality is you can't achieve all 5 at once, or it's very difficult to. And something has to give. And very often, what gives is health. And when we look at what happens in practice, people optimize, they go for the ones that are speed and that they enjoy. And over time, that leads to a loss of dietary control. Not because people lack discipline, but because the system is structured to push them in that direction. They snack more than they intend to, they rely on convenience more than they used to, more than they want to. And often there is a layer of guilt that sits underneath that behaviour. We've effectively moved away from food as pleasure to food as pressure. And for many people, that isn't just occasional, it's daily life. And something else is happening here at the same time. We used to love ultra-processed foods. Now we're starting to fear it, but without fully understanding it. Around 2/3 of UK consumers say that they're confused about what actually counts as an ultra-processed food. They're worried, they think bread was good for them. Now it's not. They thought tin tuna or ultra-processed. There's so much confusion around that. And it's a very similar picture in the US. So instead of clarity, what we get here is confusion. And when people are confused, they don't optimize. They default to whatever the easiest option is. And social media only amplifies this. Nutrition gets reduced into extremes. You see good versus bad. This will harm you. This will save you. There's very little nuance in the conversation. And what we see is consumers are left trying to make decisions in a space that's noisy, unregulated, and often very contradictory. And I know through my own experience, I'm a foodie, I work in the industry, my Instagram and TikTok will be flooded with, oh, you should have magnesium, oh, you should have collagen at your age, oh, you're going to be perimenopausal soon, you should have this. It's overwhelming. I don't know what to do. So that's what a lot of people are feeling, and I empathise with that. But despite all of that, what we are seeing is that health has gone mainstream. But what's changed is how consumers are now defining health. It's no longer just a clinical outcome or weight management alone. Instead, health has now a much broader set of motivations, from energy and longevity to mental well-being and even respiratory health. So the shift isn't necessarily with regards to ambition, that's only grown. The real change here is in its definition. Health is no longer narrow or clinical. It's becoming holistic, and that's a very different position to where we were when we were looking at this 10 years ago. 84% of US consumers and 79% in the UK say that wellness is a top priority for them. But importantly, holistic health reflects a very different mindset. It recognises that health doesn't come from optimising one area in isolation. Instead, the body is viewed as an interconnected system where nutrition, sleep, physical activity, mental well-being all interact and need to be managed together. The challenge is that this integrated ambition is being pursued with a food system that remains highly fragmented and still largely ultra-processed by its design. So consumers are trying to achieve system-level health in a system that isn't built for this. And there's a tension within that. So more than 70% of people say they want to be healthier, but ultimately they don't want to work harder for that. Fatigue, cost, and motivation are all very real barriers for consumers when it comes to being healthier. So what we're seeing is a widening gap between intention and execution. People really want the outcome, but not the effort that goes into those changes. And that's why shortcuts matter so much here. Because in a complex system, signals replace depth of thought. Protein, fibre, vitamins and functional claims are things that consumers actively seek on pack. Globally, what we're seeing is that protein and fibre are now the two dominant health signals. But what's happening here is really important, because health is being simplified into cues rather than understood as a system. And protein is probably the clearest example here. And we've seen double-digit growth in lean protein consumption in the last 12 months. And it's now widely used as a proxy for health. Consumers know that it signals satiety, control, weight management, muscle development. So it's no longer just a nutrient. It's seen as a behavioural shortcut to get them to their goals. And fibre is now following that same path. We know that 96% of consumers don't meet their daily recommended intake. So behaviours like fibre maxing and fibre layering are emerging as a way to combat that and elevate and enhance their diet. And people are using these to actively try and close the gap. But again, they're doing this through signals and labels rather than understanding what fibre actually does and what it can do for you in the long run. And finally, supplementation is now becoming mainstream. We're seeing that over 70% of people take some kind of vitamin or supplementation. And the reasons for that are consistent. Well-being, immunity, bone health, gut health, sleep is another one that we've seen really grow over the last few months. And it tells us something quite fundamental. People no longer trust food alone to deliver health outcomes. And largely, that's down to confusion and what food actually does and how it can help us achieve our goals. And that's ultimately driving functional food. So food is now being designed for outcome. So gut health, metabolism, and longevity. We're seeing brands position products almost like interventions such as Myota Health, creating a metabolic mix, and organised nutrition which combines cholesterol and bovine organs to provide a multitude of vitamins and benefits. And this is a clear example of how food is starting to be used as medicine. And this is where GLP-1 enters the picture. Because unlike everything else we've talked about, this isn't a signal, it's a system-level intervention. And we're already seeing early adoption here, with around 6 to 10% of US adults using the medications and a further 12% considering them. In the UK, usage is slightly lower, but it's growing really quickly. And we know that there's a large percentage of the 20% of the population in the UK are actively considering using it within the next 6 months. The biggest barrier to entry is cost. We do know that the GLP-1 inhibitors do suppress the appetite, and that's what makes it different. It doesn't just guide behaviour, it overrides it. And that alone changes the rules of the system. So when we step back, 3 things become clear. Consumers want to be healthier, but they don't want to try harder. The system they're operating in makes it genuinely difficult for them. So what happens is they rely on shortcuts and signals to make decisions without too much thinking, and that leads to a really important reframing. The battleground here isn't willpower anymore, it's friction and confusion. And the brands that will win are the ones that make the right choices easier, not the ones that rely on people trying harder. So with that foundation in place, let's now turn to the shift that is really accelerating all of this. GLP-1 and how it's starting to rewire behaviour in real time. At my organisation, we've been tracking this through our Appetite Shift programme for the past 18 months. And within that programme, we combine consumer communities, expert interviews, and ongoing behavioural qualitative research. And the goal is quite simple. We want to understand what happens when GLP-1 moves from medical conversation into everyday consumer behaviour. And importantly, what does that mean for food and drink brands today, manufacturers and retailers trying to respond in real time? So what do we actually know about GLP-1 today? Well, the scale is already significant, and the global GLP-1 drug sales reached around 40 billion in 2023, making it one of the fastest growing pharmaceutical categories globally. And projections suggest that that could exceed 140 billion by 2030. We've already seen demand outstrip supply in multiple markets, which tells you how quickly that adoption is accelerating. So this isn't a future shift, it's already very much underway. And when we speak to users, the motivations are really quite consistent. They believe GLP-1 will change their lives. The strongest drivers are weight loss, confidence, and appearance. But what's interesting here is that people don't just describe this as a physical change. They describe it as a full reset, a shift in control, a shift in identity, and a shift in how they relate to food. And this is where the mechanism becomes really important. GLP-1 reduces food noise, that constant background thinking about food, what to eat, when to eat it, and how much to eat. And when that reduces, something fundamental changes for consumers. Around 90% of users report feeling more in control of their eating, with over 80% reporting fewer cravings, and many saying that they just simply think about food less in the day. So it's not just behavioral changes, it's that food moves out of the center of attention, from emotional to functional, and from desire-driven to specifically need-driven. And that shift in mindset shows up very clearly in behavior. It isn't just about eating less, and this was one of the biggest realizations for me from the study. It's about eating differently. So we're seeing that their diets are changing massively. Around 70% of users increase protein intake, 2/3 have increased their fiber, and many actively looking to reduce ultra-processed food consumption. Because when appetite drops, every eating moment becomes much more deliberate, and every bite has to justify itself. So the bar for food selection has actually gone up quite significantly, but that shift doesn't come without trade-offs. As consumption drops, food becomes less about enjoyment and more about efficiency. And we start to see a subtle shift. Food is no longer just something that people will look forward to. It becomes something that they're completely reevaluating. And that begins to reshape what wins on shelf and what doesn't. And you can see some examples of how diets are shifting and changing on the slide. And there's also another side to this. Less eating doesn't just change quantity, it changes emotion to food, as I've mentioned. We're seeing that 32% of people on the medication feel less excited about meal occasions, 52% less interested in eating out, and 73% say takeaways are much less appealing. So whilst control is increasing, there's a big reduction in enjoyment and social aspects of food. But here's the paradox. When people eat less, they actually think more about what they do eat. So control goes up, but that cognitive load doesn't just disappear. It just shifts. We see much more label reading now, more planning and more supplementation, particularly driven by concerns like muscle loss, hair loss, and other negative side effects that have been reported around taking the GLP-1 medications. So although the pressure has moved, there is less pressure on weight, there is much more pressure on nutrition quality and what you need to be eating to maintain your health. Despite all that complexity, users overwhelmingly describe the benefits as transformational. They say it gives them increased confidence, greater control, and reduced anxiety around food. And for many, well, most, those benefits outweigh any negative side effects that come with this or any of the other downsides, whether it be cost or reduction in socializing or the side effects we've mentioned. So for the users, the trade-offs still feel very much worth it. And what's also interesting is the ecosystem forming around this behavior. So apps like NutriCheck are helping users track their intake and structural decisions around what they need to be eating. And then we have the wearables, which I'm sure many of you are either wearing a Fitbit, an Apple Watch, a Garmin. And this is reinforcing activity and health awareness. And it's not just these structural changes in how we eat and how we move. We're also seeing online communities take over across TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. They're providing motivation, advice, and shared experience. So GLP-1 isn't just operating in isolation. It's being supported by a wider behavioural infrastructure and this online community. Despite all that, there is growing anxiety because GLP-1 feels like scaffolding for the people that are using it. And people are asking a very simple question at the moment. What happens when it stops? Will my hunger return? Will my weight return? And more importantly, will those food habits still hold? And at the moment, there's no real clear answer. It's different across users, and that's creating a sense of anxiety and a lack of control. On the screen here, you can see one of the participants from our study. This is Amy. She lost a lot of weight over an 8-month period. She came off the drug. She'd adopted some healthier lifestyle. She had a personal trainer. She was exercising. The weight came back on within 3 months. She's now back on a cheaper version. We work with a university in the Netherlands where we're trying to join up the medical side of things with actual consumer experience, and we're looking at how people remain on this medication, and if not, how we look at more natural alternatives to help them coming off. So the system hasn't become simpler. Even with GLP-1, food is still a very complex area for consumers to navigate. And that core problem hasn't gone away. The landscape's still difficult, and consumers still don't want to think harder about their food choices. So the question is no longer just about what people want, but what helps them navigate this difficult journey. So if we step back, what do consumers actually need now? And it comes down to three key things. First is confidence. They want to feel like they're making the right decision without having to decode everything. Secondly, they want joy. Even in a functional world, food still needs to deliver an emotional reward. Pleasure still matters, and despite consumers seeing food as less of a joy, when they are engaging in food behaviour, it still needs to deliver. And third is value. But value is no longer about quantity like it once was. It's about what that food does for them. So the question shifts from how much do I get to what does this do for me, and is it worth it? And this is where the shift becomes really important, because GLP-1 doesn't just reduce appetite, it actually raises expectations. Because when people eat less, every decision becomes much more intentional. Every product is scrutinised more, and every bite has to justify its place. So good enough stops being enough. Products now need to deliver functionally, emotionally, or nutritionally to make sure they stay in consumers' repertoires. So with that in mind, I'd like to just take a bit of time to look at how the industry is starting to respond. In food service, we're already seeing structural change, and these aren't just small adjustments, they're changes to how meals are built. We're also seeing dine-in frequency decline in some segments by around 8%. We're seeing meals get smaller, menus become more protein-forward, more fibre-led, or more modular. We're also seeing an increase in formats like bowls, wraps, and small plates growing, because we're seeing the rise of snack as a meal. And when appetite drops, traditional meal structures start to break down, and consumers need new options to help them think about mini meals. In retail, the shift is similar, but expressed differently. We're seeing smaller portions, we're seeing more functional positioning, and products been increasingly designed around outcomes, not just taste. So the question is no longer, does this taste good? It becomes, does this keep me full? Or does this support my broader health goals? And what we're seeing is a shift from taste-led innovation to outcome-led innovation. And with changes like that, success is going to start looking very different in category performance. Some great examples of where this has been optimized is Huel have just launched their light version. Nestle launched Vital Pursuit, where meals are designed specifically for those taking GLP-1. And we've seen in the UK a number of supermarkets launching their own label GLP-1 ready meals. Nutritionally dense is how they describe them, which appeals to people not on the medication also. Alongside this, we're also seeing so-called natural GLP-1 alternatives, products positioned around fiber, gut health, protein, and metabolic support. Some of these products will be effective and some won't, but that's not really the point here. The point here is that demand exists. Consumers are actively looking for ways to manage appetite outside of medication. And that demand is only going to continue to grow. We can already see some great examples of GLP-1 friendly supplements, prebiotics and protein support entering the market. So people are creating a market around what they know the GLP-1 user or considerer is looking for. And this also leads to another really important reframing for us. Food is becoming a tool, not just for nourishment, but for appetite regulation. Ingredients like protein, fiber, and resistant starch are being positioned as functional levers. Some foods become active rather than passive, something that helps consumers manage hunger, energy, and create different health outcomes by using food. And that opens up a completely new innovation space, also aligning with the earlier rise in holistic health. So when we pull all of that together, the shift is quite clear. We're moving from indulgence to function, from volume to efficiency, and from meals to moments. And food service is responding with micro meals, and retail is shifting towards appetite control. So food itself is being used as a system for managing outcomes. So with all that in place, the final question is simple. Where does growth come from next? Because everything we've talked about so far leads to one question. What happens to growth when appetite itself changes? And this is the big challenge for us all. If GLP-1 scales, especially as costs come down, we could see a population-level reduction in appetite. And as early signals suggest, this is already happening. With patent expiry expected in some markets from this year onwards, accessibility will increase further. But most growth models today aren't built for this. Because historically, as I mentioned, growth has come from more consumption, more occasions, and more volume. But if appetite declines, that model starts to break down. You can't grow volume if people physically want less. So the question then becomes, what replaces volume as the primary driver of growth? The first answer here is personalized nutrition. We're moving from static nutritional guidance to real-time adaptive nutrition. Instead of fixed rules like calorie counting or generic diet plans, we're seeing new and emerging technology which helps respond to the individual. And that key shift is being driven by a few key things. First, biomarkers, which help us to understand how different bodies respond metabolically to food. Secondly, the gut microbiome, which explains why two people can eat the same same meal and have completely different outcomes in terms of energy, satiety, and weight. And finally, AI, which brings all this together in something usable, something that can actually inform decisions in real time and help consumers make the right decisions. So what does that look like in practice? We move from asking, what should people eat, to what should you eat right now? And that's quite a shift. And increasingly, this is becoming more and more automated. The second area for us to consider is ingredients. So this is about moving from commodity to function-led design. Ingredients engineered for satiety, nutrient density, and sustainability. We're seeing this play out in a few clear ways. Firstly, plant-based staples like legumes and grains are being repositioned for higher protein and fiber density. Secondly, precision fermentation is enabling design nutrition such as proteins, sweeteners, and functional compounds with specific benefits. And finally, hybrid ingredients are emerging that combine multiple functions like gut health, metabolic support, and satiety in a single input. So the value shifts from quantity to performance per bite. In a world where people eat less, efficiency becomes the primary driver of value. And third, we have clarity. This is where behavior actually changes, because in a complex food environment, simplicity will win. Consumers don't want more information. They want clearer decisions. And we see this in practice with clean labels, fewer ingredients, and simple, instantly understandable health claims, consistently outperforming those in a market with more complexity. And the same applies with health signals more broadly, because behavioural change doesn't come from information in this instance. It comes from ease and consumer understanding. So the opportunity here isn't to say more, it's about making the right choice more obvious for your consumer. So where do the opportunities sit? We believe there are two clear innovation spaces to consider. Firstly, upgrading everyday staples to make the foods people already eat more functional by transforming widely consumed ingredients like wheat, rice, and oats into nutritionally enhanced versions. That's how we'll win on consumers' plates. Secondly, building new categories designed around specific outcomes, going beyond reformulating staples and creating entirely new food propositions based on crops grown for specific health outcomes. Examples of this are gut-friendly blends or slow-energy ingredients. The key here is not just innovation, but making those benefits easy to understand and easy for consumers to adopt. So let's come back to the original question. If ultra-processed food was designed to increase appetite and GLP-1 is now reducing it, what is the future of food? The answer is that food is shifting from driving consumption to delivering outcomes, from quantity to quality, from indulgence to function, and from habit to intention. And because growth will no longer come from selling more, it will come from making each moment matter. So the winners here will be those who help you eat less, but better. The plate is smaller, there is a much bigger expectation to deliver. That's it from me today. I hope you found that useful, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Kelly. Yes, it is that time. As mentioned, there is 2 floor mics, and I do have have here the online portal for questions to come in. And but while we're kind of waiting, one thing that's struck my interest with some of the different country information and even thinking of myself, sample size 1, as I've aged into different spots of my life. Are you aware in some of the data and the studies you've looked at, is there a marked difference in adoption, say with young adults versus those more in retirement age or middle, and does that maybe account for some of the differences between nations that maybe have a bit of a different culture, but also different, different overall age demographic?
We're seeing most of the adoption come between 20 and 50, and it's quite split between male and female, and we see that globally. And it's not, there's no correlation with social demographic. That's where it is. I think the cultural question is interesting. Obviously, it's less adopted in wider Europe. UK is leading the way on that, but I think there's a big piece around culture, as you mentioned. Typically, the diets are healthier, the lifestyles are a bit slower paced. So that's where we're seeing the key difference.
Yeah, it was interesting. Certainly, some of the more developed nations had higher obesity, but also some didn't. I mean, Italy's one of the G7, G9, or such. Didn't seem to have that issue. Feel free. Mr. Lee or James.
Good morning. Fascinating talk. Ward, you already covered off my question about demographics and cultures, which is great. But I'm also wondering about the shift that's going to happen in products going to market. Do you think it will be more new entrants producing new products, or established firms changing their product mix? A bit of both?
I think it will be a bit of both. Obviously, brands coming into the market tend to be able to operate a bit quicker. They're more agile, they can get product to shelf quicker. But I think there'll be some big brands that are deemed to be ultra-processed. So you saw Heinz was an example I used up there. They're pivoting quite well with some of their products, and they seem to be going down well with consumers. We have a retailer over in the UK, Marks and Spencer's. They've just done a big piece of work where they've cleaned up so many products within their range to 3 or less ingredients. It's landed really well with consumers. They've done it really quickly. So yeah, I think it will be a mix of both.
Are we going to end up with surplus food?
Good question. Potentially.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tiffany Martinka. I'm a producer and a board director for Chicken Farmers of Saskatchewan. Today in your presentation, we heard that about 70% of consumers are increasing their protein intake. Do you have any data or numbers on what that increase looks like? Are consumers increasing protein by just a little bit? Are they potentially doubling the amount of protein they're consuming?
I'll be able to find the exact numbers and send them to you, but it's doubled within the last 12 months. What we're also seeing, I think it was on one of the slides, is a decline. Chicken, fish are growing, but we're seeing, and it's a piece around consumer awareness, protein, legumes, beans, pulses are now entering into that protein category where they weren't before. We do a lot of work on understanding meat versus plant-based diets. And we've seen a really interesting shift there where people were going to plant-based. They now consider them ultra-processed. People still want plant-based, but they want to do it in the most natural, whole form. And they're now realizing that those are protein heavy. So that's a real operator within that protein space that probably wasn't 10 years ago.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thanks. I see a couple here coming in online. One is around alcohol and spirit manufacturing. and speaking to some of the trends in that area, and what advice you might offer to those manufacturers going forward.
Oh, that's a tricky one because I think alcohol for the GLP-1 users is not as appealing as it used to be. So we're seeing that in decline. And I think generally the population becomes less interested in drink. But I think there's been a really interesting movement with the hard seltzers. And, you know, you can't necessarily make it functional. But I think consumers are looking for an alternative. So it may well be that there has to be a pivot within that. And, you know, some of the brands that we see in the UK that have operated really well. So Richmond is a great example of pork sausages in the UK that have actually managed to pivot into plant-based sausage really well without, you know, consumers are comfortable with that, which feels a bit strange. But I think alcohol companies should definitely be considering that low or no option for sure.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Sorry, thank you so much for your presentation. I work at the University of Saskatchewan. So at the beginning, you talk about this new gap that is increasing between being able to choose good food and accessible food, right? My concern is like this new trend into making higher quality food, it will also increase that gap because these processes, increasing protein, we see that in the market. These products are even more expensive than they used to be. So how do we also make growth into that other market that we are leaving behind in terms of good, accessible food?
I think there's a big piece around education here for sure. Because, you know, and as manufacturers, producers, we're always going to have to walk that tightrope of good quality, that it tastes good, that is within the affordability for consumers. So I think, you know, I do think it all starts with education. If we can educate the consumer on how to prepare things better, what is good, and it doesn't have to be as expensive as people think a lot of the time, because we can't, you know, it's difficult to win on every level. Does that answer the question?
Yep, thanks.
Thank you.
Sorry, I had a little technical snafu, more of a user issue. But I have a question here about the media. And it says, do you think misleading comments in the media will result in less trust in products that are actually scientifically healthy?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting question. There's so much work to do there because, you know, like I say, consumers are just so overwhelmed. And I'm sure many of you in the room feel like that too. And I think that regulation needs to be much tighter. There's so much free rein for influencers out there now that may say something's really good for them, but there's no background, there's no science, and it influences so many people, and it's so dangerous. You know, it's really bad. So I think yes is the answer to that, and it needs to be much tighter regulation.
Thank you. From the floor.
Thanks, Kelly, for the really interesting presentation. I'm from University of Saskatchewan. So my question is, as a solution for the ultra-processed foods and ended up being overweight, overeating, so we introduced GLP-1. Now with GLP-1, with low appetite, so we need more like the quality in a small quantity, right? So aren't we now encouraging, again, like processed or ultra-processed food to make the natural food into a small quantity to meet the recommended daily allowances? So are we keeping this loop ongoing?
It's an interesting question, I think, and there's a hybrid piece here, because what we're seeing is that the users of the GLP-1 are craving things like fresh fish, chicken, vegetables, fruit. It's not a case of then just eating less burgers and pizzas and processed food. You know, they are craving those more nutritionally dense, naturally things, which are not ultra-processed. And then I think what's happening is supplementation's coming in for people. Now, it's an interesting piece with supplementation. That's, by its design, ultra-processed when you look at the label there. And, but consumers aren't making that gap currently. I think they will. And the reason for that is they don't consider supplementation to be food. So they're not even thinking about whether or not that's ultra-processed or what it's got in. There is a health retailer in the UK called Holland & Barrett that are now introducing things on pack that say less than 3 ingredients to some of their supplements, which I think is interesting. And I was chatting to a lady in a health food store up the road, Health and Herbs, worth a visit. And she was saying that consumers are going into her store now and looking for things with less ingredients in supplements. So I definitely think that will come, but the actual food that people are wanting is very simple currently.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Jamie, and I think we'll call you the last of the show.
Sure.
Kelly.
Yeah, great presentation, Kelly. I'm Jamie from Titan Carbon. We're seeing huge increases in price of oil, of course, and fertilizer shortages, things like that. And along with that is sort of a follow-up question about people's stress in lives and how that affects their food habits and things like that. How do you feel the increase in price of energy and shortage in fertilizer might affect the trends that you're seeing?
I think it all comes down to cost for consumers. What we're seeing in the UK currently is that, ironically, consumers aren't necessarily doom and gloom about the economy. They're very much in a mindset of what can I control, what's within my comfort zone, like what's going to impact me. And what they're doing is they're looking at food as a moment of little luxury and something that's quite affordable, whereas holidays may be out the window and new cars may be out the window. So we're not seeing much of a shift there in the UK currently. But it will all boil down to cost. We're still in the cost of living crisis, and but everything's going up. So I think customers are always going to want more for less. It's just how they operate. But it's about dialing up those notes around how you can get more for less because it's more nutritionally dense. Hopefully that answers the question. Cool.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Kelly.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Well, that was an interesting way to kick off the day in the morning. Thank you, Kelly. Very, very interesting and insightful. But that brings us to another important part, another element of the day here, which is the networking. So please take a few moments now and grab a refreshment. There'll be, of course, coffee and tea and such, water in the back of the room here, but just outside there will be a little snack available. And we'll rejoin today at about 10 o'clock, I believe. Oh, pardon me, 10:15. And then we'll get into our next panel. So we'll see you here back in your seats for 10:15. Thank you, everyone. Hello, everyone. So our next talk here is an important one. It's a conversation about automation and intelligence. How AI and data analytics are reshaping the food and beverage manufacturing sector. Now, to lead this talk, we have a gentleman, Nestor Gomez, who's the president of Brightline Solutions and the former Chief Technology Officer at the Canadian Food Innovation Network. Nestor will moderate, and he'll have three excellent panelists here. Nestor and panel, please come to the stage. Nestor, I'll leave it to you to introduce your folks. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ward, and thanks everyone for attending today. Please find your chairs as we prepare to talk about automation, AI, data analytics, and all of how these technologies are shaping the future of agri-food and the food processing industry. You see, the food processing industry in Canada accounts for 320,000 jobs at the end of 2024 across the country. It's the largest manufacturing subsector within the largest manufacturing sector in Canada. It employs 320,000 workers across 8,800 companies across the country. And it accounts for $173 billion in sales annually. In Saskatchewan, only at the end of 2024, the economy accounted for $18.5 billion in agri-food exports. So it's a very relevant sector, and the intersection of this critical sector with these new technologies is becoming no longer a matter of what if, but it's a matter of survivorship. And the adoption of AI is going to be critical in the next few years. How we approach the adoption of these technologies is going to impact highly the success that we have with them. As of this week, the federal government announced a new AI strategy or some updates in the spring updates on the AI strategy and how it's going to be focused on the infrastructure, building the infrastructure for AI sovereignty, building the compute capacity, and building the industry support and the regulations around it. So all these elements combined are going to play a significant factor. And I have three panelists that are going to be answering questions to help you gain more insights on how this is going to play. My name is Nestor Gomez. I am the founder of Brightline Solutions, and I work with agri-food companies and with technology companies and bring them together into solutions and innovation. So I'm going to introduce the panelists. They're going to join me here and do a little interpretive dance as they join. The first one is Cameron Bergen. He is the CEO of Mode 40. Cameron, please. We have Rhonda Ekstrom. She is a business consultant and executive leader at CMARC. Last but not least, Sean Harman. He's the head of Harman Group and CEO of Star Egg Company. I have a number of questions that we have prepared in advance here, but we want to keep this dynamic as a conversation. We might drift a little bit. We might take questions from the audience. Please, I encourage you to ask questions as well and keep it dynamic. There are a few key concepts that we're going to be talking about. Automation is one of them. You're going to hear automation. You're going to hear AI, data analytics. I just want to set the table on how these are different and overlap. Automation, think of automation as something that we've done for centuries. Humans don't like to do repetitive tasks, so we tend to find solutions to get rid of repetitive, low-value add tasks. And we've done that for many, many years before AI showed into the picture. AI, on the other hand, is mostly the most recent definition of AI is, that people understand is more about generative AI, but AI is way more than that. It's about prediction, it's about classification, it's about computer programs that help us do all of these things. But automation and AI, they're not always together. Automation exists without AI, AI exists without automation. And we can automate AI processes, and we can introduce AI in automation processes. So I hope that's confusing enough for you. The other aspect is data analytics. You're going to hear us talking about that today. And data is the raw material that feeds AI. Look at it that way. It's the way we digitize our analog world in the agri-food sector. So with that, I'm going to go into the first set of questions. We've divided them in 4 categories. The first one is an industry landscape set of questions, and we have about early adoption, and then risk and challenges, and then we close with an outlook and a vision of the future. So the first one, it goes to across the board. I want the panelists to introduce themselves and to explain how their companies interact with these concepts, AI and advanced analytics. So when do we go in the same order that you came in, starting from Cameron?
Thank you, Nestor. Good morning. My name is Cameron Bergen. I'm the founder and CEO of Mode 40, but before that I spent 2 decades working for one of the largest protein production companies in Canada, pig production in particular. My career there started with a shovel in my hand, so if you know anything about pig production and shovels, you know exactly what I was doing. But I became the Global Innovation Director, which was pioneering some of the first neural network back in, and for those who are super nerds like me, that's what we used to call AI. So is AI a new thing and it happened 5 years ago, post-COVID? No. It's been around for 3 decades, and if you haven't been working on it since then, that's okay. It's just new adoptions of it. So now as Mode 40, we are Canada's largest enterprise intelligence platform company. What does that mean? That means we actually do something with data, and we actually turn it into a real action. And that's really what we do today. I'm supposed to define what automation and data is, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay, let's do that too.
Well, if you're up.
I also struggle following instructions really well. So yes, so I think about it, I live in the world of data, so I think about automation, which is traditional mechanical automation or even robotic automation, but for me, it's actually where data is first created and it's a source of truth. Post that, you get into data and analytics, where that data is collected and starts to be interpreted, manipulated using a variety of tools. But at that still point, you have true data, you have a collection of data, but at that point, you still require a lot of human work to action it and to actually make something real happen. And the advancement of AI for me in particular is where you no longer have to take that action. It is done for you, and in some cases better than you could do it, and in some cases worse than you can do it, which I think we're going to talk a little bit more about soon. There you go.
Awesome, Cameron.
Thank you.
Thanks. Rhonda?
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Rhonda, and I'm here to proudly represent Samerica Innovations today. Samerica Innovations is a plant protein processing facility located in Tisdale, Saskatchewan. We have a dry mill and a trade secret process that creates protein concentrates, flours, and starches that I would like to say are some of the best tasting, most functional, clean label, and minimally processed ingredients that are available on the market today. When we think about automation, analytics, and AI, they can be large and luminous, and they can be complex, but we try and break it down into something that's very simple. So for us, automation is like the muscle of the plant. It's the application of technology that takes away those repetitive, high volume tasks that can be done consistently every time in the same way. Analytics is more like the brains of the operation. It's about telling us what the plant is actually doing without us having to guess. And AI is where things get really interesting, because AI we would liken to like the intuition that keeps learning and adapting. It's taking the knowledge that's happening in the plant and it's helping us make better predictions, trendings, so that we can make better decisions. So automation runs the line, analytics gives us insight into what's happening on the line, and the AI actually gives us the ability to be reactive before things happen.
Thank you, Rhonda. Sean.
Hi, I'm Sean Harmon. I'm the president of the Harmon Group of Companies, which includes Star Egg, which is a local egg grading, marketing, and distribution company based out of Saskatoon here. And we've been providing Canadians with affordable, nutritious protein for over 65 years. And about a decade ago, we partnered with the Saskatchewan Egg Producers, which is a provincial industry association here in the province, and formed a joint venture. And that organization is in the process right now of constructing a world-class value-added processing facility here in Saskatoon that's going to be providing our protein to the global market. And so we're excited to be doing that in Saskatoon. I'm happy to be here today talking about my experience with technology. And we've seen lots of iterations of new technology over the duration of my career. And one observation I've made is that the companies that have the most longevity in our industry, and I don't think it's innate to our industry, are the ones that are quick to embrace new technology and innovation. And we've seen lots of solutions in the form of automation in our space, in the form of software and mechanical and robotic solutions. Previously, they've all been programmed by human beings, and we've had solutions that have enabled us to scale our business quite remarkably if you go back and look 20, 30 years ago at the way we were doing things. But we were always working within the constraints of that human algorithm that was laid out for us. Now we're looking at our automation being tethered to incredibly sophisticated neural networks that are backed by huge computation systems that feed into large language models, which really provide the ability to predict information with incredible precision. And so that's kind of the world that we're entering into, and it's exciting to talk about it here today. So thanks for having me, Nestor.
Thank you, Sean. So as you've heard, AI is kind of a pervasive thing that intersects with data analytics, with automation, with manufacturing, execution systems. What I like to continue to cover in the industry landscape with you, Sean, how would you describe the biggest shift that you're seeing in the operation because of these technologies? And I keep the question open to the other panelists as well, but I'd like to start with you, Sean.
Well, technology, Nestor, has enabled us to sort of become more responsive rather than reactive. Cam, you talked about data collection and analytics, and I think that we've been really good at collecting data as an organization for quite some time. We've got decades worth of data. A lot of it's human recorded, and over the years we've become pretty good at integrating systems that record data for us. So we have a lot of data, but up until somewhat recently, we didn't have a really good understanding of how to truly apply that data. Now we've got that we have a sort of a comprehensive database of information on our organization. We're able to provide really useful insights to our team, to our management team, to our staff, to enable them, to empower them to make better decisions and quicker decisions that can really have a major impact on the way that we do business. One tiny example of that, I guess, would be that a couple of years ago, we started recording our meeting notes and using AI to generate transcriptions and summarize that information. And the initial intent for that was just to simplify the process of taking meeting minutes. And it was really good at that function. Then it started creating really insightful summaries for our meetings. And that was really, really useful because it it started providing our team with assigned tasks and ownership of tasks, and then ultimately we ended up compiling a database of, we've got 2 years of meeting minutes that we have, and now when we're constantly referencing this database when we're creating our new meeting minutes and quarterly meeting presentations, and the insights, the sort of advice that we're getting from the output of this is something that we never could have generated on our own. So that's a tiny example of what we've been doing.
Thank you, Sean. I think you cover a little bit of that. You gave us some examples on how these technologies are creating measurable impacts. I wonder if Rhonda or Cameron, they want to add something there.
Yeah, I can. So I'll tell you this. I'll sort of frame it this way. I've seen some of the best manufacturing companies in their sector in the world have traditional mechanical systems. But I've never seen the best factories in the world not use data. And so I think that's one of the things I just want you to think about is it always about the most advanced kind of robotics, drone-based, Musk's martini-making robots doing things? No, it doesn't have to be. But I've never seen a facility that is best in class in the world not understand how to collect and use data. And I think for me, that's the best representation of sort of this topic.
Rhonda, you want to add anything? Or?
Oh, I've got lots more to add for the other questions.
There is one question from the online app here that I find very relevant here. It says, food manufacturing has a lot of predictable tasks, but tasks have significant variability in them. How can you best implement automation and AI within an environment of high variability? Anybody? Any volunteers?
Oh, it's complicated.
Yeah.
Yep. I think it's the same methodology that you would apply to anything. Where are you feeling the greatest pain in the process, and what solution can you apply to it? So for us, when we're producing plant-based protein, we're monitoring a whole bunch of different variables, one of them being what is the percentage of protein. So what we used to do was after the production run, you would collect a sample and then you would test it on the equipment that you had, and then you'd send it away to a lab. That's a long process, takes time, costs money to do that. You can now adopt technology that actually does the inline processing, and so it starts to read in real time what your protein measures are, and it lets our operators make adjustments on the fly. The end result of that is that you get consistency throughout the entire process. And so I think the methodology is like you would apply in when you're introducing anything new into your environment. Where is that greatest sense of pain, and what can you gain from solving it? And then you try and implement the best solution that fits within your budget, within your human resources, within the constraints of your business.
Thank you, Rhonda. And the questions keep coming. This is good. Keep them coming. This one I wanted to address with Sean and Cameron. How do you check that the data provided to AI is accurate and precise? And this is such an important topic because the principle of garbage in, garbage out applies in AI. It doesn't matter how modern or evolved the algorithm is. If you feed it with crap, crap will come out. So how do we prevent that? How do we ensure that the data that we're capturing is accurate, is relevant, and represents the process that we're trying to optimize? And maybe we'll start with you, Sean.
Sure. Yeah, the main thing I would highlight there would be ensuring that the output is correct, and so that's kind of where we would start by validating, doing small validations. We want to make sure that the information that we're empowering our team with is accurate and relevant. So as we've been experiencing a progression in our involvement with engagement with AI, we've seen at the beginning there was a lot of resistance on our team, and we feel like addressing that initially is kind of the first thing that we needed to do, because there's a lot of opposition to the change of implementing this new technology that provides a lot of solutions, but it also comes with some risks. And mitigating those risks is something you want to do from the beginning. So validating the data, I think, is the first step. Interestingly enough, though, if you have wrong information in a set of data, AI is very good at pointing that out to you now. And we've seen several instances of that where, we'll have, if it's human inputted data, sometimes it'll be pointed out for us by the technology that this is not correct.
Yeah. Thanks, Sean. Cameron?
I'll approach it maybe slightly more technical, just to give a different context. So data is created in one of really three places: a physical system, a digital system, or human-based. It's really where the source of truth of that data is. So across those three origins, you need to use techniques. Now, I said techniques, not tools. These aren't big, expensive things you have to buy. It's what you do with basic tools. You need techniques to create a unified data layer, right? You can write that down and go look it up and look what the techniques are right now. And these are taught in, right now, the latest curriculum is teaching K to 12, what I just said. So think about that for a second. So you can use these techniques to create a unified data layer. That is a critically important step and stage if you want high degree in accuracy and you want insights that probably go beyond what majority of your team can do at any given time. And so that would be my slightly more technical advice, is think about it in that context.
Thank you, Cameron. So we're going to talk about early adoption now. And although AI is, as I said, pervasive across industries, in the agri-food sector is not at par. So it's below adoptions. It's about 2% across industry, what I've collected, the data that I have collected, versus 12% the average industry adoption of AI across Canada. And that's as of the end of 2024. On the other hand, adoption doesn't necessarily mean success or value. Adoption needs to be paired with valuable business problems that the technology solve in order to become valuable. So in order to talk about that, I have a question here for Rhonda. For manufacturers who are hesitant about adopting AI, what do you think could be some early low-risk steps that they could take to start generating value?
My dad would always say the best way to plant a field is 1 acre at a time. And I think that applies with any sort of technology or new capability or technique that you're bringing into the food processing or agri-value sector. I mean, let's be honest. The reason that a lot of these technology-led projects fail is not because of the technology itself, but because of the people. And so I think the first thing that you need to do is you need to start having just really good conversations about members of your team and what it is that you're trying to do, and taking away the fear and intimidation of what automation and AI can be, and actually explaining what the benefits could be. And then you go back and you find that pain point. And I'm not talking about the catastrophic one that is crippling in your organization, but you find those little annoyances, the one process, that trouble on the line, that one QA issue, and then you rally around it. You start to apply some of the AI tools so that people can get a sense of how it's going to work and the role that they need to play in terms of making it successful. 2 very quick examples in our organization. So Sameric is a small, growing organization, but we don't have the luxury of multiple departments or a dedicated marketing team. But we still have a requirement to build marketing collateral and spec sheets and all of those types of things. So what we started to do was we use Office 365, and Copilot comes with it. We started to train Copilot on what our brand personality was, the type of tone and the types of words that we use to describe our business. And every time we would open a document, we would ask Copilot questions about content in the document to help it train and learn more about Sameric. So now when I get a study from NRC that talks about foaming and gelling emulsification properties at different pH levels, which I don't understand, I can pop that into Copilot and say, how would a CEO interpret this information? And it can provide me back with a response. Now, I still, as the human, have the ability to choose whether or not that's the right response, whether I want a different tone or I want a different inflection. But that is taking away tons of work from us because that tool is helping. Another example is we have the great privilege of working with Protein Industries Canada on an AI project. And our consortium partner has an on-combine grading unit. So as the faba beans are coming off the field, the combine is taking pictures and it's machine learning and it's providing grading of the faba beans. Why would a food processor care about that? Because the quality of the beans coming into our plant impacts the quality of the food ingredient that we're creating. And so the gain for us is if we know what the quality is even before that grain gets into the processing plant, our operators can start making adjustments to the line. And that sort of knowledge and that information saves us time, saves us energy, and ultimately creates a better product for us.
Thank you, Rhonda. That's great. Continuing on that same line of early adoption, I want to talk about the mindset in an organization and the experience that you guys have gained in this process of adopting technology, and what would you do differently today, knowing what you've been going through. So the next one is for Sean, and it's about that. What are some of the things that you wish you knew before you got started in this journey in your company?
Yeah, I talked about it a little bit already, that the fact that there, I think in our case, there was initial resistance by our team. And that's been the case with every adoption of any new technology. People tend to resist change innately. And I think it's something that you have to put people at ease by addressing their concerns. And so we did some work with a company out of Seattle called Forum 3. A guy named Andy Sack, the founder of that company, wrote a book called AI First, and he talks about some of the benefits from integrating this technology. And he's done work with large companies like Starbucks and Moderna, and they've realized, organizations with thousands of employees, they've realized a 10 to 100 times productivity increase from their team members that have been using this technology. So that's a good argument to adopt the technology. Addressing the concerns of your team in terms of, there's going to be concerns about cybersecurity, safety, job security. I think that's the biggest one initially that you have to address. And you have to be pragmatic, because in the future, and we're not looking to rationalize jobs. We've been growing our workforce since we've been in business, but the reality is that some jobs are going to be non-existent in the future because of this technology. And so you have to address those concerns with the people that are going to be impacted by that. And ultimately what you're doing is you're capturing the tacit knowledge that your team has when you're onboarding these systems. And that can be pretty threatening to people, because they're basically giving away the secrets of their jobs. And so you have to find a way within your culture to address that, and to be able to make people feel comfortable with the fact that this is going to empower you to do more meaningful, more powerful work, rather than just replace your job.
That's a great segue. I'm going to jump a little bit into the other risks and challenges. I think it's a good segue into that section. And we have lots of questions from the audience. There are 13 questions in the pipeline. So I'm going to move into a different group of questions about risk and challenges. So like introducing AI massively comes with risks, and cybersecurity risk, data accuracy, jobs. So you name it. The doomsday scenarios are out there wild. The truth is generally somewhere in the middle, But there are things we need to do today to prevent catastrophic applications of AI and things that we can do today. So let's talk a little bit about the risks and misconceptions around AI in manufacturing and specifically in food manufacturing today, and how do we believe that leaders could address them. And this is for you, Cameron.
Thank you. Misconceptions first. So if you haven't caught on yet, is AI and fields of AI tools relevant, useful, and necessary today? So that answer is yes. So if you came here wondering and you're like, I'm still not sure, walk away with that. So that's the first misconception, is I'm not sure if it's ready for me. Oh boy, is it ever. So that's the answer. Other misconceptions was already addressed in terms of AI is here to replace all the jobs. No. It's here to amplify human productivity, not replace. Now, does that mean some jobs won't exist? Of course. It also means new jobs will be created. And so amplification of what we already do today is important. And then maybe I'll actually turn it back to actually you guys. And so I have a question is, so how many of you would say you use an AI tool today to do some task on, let's say, a daily or everyday basis? A quick show of hands, super quick. Yeah, so nearly the entire audience. Okay, so how many of you use AI to make a decision every day that you don't check, you don't look at, and has some sort of quantitative return for you? Interesting. So let's bust that misconception. It is capable and able to do that. What are the risks? The risks of you getting rid of your data is real. There was recently a very popular platform, 65,000 users, was growing every day of the week. Long story short, found out that it was just a data mining exercise, terms and conditions that were there that said something very bright and smiley, and it's all your data. It was completely false. It was a blatant lie, but housed in a country where you can't do anything about it. So all 65,000 people got their data stolen. So does that mean you can't trust the tools? You can trust certain tools, but you should also trust them to the degree to which you want to expose your information. Can you sign on to certain things that allow you to stay private? Yes. Our internal tools, Copilot was mentioned. Copilot is one of the many fields of AI. It's a retrieval tool. Is that a safe one to use? I'll tell you today, yes. No, I'm not sponsored by Microsoft. You're okay. So there are bad actors. There are bad actors trying to do things, but there are also safe ways of using the tools. So those are a few different, again, I think misconceptions and some risks to talk about. I have about 20 more, so please come see me after this, because otherwise we're going to run out of time. But.
That's awesome. Great insights. So actually, the next questions I had here was for you too, because you're essentially a manufacturing execution systems, and this is the backbone of any food processing plant, any food processing operation. You're capturing data from multiple processes and putting all these data points together with AI give an additional value and an exponential value to that data, transforming it to information and knowledge and actionable insights. So can you talk a little bit about what you've seen in the industry? What are the adoptions are the most successful adoption of these technologies across the manufacturing floor?
Yeah, again, like 50 ways to answer that question. So first and foremost, maybe and this ties in with the misconception. So probably everyone in the room knows what an ERP system is. They've heard of SAP, but probably not a lot hear the term MOM or MES or manufacturing intelligence platform. Surprisingly so. So an ERP, so what happens a lot is people try to use an ERP to run their factory floors, but they're not designed for that. They're designed to help your accountants file their taxes quicker and your salespeople to make purchase orders quicker. That's what they're really designed to do. And so using the claw into the hammer is not the best way to drive the nail in. And so that's one of the answers. It's one of the sort of pieces. So secondly, some of the best implementations we see of using these types of systems is busting the misconception that I have to have 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 different platforms to do what I really need to do. That was true still 10 years ago. That is not true today. So the ability to ingest data from multiple places and use that data to analyze it, create workflows in multiple different ways is now holistically in one system. Now, does every platform in the market do this? No, I've just described only about 1%, but that space is growing really rapidly because that is the new norm. That is the modern way of being able to run. So the days of old where you needed multiple systems, and quite frankly, let's all be just real with each other, Excel was running your business today. And if you don't think so, let me in for 20 minutes and I will find out what's really going on. So days of old are past, but this has only become true in the last 3 to 4 years, specifically with the field of agentic AI in particular.
Thank you. I just want to do a quick check with the audience here. If there are any questions, anybody? I have 17 of them here waiting in the queue, so we won't be able to address them all, but I'm trying to twist the questions that we had prepared to try to cover as much as we can from what's coming from the audience. There are 18 now. So continuing with the risks and opportunities, there's a question here that I think is very relevant. How do you think AI and automation are affecting the price to the final consumer? What are you seeing there? Why don't we go with you, Sean?
Nothing yet. I think a couple of things. It's going to bring the cost of goods and services down, ultimately. It should. It's going to bring profits up for, I think, early adopters of this technology. But at the end of the day, the owners of the infrastructure of the AI that's being provided to firms like us, like ours, and like a lot of us in this room, I think, we're going to be subjected to subscription fees. So I think that the owners of this technology are really going to become our partners in the future, and I think they're going to be our partners in the sense that we are going to be continually paying, rather than our old model of just buying infrastructure, buying equipment, buying resources to produce the products that we make. We're going to be continually paying service fees on a regular basis. I think that's the new model. So that's going to kind of be embedded into the market. I think the cost of goods into the economy, and really the winners in this are going to be us, but it's also going to be the owners of the technology.
Right. Anything to add, Rhonda or Cameron, to that?
Yeah, I would totally agree. There's no free lunch. I mean, a lot of the things you can tap into now at a low entry cost, right? But as these tools become more pervasive, so will the cost structure. I think the opportunity is to use the tools in a way that can help you either increase your yields, your production output, the quality or the premiumness of the product, so that where you have higher costs to embed the technology, you can save some and then ultimately try and provide that to, in our case, the food manufacturers who then provide the product to the consumers.
Thank you. I want to address one of the big elephants in the room. It's not me. It's the loss of jobs and the loss of human opportunities as AI is introduced into some of these manufacturing areas. It's a big topic, and I was recently reading a paper, came out this week, I think, about recommending governments to introduce regulations and tax AI adoption to avoid a large-scale loss of job that could then retrofit into the economy negatively, reducing then the adoption of AI as people have lower incomes and can afford less technology. So to avoid that negative loop, the paper recommends governments to adopt a tax on AI adoption. That is a very controversial topic, and I don't think there is a simple answer to that, but I want to address how you see the manufacturing sector reacting to the possibility of job loss. Maybe start with you, Sean.
Sure. Well, I'm a big fan of human beings, and I think we've had the opportunity over the years to integrate lots of automation that has done the jobs of manual laborers, for example, but we've never really reduced our workforce. What we've been able to do, though, is increase the scale at which we do things. So that increases the amount of effectiveness of the team that we have. And, 20 years ago, we might have been rolling 100 eggs a day or 100,000 eggs a day through our facility. Now we're rolling 2 million eggs a day through the facility. We haven't grown our workforce proportionately, but we have grown our team, but not to the same scale. So the amount of people that we have is just doing a lot more things. What that probably means for the global workforce is a lot of jobs are going to be displaced. I think Cameron touched on this already. People are going to be doing different things, right? I think is what we're looking at for the future.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll add a
Rhonda?
quick-
Cameron, sorry.
Yeah, quick piece. So taxes for AI adoption? No. I'll start the rally right now. Let's head over to Ottawa. Whoever wants to talk about that, absolutely not. We have so many globalization pressures right now that we need these types of tools to continue to be competitive. So the real job loss is not being able to adopt these things faster while others are, and our business goes under. That's the real risk here. It's not about people losing mass amounts of jobs. Yes, certain sectors will need to, and certain types will need to reskill. But so let's support reskilling. Let's put programs in place that allow that to happen. Do not put additional pressures on manufacturers to be successful. But we got enough to deal with.
Awesome. Yeah, we don't have many of those manure collections in cities today. After the internal combustion engine was introduced in the early 1900s. But we adapted, so we have a lot of mechanics, a lot of plant, automobile plants, and a huge industrial sector that came out of that. And the horse carrying industry, unfortunately, had to be phased out. So, Rhonda, do you want to add anything to that?
I would just challenge everyone to think about, whether it's automation, analytics, or AI, as it's a way to increase your capabilities within the organization. You can take someone who can work 8 hours a day today, give them some of these tools, and now their actual productive output is 12 hours a day because they can do during more that time. It's the same thing for us on the processing line or in our QA department or anything like that. So it really becomes, it's a capacity play. It's a capability play rather than just throwing technology on it and scaring people.
Thank you. We only have 3 more minutes to go and 16 questions. That's not going to happen. So I just want to close with the rapid fire across the panel here. What is your vision of the next 5 years of AI? How do you see that intercepting in the food manufacturing and food processing sector? And how do you think it's going to impact in the next 5 years? Let's start with you, Sean.
Sure. In our sector, I think we're a pretty hands-on industry. We're producing a physical product, and so I think the mechanical, the robotic automation that we're employing is going to really change dramatically. We had a big purchase order. A lot of our equipment's manufactured in Europe, and we had a purchase order for some mechanical robotic packaging equipment for some specific products that we do. And I canceled it because I found out that our equipment manufacturer is working with humanoid robotics that are going to replace the need for this type of automation that we have in our plant. So I think we're going to see a lot of that in my world, and we're going to embrace that because I think it's exciting what the potential of these devices are going to be able to do.
Thanks. Rhonda?
Scary, exciting, turn your organization upside down. Those are the things that we see in the next 3 to 10 years. But I think the 3 exciting ones are the first one being having end-to-end visibility of what you're doing, your entire business process. Because AI can reveal these things about what's happening in your plant, help you understand the patterns and the trends so that ultimately you and your team can make better decisions. The second one is we're going to see product development move into high-speed, rapid-fire. So right now, doing formulation and performance testing on different ingredients can be a long, complicated, and expensive process. If AI can do that, we can actually understand how our ingredient is going to perform before we even produce it. And the third would be the people. And again, it's building on this concept. It's not about eliminating the people. It's about increasing their capability so that they can add more value into the organization. Those are the three things that we're looking forward to.
Thank you, Rhonda. Cameron?
Not much more to add other than I'll just sort of close the idea with, in the next 5 years, my prediction is two things. One is the first thing you open up on your computer will no longer be Outlook, so you can check your emails. It'll be whatever internal AI system you're using. That's the first prediction. But secondly is it will be the most transformative 5 years that we've ever experienced in the history of food manufacturing, and will rival what we typically measure on a generational scale.
Thanks. I lied to you. I said we only had 3 minutes, and we had 12 more minutes. My clock reset here. So we had 3 more minutes at that time on the panel prepared questions. But we have plenty of time now to answer most of the questions that we have in the list here. So I'm going to continue with that list of questions here. The next one is, this is an interesting one. How do you protect your proprietary data and algorithms that you use as you introduce automation and AI into your processes? Any volunteers?
Yeah, I'd like to jump in. So a couple of things. Whomever you're working with, ask a few questions. Okay, so one is what is your data sovereignty policy? If you don't know what that is, that means that your data is specifically stored in a physical location only in Canada, and it does not leave. Okay, that's one question you should be asking your provider. 2, you should be asking about particular certifications. Are you SOC 2? Are you GDPR? Are you PIPEDA? Oh, by the way, I actually want to see those certifications. You have to ask. This new world to verify, it is important that you ask these things. Now, if there is a trusted provider and they have the right policies in place and they have the right certifications in place, that should elevate your trust level that your data is going to be safe and secured. But again, ask one more thing. Whose models are you licensing, and what is that? That question gets a lot of people nervous, because 95% of AI companies today are only licensing someone else's model with a front end. And it's actually the terms and conditions of that license that really dictate it. And you don't know what that is if you're not asking. So I encourage you strongly, ask those questions, okay?
Thank you. The next one here is about compliance and regulation. The food industry is a heavy regulated industry, and compliance is fundamental. The question is about how automation and AI fit in the compliance structure. How can it be used to drive the industry to risk-based over compliance-based? That's an interesting one, please.
I could maybe start with that just by saying that I think it's a really good tool in assisting with compliance in regards to the Safe Food for Canadians Act, or the in our case we're GFSI certified, so through BRC, which is continually changing. They come out with a new program every year that our team continually has to keep up with the updates. So using AI just to summarize internally what you need to do for your own organization, it's a great asset, great tool to stay on top of those changes.
Thank you. Rhonda, you want to add?
Yeah, and also perhaps to identify gaps. For those of you that aren't aware, Canada has one of the safest food environments. Like, the regulations and the frameworks and the compliance that food processing companies have to work with are very, very safe. So you should feel very good about that. It does mean a lot of extra work, for sure, within the organization. And so that's where that combination of automation and analytics and AI can really help make that easier. But at the end of the day, I don't think we'll ever see a point in time where CFIA or the FFSC or the BRIC people stop coming to your plant. Because what they do is they look at everything from your processes, your people, and how all of those things are integrated. And I think that's a good safeguard. I'd like to see that stay, because that human intervention, I think, just increases the reliability of our food safe system.
Thank you. Cameron, anything to add?
Those are all great points, yeah.
This is an interesting one. I have my own answer for it, but I'm going to let the panel address it. What is a bigger concern to you, an AI hallucination or a human error?
Can I jump in here?
Oh, sure.
I'm so glad this question was asked because often one of the challenges I get often is like, oh, what about hallucinations? And I said, look, the biggest hallucination that exists in any organization is the human one. You just don't call it that. And so how many times has that report been wrong? Or you got emailed something, you're like, it's missing this. Or instinctively you just know like, ugh, it's the third time in a row I got it. Those are all, we deal with this every day of the week. And I will put up my models against your best people any day if you really want to get down into it. And over time, I might not win on day one, but I bet you after the first 30 to 60 days, I'm going to trounce your team.
The good news is it doesn't have to be a controversial interaction. So my own version to that is it doesn't have to be an or. Both things are concerning. I mean, human error could be catastrophic, and AI hallucination could be catastrophic as well. But it's all about how you use it, right? How much trust you put around AI, how much guardrails you implement around it to make it safe and as reliable as possible. It's not going to be infallible, never ever. Rhonda, you want to add anything to that, or Sean?
No, I think Cameron did a good job answering
that. There is another one here. Will you please share real-world examples from your experiences of large-scale AI adoption and the incentive for it? Could ask Sean or Cameron. So, sorry, Rhonda.
It's okay. We haven't done anything large-scale, so all good.
Well, I guess there's two ways that we've adopted AI into our company. It would be passively and intentionally. So passive examples would be sort of like Rhonda mentioned with Office 365's introduction of Copilot. I think we all participate passively in AI, whether we choose to or not. It's embedded in a lot of the technology that we use. And then intentionally, I mean, again, we started with bringing in just making available a team account, a large language model for our team to use. And that's the simplest way to get started with making a resource available to your team. And having a team account prevents, again, Cameron is more of an expert on this than I am, but it prevents the model from using your data to train itself. So there's a bit of containment there. There's different layers of containment that we looked at that we were comfortable with. And then, sort of passively, it's been integrated into the processes that we use to take every egg that rolls through a facility there's about several thousand points of data on each egg that AI is now using to assess the quality with that data. Whereas we started out with human beings doing that, then we evolved to mechanical human programmed algorithms, and now we're using AI to assess large amounts of data very quickly with higher quality percentages than before.
Thanks.
Super quickly, so real world example. So 7 countries, 16 locations, 4,500 or so people total, 82% increase in automation of administrative tasks, improvement by 3.6 times rate of continuous improvement or identified issues resolved, 3.6 times what the previous team was doing, 30% increase in EBITDA sustained over a 10-year period. I think that's probably the greatest real-world, large-scale example I can give you. Number of systems retired was 4,000 and change. I forget the exact number. Spreadsheets, and I don't mean versions of. I mean the original one. So what is that? Like 72 million actual spreadsheets. Reduction in emails by 15%. You thought it would be higher, but so anyway, I think I'm giving you an example. But that's a very real-world, hard data reality of what large scale can look like.
That's awesome. How long did you spend memorizing all of that?
Yeah, I didn't know this question was going to come up, so I was off the dome.
You're ready for Dragon's Den now.
Yeah, bring it. Kevin, who?
I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
So just another elephant in the room. What is the real environmental impact of the infrastructure that this technology requires? Because I think it's hard to make an argument against the effectivity of the potential in productivity and growth and everything that AI has for us. But at what price?
Do you have any preferred panelists of choice?
Probably Cameron, maybe in the technical aspect.
Sure. Yeah, is there an environmental impact? Yeah, we got to build data centers. We got to use an immense amount of water. We got to use an immense amount of power. We've got to build things to create those data centers for this to be possible. That can be concerning. But let's measure it without. So the amount of productivity that you can get out of the same exact footprint of the same exact factory, it creates that environmental impact is dwarfed compared to that value. So the environmental impact of making a second facility, because I can't get my productivity up, I can't get my margins up, that is significantly greater. But we have to adopt. And we have to lead with ROI, not AI. And when you do that, we will dwarf the environmental impact and prevent significantly greater risks to mankind, in my opinion.
Thanks.
I would add to that personally that what's driving the possible environmental impact is where the energy comes from. And AI happens to be driving that in the past couple of years with the massive introduction of large language models that require a lot of compute power. And that compute power is driving energy consumption. And if that energy came from renewables and sustainable sources, that wouldn't be a problem at all. I think focusing on how we generate and provide that energy in a sustainable way, it needs to be part of the equation, definitely. I have another interesting one. I think that's for you, Rhonda. It's not a question, but more of a challenge. It says, just a comment on AI. It knows a lot, but understands little. How you react to that? It knows a lot, but it understands very little.
Yes. Well, I think, the key lesson there is that you are the one responsible for helping to train it. So I go back to that example of, teaching Copilot our brand personality and the tone and the way that we use things. It's becoming progressively better because it's understanding us better. And if you're not investing the time and energy to train the tools, then you should have very low expectations of them. It may know a lot about a whole bunch of things, but it won't know a lot about you. So it's your responsibility to take that on as you're doing the adoption and make sure that you're feeding it the right data and the right context so that it becomes a tool that serves you better.
Thank you, Rhonda. And with that, we're going to wrap it up. We ran out of time. There are still 13 questions pending. But please, I encourage you to approach the panelists after the session and myself, and we'll be more than happy to address some of them personally. I want you to join me in thanking the panelists, Sean, Rhonda, and Cameron. And with that, we conclude.
Wow, interesting couple sessions with changes in the food trends, technology adoption. I feel a little bit like, Keanu as Reeves as Neo with the red and the blue pill. I feel like I'm a little bit like we're at a crux point like that. So thank you to both of our speakers so far. To wrap up this morning's session, we've got another important and timely discussion here from a gentleman named Zach Newton, who is a Senior Director of Investments with Wittington Investments. Zach has come in to meet us this morning from Ontario, where he works to operate the Made in Canada Fund. So we'll ask Zach to come up, take the stage, and he'll bring us up to speed on that new fund.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to start off by thanking all the conference organizers and yourselves for having me. It's been great so far. I've met so many interesting people. I was here sort of touring facilities and the food center and meeting with companies yesterday, and it's been a wonderful trip so far. So thanks for hosting me. My job today is to tell you a little bit about Wittington and a new program that we've launched that we're calling the Made in Canada program. And I'm sort of hoping to speak for, call it 10 or 15 minutes, and then we can open it up for questions afterwards. But yeah, so why don't we start off? So what is Wittington? This is sort of a simplified structure of the organization. Think of Wittington as the family holding company for the Weston group of companies. If you start off by looking at the left, that's sort of the public chain of companies. So there's George Weston Limited, Loblaw, which is probably what you're most familiar with, and Shoppers Drug Mart, and then Choice Properties as well, which is Canada's largest REIT and part of the group as well. That was spun off from Loblaw's about 10 years ago. And the part of Wittington that's sort of probably less well known is that middle pillar, and that's really what I'm here to talk about today. That's our investment program. We have lots of different investment strategies that we help run through Wittington. Some of them are sort of purely returns-based. Some of them are what we call impact investing strategies, and some of them, and they sort of range through a wide range of different sort of stages of companies and focus areas as well. If you think about the four that I've listed there, there's the fund investing program, which, as I mentioned, think of that as like a mini, CPP, IB, or pension fund or endowment model with external third-party managers that a team of professionals selects. We have our Wittington Ventures group. Wittington Ventures was sort of the first investment strategy that was launched out of Wittington, probably about, I guess now coming up almost on 10 years, 2018. Wittington Ventures does Series A and Series B investing in businesses that are sort of somewhat related to the operating group of companies. So think about the future of food, healthcare for its relationship with Shoppers Drug Mart, e-commerce, and sort of those sorts of businesses. On the direct investing side, again, this is like, and all of these distinctions, it's one unified team, but on the direct investing side, we're focused on companies where we can, where there's a sustainability element to it, sort of which aligns with the family's deep interest in sustainability. And then finally, what I'm really here to focus on is impact investing. So why don't we pause that for a minute, and then we'll come back to it. If you look on the right, there's also philanthropy. These are all sort of independent organizations. There's the Weston Family Foundation, the Hillary and Galen Weston Foundation, and then the Galen and Hillary Weston Foundation. They're all independent organizations, but they sort of mostly focus on some of the goals and initiatives and areas that the family is particularly interested in. Of most relevance, I think, would be the Weston Family Foundation, is focused on healthy ecosystems and has made sort of lots of donations across the country to support that. It's sort of truly national in scope. The team is based in Toronto, but there's folks that are looking at projects in Northern Canada, out west, out east, and sort of everything in between. The other area that's a big focus area for the foundations is neurodegenerative diseases. There's obviously a lot of great work being done on that out here, but sort of not the focus of the presentation or, of course, the conference today. So just to give a couple different examples and sort of situate before we start talking about the Made in Canada program, on the philanthropy side, one of the more recent donations was to CANZA, which is the Canadian Association of Net Zero Agriculture. again, something that's sort of very important. And I think the initial projects for that the donation finance are in Ontario, but with sort of plans to roll that out across the country as well. On the fund investing side, you heard a great presentation before me about AI. One of the fund investments is in a group based in Toronto called Radical Ventures. They're sort of one of the early pioneering AI-focused investment groups really in the world, and we're fortunate to have them in Toronto. On the direct investing side, so Wittington Ventures, as I mentioned, does mostly Series A and Series B investing. They've recently launched a growth equity strategy as well. So think of that as sort of trying to find rapidly scaling consumer businesses or healthcare businesses where we can sort of help write a bigger check than you might otherwise see for a Series A or Series B investor and help grow. And then finally, impact investing, and that's really what I'm here to focus on today. So at present, we have two impact investing strategies. The first is called the Canadian Innovation Fund, and think of that, the sort of rationale behind that was you had the foundations that were doing all of this amazing work in neurodegenerative diseases and then also in agriculture and healthy ecosystems. And you have this problem, and it exists in many different contexts of like the scientific valley of death, where you have all this great research that gets done, and you have something that could be commercialized, but there's a gap, at least in Canada, for finding the right capital partners to write big checks and support that. And so we launched the Canadian Innovation Fund. A good example is Grey Matter Neurosciences. That was based on research that had taken place at Sunnybrook Hospital in Toronto to do deep brain stimulation using ultrasound. And 2 years ago, Wittington led a $14 million Series A round where we spun out that technology from Sunnybrook, set up a company, hired a CEO, and there's now 20 people on one of the floors in our building just sort of working to help really commercialize this unbelievable made-in-Canada technology. So if we move to the Made in Canada program, which I'm very fortunate to be involved with and help lead for the group, the Made in Canada program, is really meant to be a solution to something that we're all very familiar with. You have these sort of challenging macro conditions. You have a consumer demand for people to find Canadian solutions, but often there's a missing sort of piece in between of lack of capital. Maybe some of the solutions are something that'll require 10 or 15 years to build out, but purchase orders from retailers are only 1 year. And so we launched this fund in August of last year to really try to address that. So basically what the program is, it's a partnership between Wittington and Loblaw, and we have a notional $100 million allocation for Wittington. Think of that as meaning, $5 to $10 million per investment. That's not large enough to sort of solve huge problems. We appreciate that, but there are cases where it can make a big difference. And candidates for investment on either both the debt side or on the equity side will have the opportunity to sell through Loblaws. That doesn't have to be exclusive. It doesn't mean, the companies that we back don't have to sell to Loblaws for a couple reasons. I'll talk about why that helps us in underwriting them and why we think that's can be helpful to the success of the programs. But we're looking to fund these companies and give them the opportunity to work with Loblaw if it makes sense for them to enter into a multi-year procurement opportunity. And then, something we're particularly proud of, the goal is to take any of the proceeds or profits from this program and just reinvest them in more opportunities across Canada. And so we're always sort of looking at not just, what can we do with this capital now, but let's hope that it amplifies what we're able to do in the future as well. So we launched, as I mentioned, in 2018. I think at first we've been focused mostly on commodity produce items, and that's very much, we sort of entered this with this thesis that, capital and this relationship with Loblaws could help. And of course, When you think about our geography in Canada, an obvious place to start is greenhouses. If we can build more greenhouse capacity, by definition, you can grow more food 52 weeks of the year, and then hopefully offset imports in some of those categories. And so we've spent a lot of time in greenhouses. We have looked at food processing and infrastructure as well. Like I mentioned, Loblaws is going to help us source those opportunities sometimes. It's a great partnership with them where they've got many suppliers that, in some cases, they've worked with for decades, generations, in the case of family-owned businesses. And they'll come to us and say, we've been working with supplier XYZ. They're looking to build a new greenhouse or storage facility or increase capacity in their plant. And, if they were to do that, we could buy more products from them. By the way, it's in a category that's heavily penetrated by U.S. imports or imports from New Zealand or, Argentina, California, wherever it is. And so the goal is to try to find those sorts of opportunities where we can work with Loblaws, find those suppliers, and help them. Again, it doesn't have to be exclusive. And there are many companies that we speak to who sort of come to us directly who don't have a Loblaw relationship, and we're always very happy to analyze those. It does help us if it's a Loblaw relationship, at least even in some capacity, again, from a diligence perspective that they've worked with them for many years. But then we can also get really granular and understand if this project goes forward, what's the sort of theoretical increase in sales, and what will that actually do to imports, and what will that give them the flexibility to substitute going forward. I guess the only other thing that I would highlight here is that we have looked at, or a couple things more to highlight. We've looked at opportunities in all 10 provinces, all 3 territories. It's been unbelievable to engage with people across the country who are all trying to do very interesting things. I spent yesterday meeting with several entrepreneurs. We've got a couple more today, and it's been great to see. The final thing I'll say is on the catalytic piece. The goal for the program is to find opportunities where there is some sort of characteristic in the marketplace where we can be sort of truly catalytic if we come in and sort of spur a project on. Sometimes that's with the Loblaws piece on a multi-year listing agreement. Another example I'll give you is, if it's a greenhouse, it's often sort of a 75% LTV. Maybe the grower doesn't have enough capital to put it on the equity side. And so if we come in as a junior lender on a favorable rate, it'll help get the project built in a sort of way that would not have been possible before. Same with some of the infrastructure projects and different things that we're looking at as well. So just a couple examples below. We've looked at greenhouses for a couple different types of commodity produce. That's really an easier, it gets trickier when we're looking at opportunities when there's sort of a heavy merchandising element. If it's a consumer brand, if it's something on the commodity side, Loblaws can tell you if it's at X price, we'd be very interested. They're gonna we don't have control over any of their decision making. And of course, they're gonna do what's best for their customers. And so commodity produce has been a great sort of initial focus area for us. And then most relevant, I guess, for this conference and more relevant for some of the specific opportunities that we've looked at in Saskatchewan has been on the processing side. Aquaculture is also one that we're interested in, depending on which protein you're talking about. There's been a couple really interesting opportunities that we've seen across the country there as well. Just sort of a quick way to think about what are you guys looking for? So as a starting point, it's very helpful or even necessary if it's in a category with high import penetration. So let's take greenhouses, for example. Due to some of the success in BC, Ontario, tomatoes, peppers, and cucumbers are already sort of largely 90% supplied by domestic growers. But there's many other categories where, if you think about some types of berries, it's over 90% imported. And those are the sorts of opportunities that we're looking at where we can make a measurable impact on ability to displace imports. in a sort of largely imported category. And then finally, the point that I was making before, if this is something that our friends at one of the conventional lenders, or we've had a fantastic relationship with FCC so far, they're sort of spread out throughout the country. That's if it's something that would get financed, but for our participation, that's fantastic, but it's not necessarily the right fit. We want to sort of truly catalyze opportunities that wouldn't otherwise get built by doing this. In terms of our investment criteria, as you can imagine, this is sort of, we have a much more built out version of this, but to simplify, it's very helpful if you tick all of these boxes, but again, you don't have to. We're looking to increase Canadian food production or resiliency. That can come either through increased supply, processing capacity, or like I mentioned, we've looked at a couple different infrastructure projects as well. The Loblaw Police, again, helpful, not necessary, but for many people is a really interesting opportunity to sort of add a bit of certainty on the customer side for an ambitious project that they might not otherwise take on. 3, the catalytic piece, I think we've spoken about. And then 4 on the medium-sized supplier. Again, not necessary, but where we've found sort of the most traction, particularly in the dollar size that we've been talking about, has been with medium-sized suppliers who have sufficient scale to sort of make a dent in one of these categories where it's highly imported, but that aren't sort of so huge that they don't need additional financing, or so small that it's not going to sort of move the needle for opportunities. Loblaws also has a small supplier program, and so we think of the sort of smaller companies as sort of being a better fit for those. But as you can probably and hopefully tell from my remarks, we have huge flexibility in our mandate and are happy to basically look at anything. A final point, the way we think about measuring impact across the portfolio is something we came up with called the impact ratio. So we think about, again, things that we can measure. We're fortunate to have the relationship with Loblaws that we do. But if you think about coming in on if these projects getting built, how many additional sales are going to come from this project to Loblaw? And then what percentage of that is going to displace imports in that category? And then you can sort of measure the impact of every dollar that you're investing. How efficient are those dollars turning into domestic purchases? There's a couple sort of imperfections with this ratio. If you're doing sort of hugely high value items or different things, it doesn't always work, but we found it's a pretty good gauge when we're looking at projects to assess what the impact is. Finally, I was joking to others that in coming to a value-added food processing conference and speaking about pulse processing in Saskatchewan, I feel like I'm literally the least suited person in this room to do so, but it was something that we're very interested in, and we did a big research project on it. This is sort of just one slide. We found it's been a little more challenging to find the perfect opportunities for this particular mandate, because often the pulses that are processed end up being sort of an input to a different product that ends up in Loblaw and not sort of directly sold on shelves itself. But we're able to sort of work with folks on thinking about ways to connect you with the people doing President's Choice and private label, and see if there's opportunities for certain categories where they are looking for suppliers to see if there's sort of a new solution that can sort of help them make their supply chain more Canadian. Why don't I stop there? I just want to say for anyone who's sort of working on something where you think it might be applicable, come find me, send me a message on LinkedIn after, whatever. We're sort of very actively out in market trying to find great opportunities with great Canadian businesses, and hopefully we'll have a chance to connect. Thank you. And I'm happy to take any questions if there are any. I don't know if I'm going to beat the AI panel, but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. No, you won't. I do have I can see fresh questions here.
Oh, we've got.
And I've got 5 in the barrel, but I see James here. I'll let you kick off, and then I'll come to my list.
Thanks for coming out, Zach. Here's a question for you. With about 40% of the arable land in Canada, a big agricultural base here in Saskatchewan, are there things that either government or companies or government agencies or NGOs or even our academic institutions could do to try to attract 25 to 50% of the funds that you have into this jurisdiction?
That's a great question, and we don't have a geographic restriction, so it's theoretically possible. We're trying to spread out the capital across many different types of projects, and so of course, coming out here, the focus was on sort of what you think about in sort of conventional oats and lentils and different things. But I've been learning a lot about Saskatchewan's sort of aquaculture yesterday, like all sorts of different projects. So I don't know if I would have a great answer for you on sort of specific things for government or industry to do, but you know, we're here because we're very interested in learning about everything that you're doing here and trying to find some opportunities to work together.
Thanks for that, and I would encourage everyone in the room to corner Zach and make your pitch and get as much of that capital here. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, James. So, number of questions. Maybe a quick one here is sustainable packaging an area of interest?
Sustainable packaging for this particular fund, no. But when I mentioned that we have the direct investing strategy that's focused on sustainability, that is an area that they're sort of actively looking at right now. And again, their relationship with the operating businesses are different. But that's something that they're focused on too, and that they'll sort of work with Loblaw or whoever to sort of assess feasibility on. So yeah, you can, same thing, even if it's not exactly my area of focus, feel free to reach out and send it over, and then I can help navigate Wittington with the opportunities.
Is there a definition or a scoping on the size? What is too small for the fund?
To be honest, no. Like, we're happy to look at anything, and I think if I were an owner of a small business or someone who worked in a small business, I would think about, for us, the probability of partnering will depend on helping to offset a category. So if you're a small lettuce producer, that's probably less likely because it's a massive category. But there are many small categories that are highly imported that even a small supplier who doubles or triples their capacity can solve that problem and help us say, this used to be 95% imported, now it's 95% domestic. And so, yeah, there's really, that's how we think about it. It's not necessarily the size of the company, but what's the category that they're targeting, and what will the impact be?
Well, that kind of flows into one here. The question was about if you have a line of sight on what processed products and ingredients the Loblaw food manufacturing side, so that might be the co-pack, the President's Choice, or such, what they're looking for.
The process that usually happens is when we meet someone who's on the processing side and talking about food ingredient inputs. As I mentioned, we have spoken to many folks who are doing that. We haven't found the right fit yet of something where it's a direct PC product that's coming out of the processing facility that would sort of make sense for them to switch suppliers and think about expansion. We do look at lots of different things. And so usually the process there is that'll come into me and my team, and then we sort of have regular contact with Loblaw, and then we can assess their interest in sort of, and who they're sort of, how Canadian their existing supply chain is for those sorts of products. But we don't have like we don't have a target set of specific ingredients or products that we're focused on. It's more what's coming inbound to us that we can sort of then help assess.
Thanks, Zach. There's a couple here that are a little bit kind of maybe connected to each other. Sort of what advice do you have for small agri-food manufacturers, maybe using some of that family friend capital to advance, and and where else can they go to fund their business? And that sort of ties with what kind of encouragements for startups, focusing on Canadian products that maybe have some struggles with foreign competition coming in and such.
I don't know if I'm the right person to give advice to someone who's sort of, quitting their job, taking something on, a big project, sort of hustling every day to get it off the ground. And so I don't have sort of any specific advice or encouragement other than it's amazing to see, and many of the companies that we deal with are maybe one or two stages past that, and to see what folks have built is like truly unbelievable and gets sort of everyone in the Wittington and Loblaw ecosystem very, very excited when we find the right opportunities. This fund, we're not doing as much on the sort of startup capital side, again, for all the reasons we talked about of like impact and whatever else. But there are other groups within Wittington on the venture capital side, and then as I mentioned on the innovation side, where if it's focused on sort of like commercializing a piece of research or sort of something advanced scientifics, they'll take a look at that as well. And I can help you navigate through that as well if people reach out.
Thanks, Zach. They keep coming in, so that's great. Here's one, and maybe a little bit more deeper into Loblaw's mindset. So you may not know on this one, but perhaps ties into the fund. And the question was around if Loblaw was beginning to look at the overall LCA, life cycle analysis, or food miles on the product, specifically those made in Canada with those labeling and such.
I don't have perfect insight to that. There's obviously been, that's come up a couple times in the press and everything, but that's sort of, despite me saying that we're able to work with Loblaw to vet a lot of these, we don't have sort of anything to do with the operating business itself and sort of any of the day-to-day of managing it.
So there are a couple questions here that are actually quite interesting. One is around the fact that our friends, also in the capital space, FCC, recently announced a consortium of 20 organizations to invest up to $5 billion in Canadian agri-food innovation in the next, I guess, about 4 years to 2030. So the question is thoughts on your impact on advancing Canada's agri-food manufacturing sector.
So I'll just say quickly on FCC, they've been not being someone who's sort of been in the industry or ecosystem for a long time. I've been blown away by literally every company we talk to has some sort of relationship with FCC. We've been very fortunate. We've partnered with them on the two sort of investments that are closed or near closed. We partnered with them on one of them, and there's sort of other ones on the line. So even though we're not part of the consortium per se, they've been unbelievable partners for us to work with, and like very aligned with our mission of sort of getting these projects built and sort of helping Canadians across the country. And then in terms of, we don't have sort of, again, a specific commitment to one particular industry or vertical. We're trying to look at lots of different things and find the most interesting opportunities that we can, where we can make an impact.
So here's another fun question.
I don't know if you guys can see this, but I'm getting like a smirk before every question.
This one I think is quite interesting because it's a different sort of fund, Zach. It's here we just had the federal spring economic update, which included the Canadian Sovereign Wealth Fund. And the question is around if you've got some thoughts on its prospect to stimulating the Canadians' economy, making sure the infrastructure that these folks need to process and get onto those store shelves.
Yep. Like probably everyone in the room, I don't have any insight other than what I've read, which is sort of pretty preliminary. I think it's great that the government is sort of thinking of ways to dedicate capital to solving problems that people face every day. But of course, the sort of devil will be in the details of how it works and what they're focused on in doing so.
Yeah, pretty light on specifics.
Yeah, but it's coming, hopefully. So.
Well, thanks for kicking that around for us anyways. Comment here, question around ESG, environment, social governments, or sustainability governments, depending upon how you define those. But, and the perspective of lenders and investors using ESG as metrics for investment. Is that, does it still have the same prevalence now as it did perhaps 2 or 3 years ago?
That's a great question. ESG means a lot of different things to a lot of people. As you can sort of see from the interplay between philanthropy and areas of interest like sustainability and climate, it's something we think about a lot at Wittington. We have targets for not just the impact investing piece like the Made in Canada program, but within the sort of returns focused area like the fund investing. We have sort of many projects focused on renewables and sort of all sorts of different things that we call impact as opposed to ESG. I know that's confusing versus like the impact of the impact investing piece, but it's something that we think about a lot. You know, there's lots of different reasons why it's challenging to do in public equities and other areas, but we view sort of ESG or impact investing as more thinking about values alignment and how do you find opportunities where you can use your capital to create outcomes that are good for you and you know, for others as well.
So there's a question here, and I think back to the first question from James challenging people to corner you. I hope you're not cornered per se. But the question here, it notes specifically around mushrooms, if that's something of interest in addressing the domestic food supply in Canada. And that kind of keys in with another question. But pardon me, I guess I'll back off and let you speak to the mushroom piece first.
We've looked at one greenhouse that's sort of doing mushrooms as like a side project, but not any dedicated facilities. Not because we have a view on mushrooms, but we just haven't come across it yet. So I couldn't actually tell you what the sort of penetration rates are imported versus exported, or sorry, imported versus domestically produced. I know there's a couple people on the that our venture team have spoken to. There's some really interesting technologies thinking about sort of overseeing, harvesting different areas in mushrooms, but we haven't looked at any opportunities sort of in earnest in the Made in Canada program. But it sounds like there might be one coming on LinkedIn, which is great.
Might be one in the room. Yeah.
Oh yeah, perfect.
Yeah. So now this ties back into James's comment, but the question was a little bit around a memorable or impactful pitch that you've received, but maybe the core of what the room wants to hear is what key information do you want or need to hear as you're having those conversations?
Yeah, that's a great question. So because let me just take a step back. We can do either debt or equity. We haven't done any equity investments, and I would say we're more focused on debt because we've sort of found more opportunities by using sort of what we call supportive terms. So we're not doing, it's not philanthropy, but we're also trying to help folks and create structures and rates and terms and everything that are very sort of favorable to the companies that we work with. We found more on sort of the debt side. And so really what that's meant we haven't spent a lot of time sort of underwriting, you know, this is the hockey stick that the particular company is trying to get to. It's been more, here's the company, here's what we're trying to build, here's what it's going to do to our capacity, here's why this category makes sense for the Made in Canada program. Everything's imported here, or our products get stored in the US, or whatever else it is. It's sort of like the best first step for us is to sort of really understand. We're not subject matter experts, obviously, especially not in any way compared to anyone in this room. And so sort of helping us get educated on what the opportunity is and how it fits within the or could fit within the program is a great first step. And then we can sort of quickly assess whether or not it's interesting, and then sort of with the company's permission, speak to the folks at Loblaw as well about sort of what the opportunity on something like that would be.
Awesome. Question here, we still have a few more, so that's good. Wonders about interest in a pre-vetted high-growth food tech companies in Canada. So you probably have an idea of pre-vetting. I'm assuming maybe that means somebody else has invested, or you know, you've joined a consortium or such. But
the short answer is we haven't seen one that sort of made sense for this particular program, but there are lots, as I mentioned, Wittington has lots of different investment strategies where something like that could fit in, depending on where the company is in its stage. There's the venture capital group. If it's sort of earlier on and being seeded, and it's really, you know, a seeding of that high tech opportunity, that's like exactly what the Innovation Fund is trying to do. And so it sort of just depends on where the company is in the stage. In the Made in Canada program, we haven't looked as much at technological providers to the companies. It's of course possible that we'll find something that'll make sense. But when you think about what we're trying to do in terms of look at something, say, every dollar we put into this is going to lead to X dollars of import displacement or benefit to Canada, in that sort of way, it doesn't always sort of fit within this particular program.
thanks, Zach. Question here around when you're looking at AI tech type startups, is there a preference on investing on companies which, of course, add value to Loblaw's group directly, or are in more of a horizontal industry?
To generalize, if it's sort of an AI tech company, that would be something within our ventures group. And in that case, the Loblaw piece, again, it's like the Wittington Ventures would tell you that the way that they think about their value add is if you're a product that's launching, they can sort of help with the retail relationship, help you understand the opportunity set. But it doesn't, their companies sell all over the world. Some are based in Canada, some aren't. And so for them, it would be, I think, completely horizontal. Of course, it's always easier if there's sort of a use case within the operating group to sort of help bring that into focus, and people who you would think of as being the customers every day can actually say, you know what, this actually really would be useful to us if we had this tool at our disposal. As you can imagine, when you're sort of assessing the prospects of an investment, that's a great fact to have from folks that you work with all the time.
Thanks. I can see we still have a few minutes, so I had another one come in here. You mentioned investing in Canadian food resiliency.
Yep.
So for a business already producing fresh food locally and trying to scale their distribution, where do you see the biggest gaps? Your capital is actually, oh, maybe it cut off there. Can we, so where do we see the biggest gaps where your capital can, maybe help make an impact, but assist in accelerating that distribution?
Yeah. I'll give some examples of things that we've looked at. So we talked about storage facilities. That often will help sort of smaller local producers with addressing the sort of 52-week problem or at least prolonging their cycles. We've looked at a bunch of pack houses, like those sorts of opportunities, where with additional capital, you're able to invest in increased supply, grow your business, but also help solve some of the distribution problems that you may have. I think hopefully that addresses it, but we'll sort of, again, as you can probably tell, we look at lots of different things every day, and have looked at those sort of infrastructure type opportunities as well.
Is there anyone with a question from the floor as well? I've grilled Zach pretty good from all your questions coming here, but and I do have another, but I wanted to make sure I wasn't scaring you all off by dominating with here. Well, Zach, maybe one last. There was a question, and I remember it, but I clicked a button and it disappeared. But you mentioned about not really being in necessarily the startup space, looking for a little bit more scale and maturity. But there had been a question about, are you aware of other sources, funds that perhaps are more focused in that space, that if somebody speaks to you, or that you might be able to advise, that perhaps could help them grow more towards the space that you do operate in?
Yeah, there was, I attended I'm obviously focused on this conference, but last night there was sort of a parallel conference on the earlier stage venture side, where there was funds, accounting firms, service providers, companies, sort of the whole the whole spectrum of folks that are involved in the venture ecosystem in Saskatchewan. And I think in general, again, I hope you believe this, but if you're in an office in Toronto and you see a really interesting opportunity in Saskatchewan or wherever it is, it's not, the distance should hopefully not ever be an impediment to sort of making an investment. And so I would just encourage you to look at, on a national basis, there's lots of folks doing interesting things in the venture space and early stage investing. And even if they're not in this particular geography, people are keen to find the best opportunities for themselves, for their funds, for their investors, for whoever. We'll, the world's a small place, and we'll sort of look wherever the best opportunities are.
Thanks. We've got a lot of stakeholders in the room with like our provincial programs like SLIM, the federal Prairie Scan with BSP and such. Does having some supports from groups like that, FCC, does that help or give a leg up there?
Yeah, big times. I think like any time you can show that you're a participant in an ecosystem, and that the stakeholders in the ecosystem have vetted you and supporting you, it's just, it's a great signaling message or a mechanism as well for when you're thinking of an opportunity.
Well, Zach, we've got a gentleman here at the mic, so we'll give this the last one.
The last go before lunch, eh? Neil Kettleson, I work for Donald's Fine Foods. Zach, thanks for coming out to Saskatchewan. We love Toronto money out here, eh? And my congratulations to Weston for coming up with programs like this. I think it'll help the national economy, and it's the direction we should be going in. My question is, and we've been talking about opportunities for funding and those kinds of things, but I tend to deal with dollars, and so could you give me an idea of what the magnitude of the program is in dollars?
Yeah.
And actually what the maximum that you would fund, and I'm sure that would be of interest to some of these people because they'll be looking for the maximum.
Yep. So we have a notional sort of allocation of $100 million. That would imply, if you're going to diversify across a lot of different opportunities, $5 to $10 million per investment. We haven't seen something yet to sort of flex above that, but of course it's possible to sort of make an outsized investment. And the investments that we've looked at so far have been anywhere between, call it $1 million or less, right up to the $10 million mark so far. Does that address your question? But I would just say that's part of it. But the way we're thinking about it, so A, we've got the relationships with, as I mentioned, FCC or others. That sort of can sometimes help amplify that. And then think of it as like, yes, it's only $10 million if the project's a bigger one, in a much larger project. But it can be a really important $10 million that, you know, sort of helps catalyze it, because you've got the banks that are willing to do it, and you've got some people that want to put equity in to do it, but there's a gap in between. So as I mentioned at the beginning, we're not under you know, the delusion that this is going to solve all problems and be everything to everyone. But for specific opportunities, we hope, and that's what gets us really excited, that it's like that little final plug, that final plug that sort of gets something over the finish line that might not otherwise get built, and that we're able to do more here in Canada and benefit everyone.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Zach. Important chat, but I'll let you off the stage.
Cheers.
Thank you so much. And Neil is right. Zach does bring us into lunch, so that's brings us to the midway point. But a few reminders is I'll plug that evaluation again. I do hope you'll give us some feedback, because it does help us in planning for the future. I do want to let you know as well, we will be back here at 12:55 to commence the afternoon session. So please make sure you've had your bite and are prepared for that. And for those of you joining online, make sure as well you're back maybe even 5 or so minutes before that to make sure the tech is still working really well. I want to say thanks for having me up here in the morning. I will be passing the microphone to my colleague Robin Spear with the Ministry of Trade and Export Development to help shepherd through the afternoon. So I've really appreciated and enjoyed the time here. But I do get to say, I have the privilege of saying lunch is now served out in the foyer in sort of buffet style. And I do know there were a few people through the registration portion noted some dietary needs or restrictions. So I had to ask that you check with some of the venue staff to see about their accommodations there. But so thank you all. Great morning. Impressed with the questions and engagements. Wonderful. And we'll see you back here in about 55 minutes. So thank you.
Let's kick off our afternoon session. It's great to see so many great conversations out there. We do have another networking break in an hour, and then we have a reception after the event late afternoon upstairs in the hotel. So we can carry on all of those conversations a couple of more times this afternoon. My name is Robin Spear. I'm Director of Investment Relations with the Saskatchewan Ministry of Trade and Export Development. I'll be moderating this afternoon's program. Our team in the ministry works with companies developing projects in our core economic sectors in the province, including mining, energy, manufacturing, and of course, agriculture. And we work with those businesses and across government to facilitate a positive and successful investment journey here in Saskatchewan. Our lead in the Agri-Value sector is Ron Carrig, who many of you probably know. Ron, if you're out there, can you give a wave? Ron, right back there, great. And Ron works very closely with our ag colleagues to help organize this great event. And to that end, we should say that government was pleased this week to announce last year the province had $8.4 billion in value-added ag revenue, which was double about a decade ago, so we're definitely on the right track. Our ministry is proud again to co-host this conference with the Saskatchewan Ministry of Agriculture, Prairies Economic Development Canada, and Ag West Bio. I'd like to thank those organizations and the steering committee for their collaboration in bringing this great event together again. And further, as Ward did this morning, I also want to acknowledge the event sponsors, FCC, STEP, Innovation Saskatchewan, and Protein Industries Canada. Your continued generous support and contributions make this event impactful for our exciting industry in Saskatchewan. Thank you. As we begin this afternoon, just a few quick reminders for everybody. And I know we do have a few extra guests have joined us for the afternoon sessions. Conference evaluations are on your tables. Please take a minute to share your feedback. That helps us plan next year's event and down the road. Registrants will receive the link emailed directly after the event, so those online too can share your thoughts. As well, everybody will be entered into the draw for complimentary registrations for the 2027 forum. The agenda and all speaker bios are available in the few hard copies on the table or on the website, saskagrivalue.com, and the QR code on the back of your name tag. For those online, please ensure your microphones are muted. Questions can be submitted to speakers at any time during their talk via the Menti site. It is helpful if you identify who the question comes from, but we'll allow you to remain anonymous if you wish. When asking questions for specific panelists, just please note who you're asking. And for delegates in the room, please go ahead and use those microphones on the floor as well. So I think that's everything. We'll kick off our afternoon program. And the first afternoon session kicks off with a conversation on the future of food as medicine, how gut health, functional nutrition, and GLP-1s impact food innovation. So returning to moderate the panel is Kelly Dowson of FIS Group. Kelly, thanks so much for your great presentation this morning to kick off the forum, and I'll leave it to you now to introduce your panel of industry and technical experts. Please join me in welcoming Kelly.
I'm back. But don't worry, I'm not doing all the talking this time. You'll be pleased to know. Thank you for that introduction. And yeah, as Robin said, the panel is going to cover off a few of the things that I touched on this morning, which works quite well, looking at food as medicine, gut health, functional nutrition, and GLP-1. And I'm delighted to be joined by three experts in their own right, all coming from different backgrounds, different perspectives. So yeah, looking forward to a really interesting discussion. So I'd like to welcome on stage Catherine, Heather, and Brooke. And we are going for the record on questions, so more than 17, please. Keep them coming. Keep them coming in. Cool. Do you want to kick us off, Kat, and just introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. I'm Kat Ng. I'm the principal data scientist at One Bio, and we're a UC Davis ag biotech startup. And what we do is we take plant material and depolymerize it into soluble dietary fibers to improve human health. And we've been lucky enough to work with the Sask Food Center here in Saskatoon as we scale up from the pilot scale to producing commercial grade, clinical grade fiber. And we actually launched our own product earlier this year, and yeah, really excited to talk to everyone today about the effects of functional fibers and functional ingredients and how that's changing today's landscape.
Hi, everybody. My name's Heather. I am the one of the owners as well as the COO of Naturally Amped, which is a fermented food company based here in Saskatoon. We have a facility just north of the Travelodge, and you'll find us in most major grocery stores in Saskatchewan, as well as we are expanding across Canada. Our claim to fame is our dill pickle sauerkraut. It's I've actually heard of marriages getting very testy about who gets what version and what jar, so it's very exciting. My background, actually, and please don't lynch me in this lovely group of agriculture people, my background's in engineering, and I got my MBA both through the University of Saskatchewan, so I met my husband here. He is a wonderful prairie boy and convinced me to stay, so my parents, though, are still hoping that I get to come home at some point, even though 3 kids and a house and dog and company later. And yeah, so I'm kind of bringing the token business perspective to today's discussion.
I'm Brooke. I'm a registered dietitian and owner, CEO at Food Fit Nutrition, Inc., and we're a multi-team, multi-practitioner team, I suppose, with offices in both Regina and Saskatoon. So we're a team of, I think, 10 or 11 at this point. So mostly registered dietitians, a lot of one-to-one care, public speaking, events like this, which I love. And yeah, just here to speak on the perspective of my work with clients one-on-one, so the consumer, the customer, and the perspective of a dietitian, so what we're seeing in trends, food trends, nutrition. Thanks.
Fab, thank you all. So maybe if we start with you, Brooke, just when we look at the macro trend of food as medicine, what have you seen shift over the last 5 years, and what do you think that means practically for food ingredients and manufacturers and processors?
It's really interesting. There are more and more now more than ever, people are interested in food and nutrition, I think. A couple of trends, obviously, will speak to protein. That's a really big, fast trend. People are looking for convenience without compromising nutrition density. So they still want whole, fresh ingredients. They want things that are familiar to them, but they need convenience. So they're looking for snack options, snacks to go, and this is useful for many different lives and people. And it's interesting that fruit is no longer a really obvious one. I sometimes have to remind folks that can be an easy add-on. But we're also seeing big trends in people getting their information from Instagram and TikTok, which has actually been probably more problematic than helpful, to be honest. It's a lot of misinformation or confusion, and because it's only short 30-second to 3-minute clips, it's very reductionist, very black and white, and this is creating a lot of confusion for folks.
Fab, anything you want to add, Kat or Heather?
Sure, I think that, Brooke, I think you summarized that very well. I think to add to that, we're also seeing that consumers are really interested in consuming foods that have functional benefits, getting the best bang for their buck, improving their health. I think, was it that 80% of people that you cited in your talk today are interested in improving their health through their food? And basically trying to walk that line between providing them with the information to empower their decisions, but also, trying to figure out exactly what they're interested in, and showing that a lot of the foods that we are creating are healthy and can help them with that health journey is really important. So.
Yeah, I can just add my 2 cents on that. Part of the reason why my business partner and I got into naturally amped and fermented foods was a frustration with going to the grocery store and being the primary grocery shopper for your family, particularly when you have kids and you're more worried about what they're eating rather than what you're eating. It was getting very, very frustrating for us to find things that were actually true marketing. You know, people put stuff on things. It felt like the more you researched on stuff, the further down the rabbit hole you went, and it was just like, eggs are good for you, eggs are bad for you, only eat the whites, only eat the yolks, only do this, only do that, and you're just like, I give up, eat the Kraft dinner, it's all good. You know, so we really just wanted to find out how hard is it to put out a product in which, you know, it's actually good, it actually tastes good, it's good for you, and you know, you don't have to have a PhD in order to be able to understand what it's supposed to do. And so that's why we kind of got into Naturally Amped. I will say it's a lot harder than we thought it was going to be. The grocery store is really set up for things that are convenient, things that have a long shelf life, things that, you know, people can buy cheap and easy and whatnot. And so even just getting ourselves onto the shelves has been really, really hard. But we're seeing the returns. I mean, I joke that it's good we suck at marketing, because people, once they find us, they're really loyal, they're really great. Like people, word of mouth has been insane for us. And so I think people really are looking for that really easy, really great tasting, really traditional type of food that they don't have the time to make, but they would love to make at home if they did have time.
Fab, thank you. We touched a bit on protein there from you, Brooke. And I mentioned this morning that fibre is following the same line as protein. Do we think it can shed its image of being a bulking agent or a filler?
And I think the short answer is no. I think fiber is paving its way as something as equally important as protein. We still have a little ways to go, but I know fiber is not the as desirable or as sexy as protein has been made out to be. But as a gastrointestinal dietitian, I'm really excited to see a lot more about fiber. People are starting to understand its importance, and they're starting to understand words like prebiotics, or at least they see it. And I think we still have a lot of education or educating to do for the consumer on fiber. But I definitely don't think it's seen as a negative thing or just a filler. People are seeing the benefits, and we'll speak to it again, I think, as today goes on. But no, I think fiber is definitely coming up along with protein as sort of the next nutrient to share the light. Thank goodness. I would say the vast majority of my clients that I see initially are having about half the amount of fiber that they need. So we aim for folks generally to get about 30 grams of fiber a day. Most people are getting about half that, somewhere around 15. So it's sort of this additive approach. What can you add in? How can you read those labels for added fiber? And what are other sources of foods that you can add into all the other wonderful things? So I'm always so excited, again, to find those fiber-rich foods along with protein-rich foods that can help with satiety and satiation, but that also that are convenient, that people can grab and go, because that is the reality these days. And yeah, for a whole lot of other reasons too, including, well, we won't get into it, yeah.
What do you think's driven that initial interest from customers? What do you think's driven that initial interest in fibre?
Probably starting out with the probiotic trend and the prebiotic trend. I think that has paved the way for us to talk about gut health and the gut health trends. There's still a lot of misinformation, I'm finding. There's a lot of claims that haven't yet actually caught up to the research, or the research hasn't yet caught up to some of the claims that I see on social media. It's like, oh, wow. I don't think we actually have research suggesting that just yet, but yes, I think the gut health wave, and I'm glad we're talking about it. And people are curious. Like, a lot of my clients really want to know, like, what is gut health? Where do we start? How do we know we're there or not? And it is complex, but I think that's sort of paving the way for this discussion around fiber and the importance of it. And of course, not all fiber are prebiotics, but all prebiotics are fiber sources, so or resistant starch sources. So yeah, it's really exciting for me. I love having these conversations. But
I'd love to add a little bit to that. Brooke, I think to two of your specific points. The first of all being the lack of information or even the misinformation that's out there. I think if a consumer looks at a product and looks for the fiber content, right now that fiber content is usually summarized in a single value, right? It's just total carbohydrates and then maybe dietary fiber or soluble fiber. But like you said, not all fibers are prebiotics. Not all fibers are created equal. And when we talk about the word prebiotic, for example, prebiotics have a very specific definition, right? We know their carbohydrate structure. They are fermentable by the gut microbiota, so the bacteria in our gut are able to actually use them to create beneficial compounds or postbiotics, like in kimchi and sauerkraut, but and also that they exert some sort of beneficial, measurable outcome in people, and so you can't necessarily get that from just that single number. It doesn't tell you what kind of fiber it is. It doesn't tell you which bacteria eat it or what sort of health effects they have, and I think a lot of the work that we needed to do, and some of the work that we've been doing at OneBio and in collaboration with academic and other institutions, is to educate people on the diversity of fiber that's out there. And you mentioned fruit also, which I thought was a great point. You know, fruit juice has gotten a really bad rap now. There's so much sugar in it, but there's so much fiber that also comes along with that fruit as well. And fruits are actually really healthy things that we can add to add back to our diet. Maybe with the fruit juice, if we look at both fruit as well as grains, can we take these foods that we have processed to make them more palatable and removed a lot of the nutrition and actually just add those things back in? Take these side streams or waste streams from agricultural processing and add them back in the form of an ingredient so that the products that we make are still convenient. They're still easy to eat, easily accessible, but they're also much healthier for people. So, awesome.
Just from our side, obviously, fiber, it would be nice if everybody was, scrounging like crazy to go eat some fibrous things, but for us anyways. But for protein, I mean, protein is sexier. It just is. You can market it way nicer. You can have, it goes towards muscle, that nice bod that you want for the summer. Whereas fiber does not take effect super quick. The effects, no one really wants to talk about. But that being said, we toyed around with having a blog in order to kind of help, inform consumers. And our #1 blog post was sauerkraut helps with constipation. Everybody was Googling constipation, likely in the bathroom, and that was coming up. And so we get approached too at shows where people are like, "Oh my God, this helped me become so regular. You guys should really find a way to market that." What am I gonna say? I'm not really sure. So yeah, it would be great if fiber was a thing. I think with the increase in protein and whatnot, there's going to be a lot of people Googling constipation, so that might just roll over to us, which would be kind of nice.
Yeah, can I just suggest that you go with the flow?
Wow.
So, can I add one more thing? Yeah. I think fiber as a regularity modulator is what it's been. We think about Metamucil and these things. They're not sexy to talk about or to think about, really. But unless you're a microbiologist, so I think what we're trying to put forth is this idea that fiber, as it's fermented and as the microbiota is creating these beneficial compounds, actually extends way past just regularity, right? So yes, there's the bulk forming kind of goopy fiber that helps you be more regular, that prevents nutrient absorption, so it keeps you full and helps you potentially modulate your weight. But there's also the fiber that is producing really important signaling compounds like short-chain fatty acids, butyrate, propionate. Those are stimulating GLP-1, for example, and other processes, the gut-brain axis seems to be a huge interest to consumers right now. I don't know if these are coming across in some of your conversations. And we're saying, look, fiber can do it all. You know, protein is cool, but fiber is more than just regularity.
We have our first question from the floor, first of three. So there's lots of protein fiber trends as we're talking about, and it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. There's obviously people's metabolism, age group, and other diseases that make the requirement different. What are your thoughts on that, and how should we think about that in real life, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I do like to remind clients and people that I present to is, you know, the importance of remembering the social determinants of health. Of course, nutrition and lifestyle factors like smoking cessation or activity levels are part of those social determinants of health, but it's all the other factors that we may not have control over that definitely affect our health and well-being. So there is this slippery slope where some people are trying to put all their eggs in one basket, and this idea that nutrition is a cure-all panacea, and it's not. Nutrition plays an important role. I'm obviously very passionate about it, but it's just a small piece of the pie when it comes to a person's health and wellness. So obviously it comes down to healthy living environments, safe outside spaces, income level, access to health care. Part of that nutrition is food security, so you know, and the education piece, but food access, which unfortunately is tied to income level in this country, and doesn't really seem to be necessarily a right for all. So that's a scary thought too, especially as prices keep going up. But sorry, I know I'm digressing. So yeah, how does this all tie in? I think we just need to remember that there's so many factors that affect a person's health and well-being, and nutrition absolutely plays a role. Fiber has a huge role, and I mean, we don't want to undermine the importance of its immune benefits, the anti-inflammatory benefits, the cholesterol lowering, blood pressure lowering, A1C lowering benefits. I mean, the list goes on and on. And exactly that natural production of GLP-1 in the body as well. So we do need to think beyond regularity when we think about fiber, but also just remembering there are a whole whack of social determinants that go beyond nutrition that affect a person's health and wellness.
Heather, no, that's good. Heather, anything you want to add?
I would just say that, you know, we're as a food manufacturing company, we make one line or a couple different lines of things. So we're not out to single-handedly save the world or anything like that. But it is frustrating from our point of view. Like, we are putting out what we think is a good product, and we would love to make it where it's $5 for everybody and everybody can have it. And I mean, it's way cheaper than supplements. It's way cheaper than, you know, a lot of other things that are available. I mean, it's just cabbage. But even still, by the time you process it, by the time we go through a distributor, by the time we go through the grocery markup and all that other stuff, we are considered a premium product, and it's bonkers. So it's really, really frustrating from our side to see, you know, that people don't necessarily have the option to be able to buy our stuff. We try very hard on our side in order to make it as available as we possibly can to as many different people as we can. But the reality is that, you know, people, I mean, we're happy to teach you how to do it yourself if that's, you know, the option that you need to have. And I think as we kind of move forward with people pushing for this, and with more companies trying to present products, I'm hoping that some way that, you know, the grocery system can kind of change, in which, you know, it's not so much, you know, the grocery store is the in-demand area where we have to go through that, and you know, they have the largest markup, and then the producers are, you know, and the consumer is the one that basically loses out because of that.
Okay.
Can I just to add to that point too, and I don't really feel like this issue of like lack of affordability needs or should fall on small producers, you know, food innovators and the small local food, I guess, innovators, producers, companies. I really think it's a government billionaire issue. I think there's many issues, and while you still need to make a profit too, otherwise you're also in that low income category if you don't. So, I mean, yeah, this is not to point the finger, place blame at the little guys. As a small business owner myself, you know, gone through that whole spiel of like, oh, we have to charge for our services. How do we find the balance and make it right? That's not on us. There are much bigger issues, and the government can do much better when it comes to food security and access.
Can I add one point to that too? I think this also presents an opportunity. Like, I love the idea of having this lens of making sure that healthy food is accessible to everybody, but this also presents an opportunity for processors, for food producers to add value to their current processing work streams, right? So all of these things that we're talking about when we talk about sort of pulling out fiber from what would have traditionally been called waste streams, we're able to create ingredients that are relatively low cost from things that would normally be discarded, right? So I think if we think about that as something that is beneficial and can kind of grow the pie when it comes to the ingredient space, it's inspiring to me at least. So.
Yeah, and just building on that, Kat, when there's obviously a lot of processors here that work within grains, pulses, oilseed, where do you think the biggest opportunities for gut health innovation lie?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, across the grains, like we have grains like, you know, oat, barley, wheat, that all are rich in fibers like beta-glucans, arabinoxylanes, and those have very specific health, wide-ranging, but also specific health benefits when it comes to enriching bacteria, specific bacteria. And if we look at pulses like legumes, you know, you venture into different fiber types like arabinogalactans, and these, you know, these are just, you know, chemistry terms, but we think that there is definitely a relationship between carbohydrate structure and biological function, and these all represent different opportunities. So there are different products out there that are interested in promoting gut health or gut-brain health, or you know, Brooke, you mentioned lowering blood pressure, cholesterol, like these things, and more research needs to be done. We're trying to do some of this research. There's a lot of amazing research out there in Canada. I think Heather Armstrong at University of Alberta, Janelle Lunkin at UBC, that are looking into the effects of specific fiber types on different health conditions. And as they learn more, you know, going to these producers of these different types of grains and saying, look, actually, these crops that you're producing have these incredible health benefits. I think those are the opportunities that we really need to hone in on. So,
Heather, anything you want to add to that?
Like, obviously, gut health is something that we focus on hugely. One of the things that we really focus on and for Naturally Amped is making sure that our end product is the best possible thing for gut health. That's part of the reason why we got into this in the first place. Gut health, I mean, people see gut health as a new trend, a new thing. I'm here to kind of dissuade you on that. It's just new because the research is new. We weren't even able to study it. You know, up until recently, because they couldn't reproduce the environment for these gut microbes. I always want to call them bugs, and Sandra's like, don't call them bugs. But to be able to exist so that we can, outside the body, so that we can study them, the research is in its infancy, really. I mean, like there's again on TikTok, on Instagram, there's all this stuff of like, oh, they just found out this, they just found out this, they just found out this. Well, as you know with science, yeah, one study might say this, but that is not something that you're going to take to the bank. right? So it is still something that is constantly evolving. It's some of the things that we're constantly learning about in terms. It's kind of the new area of the body in order to be able to study these things that maybe we haven't been able to understand. And so to bring that kind of back to food processing, I think that there's tons of areas of things that you can do where, because of the industrialization of food, we've kind of gone away from things that would have been traditional, just because of the fact that it's easier. It's no harm, no foul. It wasn't like evil corporations came out and decided we were going to pasteurize everything. It just made sense at the time. It made it so that food was easier for people to find, food was easier for people to get, longer shelf lives. It's fantastic, right? And I think now we're seeing that, maybe that isn't the greatest thing. And so actually for us, we didn't even know that this was kind of the thing when we got into it, where, what we do was something that the CFIA didn't even have rules for. So we actually had to have, go through a panel in Ottawa in order to have a ruling just to say what we were allowed to call ourselves, which, by the way, we can't even call ourselves sauerkraut. So you'll see on our thing that there's no sauerkraut on it. It says fermented cabbage, because their definition of sauerkraut is something that has a kill step in it. And 99% of the stuff, even if it's in the fridge, has some sort of kill step. And that's just because it's easier. It's way easier. And so I think as we learn about things, as we learn about different pulses, as we learn about different fermentation techniques, as we learn about gut health and what our gut needs, I think that is going to open up hugely in terms of what the consumer wants, what we're able to provide, and kind of new food avenues for people to explore.
Fab. Thank you. With gut health, it's obviously really closely linked to brain function, and the gut being your second brain. Is there, do you do much work in that, and what are your thoughts on the gut-brain axis?
So actually, gut-brain axis is actually how I found out about fermented foods well before Naturally Amped. I suffer from anxiety, and my middle kid was having severe social anxiety at school. And as a mom, when you have a kid that you can't help, that's way harder than when it's on yourself, right? You feel kind of like as a failure as a parent. And so I started digging up all kinds of everything that I could possibly find on gut-brain axis and what was this and what was that. And I'm like, oh my God, sauerkraut, he's never going to eat sauerkraut. What the hell? What am I going to do? And so it was just kind of trying to learn about all these different things. And then, Sand and I kind of stumbled into Naturally Amped, and that's kind of how that went. But there is a lot of really great things to learn about the gut-brain axis. I think it has the potential to answer a lot of questions. As mental health becomes a bigger and bigger and bigger thing, and rightly so. I don't think that it's a case of it hasn't existed before. I think it's just getting more and more attention, which it should. People should be happier in life. We should not be, just because your parents were miserable doesn't mean you should be miserable too. So we should be moving forward and trying to really address these things and get a handle on how our food and how our lifestyle affects our overall mental well-being. And I think, we don't even fully understand the brain. So in order to be able to understand the gut-brain axis, I think is really, really naive for us to say it this early in research. I think 50 years from now, we're still going to be talking about it. We're still going to be learning about it. But I think it's really, really interesting. And I think that, it's something that people should pay attention to.
Brooke, are you looking into that?
Yeah, absolutely. When it comes to the gut-brain axis, we've now renamed like certain disorders of the gut-brain axis. So irritable bowel syndrome is a disorder of the gut-brain axis. Functional diarrhea or functional constipation is a disorder of the gut-brain axis. So, and what from my understanding, it's more so in what's going on with the brain, because we share those serotonin receptors between the gut and the brain like a two-way freeway. What happens up here can definitely affect here. So it's kind of managing the stress, the anxiety, and such things. But I think where the confusion comes in is people sort of feel like, oh, if I can heal the gut or if I eat certain things, it'll cure my anxiety. So we want to be careful not to suggest that people can replace their mental health medications with food. So that food is medicine, certainly to an extent, but we do want people to still take their medicine when it's necessary and needed. So yeah, there's still a lot of research that needs to catch up in that regard from how does a healthy gut, and we don't even know what a healthy gut necessarily looks like. You can take two very healthy participants and look at their gut microbiome, and they're vastly different. So we don't have like a standard profile of a gut microbiome necessarily, and maybe you can speak more to that. But however, I think what we are seeing, and there is room for things like adaptogens, and we hear this word, those plants that can help with fatigue, anxiety, and stress. And again, I think there's still room for more research. I think, again, some of the claims or some of the research hasn't caught up to the claims that are available, but you're starting to see adaptogens in, beverages and whatnot. So, yeah, there's definitely an opportunity there, and I agree we have a lot to learn, but it's not going anywhere for sure. And we're noticing that stress, anxiety can affect how your gastrointestinal tract functions. Everything from, and I guess more so from a practice perspective, reflux, chronic reflux, to ulcers, to delayed gastric emptying, to bloating, irritable bowel syndrome, so on and so forth. So,
there's a comment come in from the floor around households a couple of generations ago used to have a balanced diet that would support gut health. So do you think it's more of a knowledge issue rather than a lack of access? So people don't know how to support their gut health?
I would say, okay, so we follow very much in terms of consumer trends, how much people know, how much people don't know about different products. Just because it helps us to know kind of, which markets are easier for us to penetrate, which and others that are not. And I think most recently we found out that, I think 80 to 90% of people have heard the term gut health, but a large percentage of people have absolutely no idea what to do about it. They know that it's important. They've heard maybe that it's important. They might have heard the word kimchi before, but they don't really know what that necessarily means. They don't know the difference between sauerkraut that you find in the jar, like on the shelf, versus sauerkraut that's in the refrigerator. What's the difference? Why they're paying 10 times more for the one that's in the refrigerator. So do I think that it's necessarily an access or an education problem? I would say it's definitely both. I would say even the people that have the financial access in order to be able to purchase products, they are so overwhelmed by all the nutritional information that is out there in terms of what they are or are not supposed to eat, what the bigger companies are trying to spin in terms of marketing, who's putting what on their packaging, and it just, I think people don't necessarily know what they should be buying. I mean, we ran into somebody at a show where, there was this one woman who came down and she was just like, oh yeah, my doctor said I should eat more sauerkraut, and I was trying so hard, but the vinegar really upset my stomach. And I was like, okay, good try, but that's not what you want to be, because the vinegar is what kills the bacteria that you want to be doing to support your. And I was like, it's not that sauerkraut is bad for you. People have been eating it for generations. It's great. But we now know that, they used to make it the way that we make it, and then they pasteurized it because, again, it stays good longer. It's easier, it's cheaper, they can make it right away. They don't have to wait 3 weeks to put it in a jar. So it's, I think, the education part is there. It needs to be expanded with lovely people such as Brooke. Hopefully people listen to her more than, social media and their buddies down the street or anything like that. But I would say the first aspect of things for those people that can buy the things that are putting out there that are new, it's kind of like technology, right? The new great technology that everybody wants is fantastic. It's super out of price range for most people at the start, and as it becomes more and more and more available, hopefully that means that there's more alternatives for everybody else, right? So and that's kind of what we're hoping is going to kind of trickle down as we go.
And Heather, there's been a specific question for you, a request to tell us more about your experience with CFIA and the regulatory aspect of your product.
I don't know if I want to answer that question. Okay. So CFIA is fun. They're lovely people. I think I get along with them fairly well because I'm an engineer, and so I get the whole safety regulation thing, especially when, safety regulation people show up and everybody goes, oh no, they're not here. Engineers get the same reaction. You show up to a job site and they're like, oh no, the engineer's here, everybody put your hard hat on. Same deal. So I think, but it has been way, way more complicated than I think we knew coming in. I think we just thought we'd check the boxes, do the thing, and everything would be hunky-dory, and that's not the case. Particularly for us, because of the fact that we have an unpasteurized product, we can't even sell to a lot of stores without CFIA authorization. So that meant that we had to jump through that hoop way sooner than we wanted to. That was actually originally part of our exit plan. We were like, okay, we'll get CFIA, and then we'll be like, someone else can do stuff with that. But, our market was really, really limited in terms of where we could go with it. And then the big thing was there is, co-packers. Co-packers is a big thing in the food industry. Again, something I did not know coming into, the food industry. I'm like, what do you mean people don't make their own stuff? So we started by making our own stuff, and then looking for a co-packer. There isn't. I mean, that's one of the great things about being innovative is that you're innovative, but it also means that no one else is doing what you're doing, and you need to figure it out yourself. So that meant that we needed to have our own facility. We did talk to the food center and whatnot in order to be able, but our stuff does not have a long shelf life. When you go to a co-packer or you use another facility, you book it once in a while, you make a whole crap ton of product, and then you back out. But with ours, we were looking at a number of different SKUs, a number of different shelf life expectations. And so for us, it wasn't realistic. And so I had to dig through CFIA regulations, and I will definitely say that my engineering background came in really handy for that. There was a lot of swearing, but it was me sitting down and coming up with our plan, or met with the inspector, and the inspector, we tried to hire someone to do our plan because we were so busy already. I didn't have time to sit down and do it. And the people that came back with the plan, we took it to the inspector, and they're like, this is shit. So I was just like, oh my God. She's like, no, this needs to be told. I'm like, we need to know exactly what you're doing, why you're doing it, all that. And I'm like, okay, I understand what you're saying, but I was really hoping it was more general. So it was me sitting down for 2 weeks, cranking out an 85-page document and going through an inspection process, paperwork. And again, it's, you're kind of making it up because, again, This is not something that you can go and ask somebody else, well, what did you guys do? No one else was doing what we were doing. And so for us, we have stainless steel bins in order to make sure that everything is nice and clean and kosher for the CFIA. It's a great sustainability, no acid leaching, things like that. We go already knowing, because Sand and I both have a science background, and she is research background, so she digs into literature like nobody's business. We are able to go well above and beyond what the CFIA regulations are, because again, they're still learning too. The fact that we don't have a kill step has made it so that we encounter some weird sort of things that happen. Anybody who it's microbiology, it's kind of like herding cats. Like you don't know, you're like, okay, I kind of want you to do this, please do this. And then, and so to make it have a constant quality, controlled thing where we can produce a consistent product and do it over and over and over again across multiple SKUs is challenging, and it's tough, and there isn't a lot of people to be able to ask. But the nice thing is we're learning with the CFIA. They're totally in our corner on that one. I think they're happy that we take things like not having any creepy crawlies or anything in our facility very, very seriously. And I really like to tout the fact that we are one of the only, if not the only one, who does a true wild fermentation, and we have our own federally inspected facility to do sauerkraut. And so it doesn't mean much to consumers, but it means a lot to us in order to be able to say, yeah, we're at the forefront, and we're really, paving the way in terms of hopefully making a difference as to, making better food available for people.
It sounds like you need to bill them for your time and expertise.
Yes, I joke that we can't afford me. So yeah.
I did want to mention, going back to the other question about if people know about gut health, and working in digestive health, what I've learned is it's very personalized. Even two people with IBS don't get the same nutrition plan because their food triggers are different. So I think that's part of it, especially for people who do have a disorder of the gut-brain axis. They're especially confused because on one hand, sauerkraut or fermented products, fermented cabbage, I learned something today, it is great for the gut and for the general health, and not everyone tolerates it for different reasons. Or certain prebiotics, why people with IBS, some people might not tolerate wheat or garlic or onions to a certain extent. It can get really confusing, and then you get into topics like fermentable carbohydrates. The acronym is FODMAPs. Fermentable oligosaccharides, disaccharides, monosaccharides, and polyols. So these are just fermentable carbohydrates that some people don't tolerate, but not everyone with IBS doesn't tolerate the same foods. Like, it's just so highly personalized. I think that's also adding to some of the confusion. So inulin is a classic ingredient, chicory root. We see it in a lot. It's an innovative, people are adding it. We know it's a prebiotic that can be good for the gut. I tolerate it just fine. A lot of folks who have digestive, whether or not they have a functional gut issue, don't tolerate it at all. It can be very, very bloating and gassy. So I think there's the individualized piece that's maybe confusing some of that. Yeah.
So there's a lot of sauerkraut questions coming in, and CFIA. So we'll maybe you'll have a flock of people afterwards, Heather, because I'm just going to move us on. And I guess I'll direct this one to you first, Brooke. So how can ingredient processors communicate functional benefits without crossing into regulated medical and therapeutical claims? Or anyone can take that, but... Yeah.
I just asked her, how do you navigate that?
It
That's a
sucks.
loaded question.
I will say it sucks. Like any marketing thing, there are a lot of rules in terms of what we can and what we can't put on things. People may or may not follow that. And again, because the CFIA is a horribly overworked bunch of people funded by the government, they can't patrol everybody. So it actually comes down to the industry kind of patrolling itself, which is good and not good, because when there is only a few of you, if you report your buddy, they know it's you. So we kind of let everybody do so. But one of the things that we commonly get asked is, why don't we put probiotic on our label? I mean, it's a big marketing thing. It's, you know, everybody knows sauerkraut is probiotic. You know, it's prebiotic, probiotic, postbiotic, fiber, all the stuff that you could put on there that, buy me. And you'll find that a lot of sauerkrauts do put the words probiotic on their outside thing. There are a lot of rules for the CFIA to put the words probiotic on it. But the thing is it's not easy to prove. The research is behind, and our medical and our ability to test these things is really just coming out. I mean, a lot of people that, or if you're familiar with the cultured coconut, they had to send their samples to Ireland in order to be able to prove their probiotic claims. Just because you know, it's to be able to prove that the strains that are available within your product are alive and well and are going to take root in the actual, you know, gut of whoever eats it. It's really, really hard. We are working with a number of different people in order to be able to hopefully be able to put that on there. But to be perfectly honest, if someone does report us, I can't afford a recall. Like that'll kill us. So, I mean, we would rather play it safe and put out a good product and hope that people, you know, do their own research to know that in general it's considered probiotic. But in the meantime, we're going to keep kind of plowing away at being able to do that. And once we can put it on there, we're going to be all over it. But I mean, it's really great. I went to a talk actually on campus, and one of the people that work at NRC was just thrilled to hear that we were doing wild fermentation, because they want to study wild fermentation, but no one does it. So they're like, please, 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 please. And so, you know, Standa, I joke that she goes there and she comes back with the greatest big grin on her face because she got to talk science with people all day. And I'm like, great, I'm glad you had fun at your play date. Now it's time to focus on sauerkraut. So, but I mean, we're really excited about what we're seeing. But again, you have to prove not only when you make it, but at the end of date, what does it do? Does it actually, you know, provide the benefits to everybody that's out there? And as we know, we've got microbiome very, very specific to every person. We don't have a standard, you know, so there's only specific strains that the CFIA considers probiotic in order to be able to put it on there. So it is very, very difficult to navigate those things. If you have nothing to lose and yeah, you want to just throw it out there and say, yeah, report me, and because most people won't, to be perfectly honest, then yeah, put it out there. But know that you might be facing, you know, ramifications down the line. And those are just ramifications that we're not prepared to deal with. And we, you know, we also do believe in science. We believe in putting things on the product that we know are true. So, you know, we don't want to fall into that whole marketing greenwash craziness. You know, we're scientists at heart, so that's kind of what we focus on.
Yeah, actually, to speak to that a little bit, I think it is frustrating to be in a space where you know, people are putting in fibers that we don't think are necessarily very functional, and claiming all of the, you know, everything under the sun in terms of functionality. And we're trying to back up our products with research as well, but then that gets to the question of, okay, first of all, yes, consumers are becoming increasingly interested, both in our own internal research as well as I think in the larger consumer research space, in claims that are actually backed by studies. But then, Brooke, you spoke about the differences between individual people, right? So like, is a single study that only looks at 2 people or 5 or 1 person even, is that enough of proof to show that something is effective or useful and it doesn't cause side effects? We're trying to figure out that right now, but I think that it's becoming increasingly clear that these studies need to encompass wide ranges of people, across the country or across the world, and to really demonstrate beneficial effects. And I think, each company is sort of dealing with what their comfort level is in terms of making these claims. There are, obviously there are rules and regulations both in the US and Canada for this, but it does sometimes feel a little bit like the Wild West with regard to what people are putting on labels.
And while I've got you, Kat, there's a very specific question come in for you to tell us a little bit more about glycopedia.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, so OneBio started as a spin out from UC Davis, and our CSO's PhD research, his background is in analytical chemistry, and what he was interested in doing was characterizing the carbohydrates across the edible plant world and fungi world. And what he did was he developed these techniques that could depolymerize or break down these really tough cell wall structures that are not completely insoluble for the purpose of analysis, and then characterize the carbohydrates that are available across the world. And then in doing so realize, hey, not only are we breaking down these carbohydrates for analysis purposes, but now that they're soluble, actually this would be a great way to get carbohydrates into people, because everyone knows. I think, Brooke, you mentioned that you're trying to get people to consume 30 grams of fiber per day. There's some estimates in the literature that our ancestors actually consumed maybe upwards of 100 grams of fiber per day. So maybe even 30 is too low, right? And 96% of people are missing those targets and missing them by quite a bit. If we're able to depolymerize these fibers and make them soluble and make them really accessible to everybody, then people can still get these functional fibers that can help their gut microbiota, that can produce beneficial compounds without having to, chew on, 4 pounds of kale every day, for example. So the Glycopedia is sort of the foundational knowledge base at our company about fiber and carbohydrate structure across different food groups. And what we're currently trying to do is investigate the functional effects of these fibers. So we published a paper last year where we selected fibers from different structural clusters within the Glycopedia and showed when we take these fibers and we put them into fecal fermentations with samples from 20 different people, we see different effects for different fibers, and there's a distribution of effects within a population. So not everybody responds to oat beta-glucan in the same way, but as a distribution, people taking oat beta-glucan or fecal fermentations with the oat beta-glucan respond and produce more butyrate than those same 20 samples, the distribution of butyrate being produced from those samples with pea fiber. So what we're trying to do is to come up with an understanding of the structure-function relationship between specific carbohydrates and their health effects, understanding that people are very different and that we can't just look at one person. We have to look at a population of people to generalize these effects and make functional claims.
Thank you, Kat. I'm going to move us on, so we've only got 5 minutes left, but GLP-1, do we think that it's going to have an overall positive effect on health? Big question.
Like the medication?
Yeah.
An overall effect on gut health in
Just
particular?
health in general.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting one. I think we're still in the observation phase, and it's certainly not going to replace the importance of fiber, especially when some of the side effects are low appetite, constipation, slowed gastric or delayed gastric emptying. We're still needing to meet fiber needs, and people sort of forget that health is beyond your size, and health is not a size. And so even though there's weight loss, and I do have a lot of clients on a GLP-1 right now who do actually have sincere concerns about still meeting their nutrition adequacy. We get pretty creative with, because they do fill up fast, so it's hard to get enough fruits and vegetables in. It's hard to get any kind of grains in because, again, fiber is very filling, raw vegetables especially. So we are using a lot of functional foods. We are relying on all of those products out there, and I think that's really important. A lot of liquids, you know, a lot of just easy to digest items, yet still trying to meet all of their micronutrient needs and fiber. So fiber is not going anywhere. There's still because GLP-1 inhibitors really, especially the names Ozempic, Wegovy, Mounjaro, and we now have a generic one that's been released for use. There's still a lot that we don't know about long-term use in people without diabetes. So it'll be really interesting. I think, again, just sort of in this observational phase, and my role is just to support the client wherever they are at, navigating whatever concerns they have. Yeah.
Anything from Kat, Heather?
Well, GLP-1s, I mean, they're something that we're watching obviously very closely, just because it is going to affect how people shop, how people go through the grocery store, particularly even if you're not on GLP-1. If your main grocery shopper for the house is on GLP-1, well, guess what? They're buying different stuff. They're not getting your chips anymore. So it is something that we're watching really, really closely. But I mean, the thing is it was originally researched for people who have type 2 diabetes, who have gotten their diabetes has gotten so out of hand and so difficult to manage that this really is this is their lifeline. This is important for them to be able to get their life hopefully back on track, to be able to manage their diabetes, and to be able to live a somewhat healthy life. And so I think that is really, really important. As anything, though, with drugs and things, it's always how the pharmaceutical companies then spin it into something else. And so I think that's kind of what we're on the cusp of. Where is it going to go from here? You're hearing about the fact that they're going to make Ozempic for dogs. I mean, I think, it's going to be like anything else. It's going to go probably way too far before we haul it back in. So.
Okay. Okay, so one final question. I'm going to put you all on the spot, sorry. And just saying, I can't be sure, but I think we had more than 17 questions. So, oh, sorry. Okay, sorry.
Can I ask some question? Okay. Yeah, thank you for all the great discussion. My name is Yongfeng Ai. I'm an associate professor, also Ministry of Agriculture Carbohydrate Research Chair at U of S. So I've been attending this forum since I started at the university. So in the past 11 years, I can tell you, we never have such exciting discussion about carbohydrate, about fiber, and GLP-1 and everything. It's really great to see that. And for me as a consumer, I'm a strong believer of the dietary fiber. Every night after dinner, I have the Maita, the mucilage dietary fiber, and I can see the difference the next day right away. Let us make a big difference. And also as a researcher, since I was a PhD student in the US, I work on resistant starch. So it has been almost 18 years. So for today, my question is, for us, we are a small province, and most of companies here are small. We have a small and mid-sized companies. And already mentioned, we have all the crops that can generate very good dietary fiber. I think wheat, the oat, barley, pulses. One is missing, is flaxseed. That's also a very good one. You can just mill the seed, and then it can give you all the soluble dietary fiber. So my question is, for the small and the mid-sized companies in our province, how far should we go? Should we just stay with the P-Hall fiber, or should we do what the One Bio do to break it down and to make it into nutraceutical, even pharmaceutical. Can you share some perspective with us? Yeah, thank you.
That's a great question. Thank you for your question and your perspective. I think, from our perspective, I think similar to your comments about the CFIA journey, like we think that functional fibers have the opportunity to be potent pharmaceutical compounds or drugs, but for now we've been pursuing the food and supplement route because of the regulatory ease and so I think that there are opportunities there, but the path is much longer, and also the path to demonstrating efficacy for claims is much harder to walk. And as a startup, we've sort of gone for the low-hanging fruit, and I think that for the small to medium enterprises, that there's obviously that similar line, but partnering with the local universities, with all of the amazing research that's going on across Canada, to investigate the effects of your side streams and the carbohydrates from those side streams. Partnering with OneBio, like we're very interested in collaborating with other feedstock producers to understand, how can we add value to these things that you might normally be, paying to throw away or just putting into feed. So, there are a lot of opportunities out there, and I'd love to discuss how various businesses could approach that.
Yeah, I have a follow-up, very quick question. Again, back to small and the mid-size. Because for fiber, a lot of time now, when we look at it's a gut health and then health claim. You guys already touched that, but even at our university, we don't have a very strong capacity. I don't think there's a global researchers just look at the gut health. Mm-hmm. How can we still take advantage of this trend? What is a good fiber, and then definitely we work on that as well in my lab. But mm-hmm. in terms of for the successful commercialization particularly for local companies, can you give us some suggestions, like how can we have a good health claim and then with the minimal cost? Yeah, thank you.
So I'm actually so OneBio is based in the U.S. and I moved to Canada in 2019, but I've been incredibly impressed with the very thoughtful, incredible core facilities and other facilities like the Sask Food Center, but also things like at the University of Alberta, core facilities run by Kathy McCoy, the microbiomes, I think it's the International Microbiome Center, to investigate the functional effects of things. In Vancouver, for example, there's Gut for Health, which Bruce Valance is leading, where they're able to partner with all of these networks of researchers across Canada to help them investigate using infrastructure that they've built, with government support and concentrated expertise. So I really invite you to connect with some of these groups, and I'm happy to talk to you about some of the people that I've met in my conversations.
Yeah, thank you. So, which means more research opportunities for us.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much for all the questions. We're out of time, so massive thank you to the panel, and I'm sure they'll happy to answer any questions in the break.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Kelly, Brooke, Heather, Catherine. That was great. Really great discussion. So we're just going to head into our final networking break of the day. So be back in your seats at 2:30, and we'll talk about building resiliency in the food system. All right, welcome back. I hope everybody's been making good use of the networking break. It looks like it. Connecting with friends and colleagues, old and new. It's time to welcome a fireside chat to the stage discussing building resilience and strengthening agri-value enterprises in uncertain times, which we are indeed in. To guide the conversation, we have Alistair McFadden joining us. Alistair is Assistant Deputy Minister, Saskatchewan at Prairies Can. And Prairies Can is a longtime supporter of this forum and a key player in supporting the value-added sector in Saskatchewan. Please join me in thanking Prairies Can and welcoming Alistair.
Good afternoon. Thanks, Robin, for the introduction. Prairies Economic Development Canada, or Prairies Can, is indeed a very proud sponsor of this event and a big supporter of the work that many of you do on behalf of Saskatchewan's economy. We believe very strongly in the importance of a value-added sector and the promise that it brings for businesses and communities and families, and what it does to boost innovation, allowing companies to scale up, reach new markets, and to grow more quickly. That is our focus in the department. Now, as our minister mentioned earlier this morning in her video remarks, Canada is focused on increasing our competitiveness in a rapidly changing global economy. That means that we need to look at things with different lenses than before. That when things aren't as clear as they had been, we need to be focusing on our resilience and our durability. Perhaps using lenses we've not used in a while to see how we can become transformed in this new economy. And that's why we've assembled this fireside chat for you this afternoon. We're going to provide a bit of a dialogue on insights and observations at a practical level on topics that businesses here are facing, more so today than ever before. Our intent here is to support your growth, to help you adapt and emerge stronger in an evolving economic context and landscape. So I want to introduce the participants in this fireside chat. I'll start with Matt McDonald, who is the national leader of MNP's Food and Beverage Processing Advisory Group. Hi, Matt. Come and take a seat. MNP offers business advice, consulting services, and a host of other accounting and digital services for the food and beverage processing sector. Matt is here from Mississauga, Ontario. He brings more than 15 years of experience to his role as a trusted advisor. He's written several articles and has a newsletter on food and beverage processing, including one on what business leaders can do to manage uncertainty in these times that we're facing. Next, I want to invite Ange. Ange Johnston is the Director of Quality Assurance for an oat milling business unit in Bay State Milling. Bay State is a large-scale milling company with about a dozen facilities across the U.S. and a large, modern oat processing facility just southeast of Saskatoon near Clavet. Here in Saskatoon, Ange oversees quality systems, regulatory compliance, and continuous improvement initiatives for the oat milling business unit. She's got over a decade of experience in grain milling, and she holds a PhD in food technology. Welcome, Ange. Next is Rhonda Ekstrom. Rhonda is an executive leader at CMERAC. It's good to see you, Rhonda. You'll remember her from this morning's excellent panel discussion on automation, AI, and data analytics. Rhonda's here from Regina. She helps shape CMERAC's strategic direction, their business development, their market growth, and she was even talking with me about some HR-related issues. She is supporting the transformation from a strong farming foundation into a vertically integrated, innovation-driven ingredient supplier in the faba bean value stream. So thank you for joining us, Rhonda, and please, all of you, welcome our panelists. So to get the discussion going, what I'd like to do is start with you, Matt, And we'll just begin by seeking your perspective on Canada's food and beverage processing sector, and just a broad overview of what you feel processors are facing out there, and what you've seen food, beverage, and ingredient manufacturers are doing to redefine resilience in the times that we're in.
Not a broad topic at all. I just polish that off in 30 seconds or less. Yeah, it's funny, the word resilience, it goes back to like COVID times where everyone was saying unprecedented times, and then now it's resilience. And one of the things that we've really seen over the past 5 or so years is that business's ability to pivot and deal with uncertain times and be resilient is the difference between those that are successful and those that are facing more challenges. I think one of the things we were talking about before was, you know, we have such a strong primary agriculture industry here in Canada, but there's so much untapped potential when it comes to processing, and it breaks my heart to see the statistics of the amount of fresh produce and other product that we pull out of our land or off of our fields, or you know, some of the kind of farming perspective that we have, and then we ship it south of the border, it gets processed and then sold back up here. And so, you know, one of the things that we're seeing more broadly is, and especially in light of the tariffs and some of the conflict in the Middle East recently, is just that, you know, resilience and understanding that Canadians need to have stronger food security and more independence from not just the United States, but countries really across the world, because we don't actually have a raw material problem at all. We have a processing problem. And then the last thing that I would just say, and that is that one of the things, and they touched on it earlier, was that the concept of food security and economic security are completely tied together. And I think that we've seen that now firsthand, that if you don't have food security, you really lack economic security. And we saw that with the production of vaccines and what happened in COVID, and now we're seeing it with the disruption of supply chain.
I think what you're raising about food security is a really good point. Suddenly we have people more consciously aware of how important our food systems are in this country, and it is an exciting time, and an important time for us to have this conversation. Ange, I wonder if I could turn to you next. In a sector that's historically been experiencing some low margins, I wonder if you could just speak to how you've been able to manage operational costs while investing in that resilience that Matt's talking about.
When we talk about the industry that Bay State Milling is in, milling industry, and when you think about managing the balance between cost discipline and on the other side, long-term resilience, it's quite challenging to do, like just even in general in food manufacturing, especially in the milling, where those margins are structurally tight and the room for error is quite small, to be honest. So, and at that point, we've learned that we cannot, the resilience, the investment in the resilience and efficiency, those two cannot compete against each other, they must reinforce each other. And what that meant is we've become more intentional about where we deploy our resources, and that honestly starts with being really honest with what is truly core to our mission of providing accessible, affordable, and plant-based nutrition, and what is just simply an industry tendency. And now if we turn to operational side, from the operational perspective, we actually double down on continuous improvement. And when you hear the word continuous improvement, it could mean so many things. But for us, those were not any sweeping transformations. We'd rather focused on some steady incremental gains that would actually compound over time and build that strong foundation for our future growth. So what does it mean actually? So for us, it actually would mean something like, you know, building the redundancy in our network across our facilities. Also, you know, qualifying another supplier and building that robust and reliable network of the supply. Also, when we think about critical inputs in production and processing, we started looking at adding maybe a bit modest buffers on those critical inputs. And also, very important is cross-training our teams to ensure we have that flexibility. And while those things may not sound like very glamorous investments, you know, when the crisis hits, and inevitably it does hit in the milling industry, those pay back quite quickly. With that, if I could summarize that to us, resiliency is not an insurance, it's rather infrastructure. And with that in mind, we realized that that is actually a critical component for our ability to withstand the volatility in the marketplace.
Thanks. I hear what you're saying about redundancy and how important it is to have options and maintain that optionality. It is one of those challenges to balance when we're trying to find efficiency in our activities. Rhonda, I wonder if you could speak to the operational vulnerabilities that you've seen become more visible with supply chain shocks, and how have you seen industry address them?
First, everybody should have a yellow jacket. When shocks happen in the system, I think the vulnerabilities that get exposed are the ones that have always been there. It's just things were running so well, you didn't acknowledge them, right? So for us, we've had, as a young company, we've had so many moments in time where someone has come up and said, oh, for bleep, 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 why didn't we see that happening? And it's really because there was no sunshine exposing that particular issue. And I just want to walk you through one very simple example of something that created such havoc in our organization, and it's something that we should have thought of before. In the food ingredient business, sending out samples to prospective clients is absolutely critical, because they take those samples, they do formulations, they do testing, they run their R&D. Without the samples, they have no way to test or vet your product. So in Tisdale, Saskatchewan, there's not a whole bunch of courier options. We had a really good relationship with Purolator. Not the company, the Purolator lady who would show up at our facility after hours, pick up our samples, do that double check of our paperwork to make sure that everything was okay, right? Then all of the chaos in the US happened. Now Purolator was sending back our samples because they couldn't get it over the border. So we fell victim to having a single source supplier, one that was comfortable, one that was easy. It was a very difficult discussion with FedEx and UPS trying to convince them that first Tisdale was worth their time and energy, and that no, we just couldn't pick up and drive a sample to Saskatoon whenever we needed something shipped. But we worked through all of those processes, and it took time. We actually got to the point where, as we're working through with FedEx and UPS, we jumped in a vehicle and we drove samples across the border and we couriered them from a US location. You have not lived until you've taken a suitcase of white powder across an international border.
I want to ask some questions about that.
I'm just saying.
But yeah, a really clear example, you know, of the kinds of things that we're up against at times like this. I just wonder, both Ange and Rhonda, in real time right now, we are seeing an escalating cost pressure. And I have a question already from the audience, if you don't mind. It has to do with fuel. A lot of what we're doing really does depend on a robust transportation system and network and partnerships, and really trying to manage our costs in a predictable way. I wonder if you can comment on what that has meant at this point, Rhonda.
Pain. It's very painful. You know, for anyone who does business in rural Saskatchewan, it is just a little bit more complicated, right? You have access to more things and more services in the larger centers. In Tisdale, we don't have a lot of trucking companies that do different routes. And so number one, there's a disadvantage because we don't have a lot of the competition that larger centers have. And then when you're trying to send a shipment, say to Iowa, to a client, the trucking company will now, in today's world, say, you've got 24 hours. This is your quote. You have to book it in 24 hours. And that's just very unrealistic for a supplier because you've got to get all of the customs paperwork in place. You've got to get all of the customer ready to do the receiving. It's very, very difficult. And so it creates challenges. But I think what you have to do is you have to put in place systems that help you to be able to better respond, because as soon as something happens in real time, it's already too late and it's too expensive to have a good solution. So you have to always be at the forefront of these things. So learning from our courier experience, we now have multiple trucking companies that we work with so that we can phone them, develop those relationships, and get quick service. They themselves can't change the cost inputs, but by working with them and working on building our business portfolios together, there's a lot more commitment and willingness to jointly invest in something.
These are long-term relationships, after all. You know, it's hard to sever those. And it's interesting to hear you talk about Tisdale, because in the small communities, it requires kind of next-level agility. I think I picked up courier deliveries from the furniture store, and I think I bought eggs there once, actually, for my wife. Did you want to add anything, Ange, to what we were talking about on fuel and cost certainty?
Yeah, I think what Rhonda was talking about is just something that really resonated with me as we live in those uncertain times, as it hit really almost every manufacturing facility, is really that long-term relationship. So I think we're proud that our transportation carriers that we have, we've been working for many years. Their business was growing as our business was growing, and I think that is that long-term investment that helps navigate those uncertain times. I don't think when you have that type of relationship with your providers of service, they don't jump to instantly like, oh, let's do it my way because I don't want to suffer, I don't want to incur that cost. But it's really having that open dialogue, sit down and like, how do we navigate this? And that goes the same, when we talk about relationship with growers on the raw material side, it's the same type of scenario.
Could you say a little bit more about that and just what it means to be diversifying suppliers and just trying to find that resilience by optionality?
Absolutely. That topic is definitely very close and near dear to our heart as a milling processing facility. So when we think about navigating the disruption in the supply chain, I think what we found is the most reliable way to target that is that deepening those relationship with our growers. Because Bay State milling is actually contract growing so much, that's the privilege that we have that because of this factor, we actually have a lot of visibility directly into the field, and we can spot those risks quite early. But what that means is that we first have to start with identifying what those single points of failure of certain crop or a certain area region that if it's specific geography or a certain grower that they carry too much risk. And at that point, from there, we decided that we needed to broaden and really diversify our grower base. So, we created that redundancy, and we were not overly dependent on a certain grower and area where we're growing oats and wheat. But that's not it. That's not the only factor. What I think is even more important here is that as another real differentiator is trust. Because you can't call a farmer when the disruption hits and expect that acres will just simply appear. We actually stay in the close contact year-round with our producers. We talk about what we're seeing, and we try to give them a predictable demand so they could plan confidently. And at that point, because you create in those shorter and much more regional supply networks, those are actually inherently more resilient. And by strengthening those relationships with producers, growers, we found that that's probably one of the most effective ways for stability in that certain time.
Matt, I wonder if you could build on that. Because what I think Rhonda and Anja both shared is that this is about a fabric of relationships, ultimately. You really want a tight weave if you're going to be resilient in the end. In terms of other industries or businesses in the sector, what are some of the ones that stand out to you as showing really strong resilience? And what do you think their secret is?
Yeah, well, I think it's funny. One of the things that throughout the day, and for sure was just touched on, was this concept of planning for volatility or planning or in some ways anticipating that difficulties or trials will come. And we've seen that now firsthand. I would say that the businesses that can pivot quickly or anticipate it are ahead, as I said before. But one of the key drivers or needs for that, and I'll geek out as the accountant for a second, is you need to understand your numbers, and you need to understand some of the core principles in your business, because we've seen businesses that are extremely successful and have a very robust product and different infrastructures that are in place, but you get a new tariff, you get an oil spike, you get one variable, and you realize that they actually didn't know, they hadn't stress tested their business much. And so what we saw, especially with the tariffs, was we heard from some companies where it's like, oh, well, a 10% tariff would put me out of business. And they're finding that out now that they have a 25% tariff. And it's too late. I was dealing with a very large coffee company that largely exported to the United States. And overnight, the tariffs, if they would have affected them in full, would have cost them $30 million just straight to the bottom line. And they hadn't run any of that sensitivity analysis at all. And so it really comes down to, do you have a core understanding of the drivers in your business, not just from a financial perspective, but also from an operational perspective, the partners that you have. If you have a labor disruption with Canada Post or with Purelator or with UPS, what does that mean for your business? Do you have a plan? What does that look like? Because the time to make the plan is not the second that you realize you have a problem. And the businesses that had those plans of saying, if this, then this, were the businesses that were able to come out of it. And it's funny because in a lot of ways, to answer your question, is we've seen large businesses that have done extremely well. They're implementing automation. They've invested in that infrastructure. But there are a lot of smaller businesses and rural businesses that they have been less affected because they had local sourced ingredients. They were doing the buy local thing before it was cool to do buy local. They were buying Canadian before it was cool to buy Canadian. And so when some of the larger grocery stores were running shorter on global or US products, they were looking to some of these small and medium-sized businesses saying, can you ramp up your production? Because we have a client that's out on the East Coast, and they were sourcing all of their blueberries from local blueberry growers on the East Coast. And so there was no, well, what do we do? How do we import blueberries? Well, they didn't. All of their ingredients for their bars were sourced within kind of 2 or 3 hours from their manufacturing facility. And so they weren't disrupted at all. They actually were able to seize that opportunity and take market share. And so I think that there is some belief that, well, the big guys will benefit when there's disruption because they can afford this, that, and the other thing. But at the same time, they can't pivot in the same way that a small and medium-sized business can. And kind of the anecdote that I give to that is, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the drink Poppy, but it's like a better-for-you soda. And so Poppy was started, I think, in like 2015 and just sold to Pepsi for $2 billion. It makes me feel really bad about what I've done in the last 11 years. Because obviously I should have gotten into prebiotic soda. But before Pepsi did that, they spent tens of millions of dollars trying to develop their own prebiotic soda, only to realize they couldn't do it. And it was just, they were sinking money. And then they realized, if we give this company Poppy $2 billion and take it, we can put it into our machine and blow it up. Now, Poppy's adjusted EBITDA was negative $10 million. So I don't know if there's any corporate finance majors in the room, but I don't know what the multiple is on negative EBITDA to get to $2 billion, but I don't think the math checks out. And that's because Pepsi saw not that it was some multiple that made sense, but what they could do with the infrastructure and the product that Poppy had built inside of their machine. And so I don't think that the answer is well, let me look at what Maple Leaf is doing and look at all the automation, look at the things that they've done, because that's great. But it's more of looking what are you doing and how does that work within the gaps that Maple Leaf can or can't hit. Because there is a tremendous opportunity for small and medium-sized businesses across the country, and I'm in a lot of ways I'm more bullish on rural because I think that automation in a lot of ways will solve some of the labor problems that have existed forever, and it's not just rural Saskatchewan; it's rural anywhere. When you're rural, you have by definition less people, and if you're running a 500-person manufacturer, people are a huge issue. But the opportunity then is when you bring in automation, you can upskill the workforce that you have to create that as your opportunity, where companies like Maple Leaf, they've already kind of milked that as much as they can.
The incumbents are established in so many ways, it maybe gives them concrete shoes, where they can't be maybe as agile, is what I hear you saying. Now, I just want to pull some threads on something that you said, though, because you talked about the interaction between food security and economic security and growth. With all of this uncertainty that we're dealing with, are you finding that the businesses that you work with are starting to retreat from that growth mindset to just really focus internally on resilience? Or is there a risk that we're going to miss the opportunity that's in front of us?
Yeah, I mean, fear is a very powerful emotion, right? And I think if you study, I love history, so if you go back and study history, some of the largest corporations to ever exist came out of the Great Depression. And so if you look at, for example, Rockefeller, he was building coming out of the Great Depression because labor was cheap. You could buy anything. People were giving you product just to get jobs. And so when people, and if you study Warren Buffett, same thing. He's selling when people are buying, and he's buying when people are selling. And so I think those same principles apply to right now. Is that the businesses that know their market, that have a strong balance sheet, that can invest, are the ones that will come out of tribulation or kind of times of uncertainty actually stronger and taking more market share. And so the businesses that kind of stopped growing, it's very difficult to, you think about like a locomotive, it takes a long time to heat it back up. And so if you slow your growth to get your team, to get your infrastructure, to get your entire business moving quickly again, it takes a long time, and often that startup process is when the people that didn't stop will pass you. And that's why I continue to be bullish on the small and medium-sized kind of spot within the economy, because we talked earlier about the session earlier about protein and fiber. Protein has been a trend for 2 years now. If you walk some of the shows, I love the Canadian Health Food Association show, which is in Vancouver in the spring and Toronto in September. And it's amazing to see some of these innovative companies you're talking businesses that are doing 1 million, 2 million in sales that come from all over the country. They were all over protein 36 months ago. And then now it's like when Pepsi's making protein water, you're like, okay, that trend's now over. It's like when my grandma got onto Facebook, I was like, that's over now. And so now fiber is next, and you're following those trends. But as the big companies are grabbing it, you're riding that trend down. And so as you look at food security as a risk factor, it's how can we take better for you products or things that we know the trend is going towards gut health and cleaner ingredients and more transparency. So how can we take the crisis of food security and the crisis of food inflation and mix it with the trend of Canadians and people want more transparency and more information about what they're eating? I don't know if that answered your question.
Well, it answers my question about protein-enhanced Doritos, and I saw protein-enhanced vodka actually for sale.
Protein eggs is the new thing. It's
protein eggs.
Yeah, they just started putting protein in eggs. Yeah.
Wow. Ange and Rhonda, I do wonder though, like given what Matt is saying about working from your strengths, including the fact that perhaps being established in a rural community can be an asset. just wonder if you could comment on what it means to take a calculated risk and make an investment in maybe a CapEx project, you know, or a scale, as opposed to just focusing on maintaining margins and that sort of retreat, you know, because those are our emotional reactions to the uncertainty. You either go for it or you hold back.
Yeah, no, for sure. You know what? I'm going to throw out a high five and a cartwheel to Brett Casavant, who's the CEO of Sameric, because he is an entrepreneur with an intestinal fortitude like none I've ever seen. It is hard work bringing an idea, an innovative concept into the marketplace. And you're not always met with first success. You don't sell $1 million the first time you launch a product. You're always reworking and reiterating and finding new ways to do things. And so when some of these things like when we all got trumped a year ago and things started to change with the US relationship, that really put strain on the business. So our response was we leaned into domestic sales. Yes, the US is always going to be an important market, but we wanted to play where there was a safe, trusted, reliable business environment. And so we threw our growth strategy against Canada. And it has been giving us great success because there's Canadian companies who need good, reliable supply. There's Canadian companies that want to be able to sit across the table with you and do a deal and problem solve and troubleshoot. And I think for us, and for, you know, kudos to Brett for having the long-term vision, and kudos to the Sameric team for really leaning in and finding the opportunity in the local domestic market and pushing hard on it. Because if you can succeed in Canada, you can take all of those success stories that you've had and those solutions and the formulations that you've developed, and you can take it elsewhere.
Can you say more about the specifics, though, of being a company that operates in a rural region? It creates opportunities, as Matt points out, but it's also challenges. And so I am curious about processors in smaller centers and how you overcome some of those challenges that may appear more pronounced.
Yeah, well, your first challenge is being visible because you're not exactly, you know, the shiny point on the globe, Tisdale, Saskatchewan. People don't think of that as the first location. Once you get visible, then you have to figure out how are you going to service your clients from that location. And that speaks to infrastructure and transportation and regulatory compliance, not just in Canada, but all around the global markets that you're shipping your product to. Human resources. I mean, rural communities have great people with pioneering spirit, but you don't always have the right skill sets that you need in the local market. And so you have to be adaptable in terms of the people that you need to have on the shop floor that do, you know, kind of those key important processes, but can you tap into subject matter expertise that it resides elsewhere, right? And then really working hard, developing the relationships with your clients so that if things go sideways, and inevitably something will always go sideways, that you've got a governance framework in which you can work together to get it solved.
And you and I talked a little bit before the panel about one of the tactics that you've got, and it has to do with culture and what that means for supporting resilience. I wonder if you could talk about that, because as a mature, well-established company, it's also innovative, but there's something that drives growth and resilience that has to do with that team spirit that exists in these companies.
Culture is something that is actually easy to talk about, but it's very hard to do. And Bay State Milling, as a 126-year-old company, has a really strong cultural foundation, but it continues to evolve because the company is growing, and you know, market conditions change. So for us, when Saskatoon facility was brought into portfolio in 2017, now company's largest oat milling and processing facility. Leadership team quickly realized that the integration of the new facility and new team into long-established company is going to take time and trust and consistency. And those are, again, very important components of the transition, like what the Saskatoon facility went through. And if we think about culture, resilient culture itself, what comes to mind first is a psychological safety. So people who work at the facility, people who work at our company, they need to be comfortable raising the concern early. And that could mean food safety issue, could be quality risk, or operational near miss. And we are honestly treating those those type of situations, incidents, as learning opportunities. We make sure we share insights across all our facilities, and that really helps us improve together. But again, that's not where it ends. When we turn to leadership team, leadership has to set the tone. And when we think about the expectation for our own team members to be, adaptable, transparent, and really strive for that continuous improvement, leadership has to model those behaviors every day. And for us, it's especially in the field of food safety and quality, which is close to my heart, where consistency is absolutely non-negotiable. I think we're very proud of that collaborative environment that we've created at Saskatoon facility, and also just a broader company. And we can see that spirit of continuous improvement is really something that our people live out across all our plants.
Interesting to hear you talk about food safety and quality, and then psychological safety, and just worker safety in the workplace. I mean, it is part of the brand, isn't it, and the reputation. Even when you're recruiting people, you want to have that kind of reputation, don't you?
Absolutely. Before anyone walks into our plant, they definitely they know we talk about our company values. Those are integrity, quality, creativity, collaboration, curiosity. They know that those are not just the writings on the wall. Those are values that we live and breathe, and want to make sure that people who join our team, they are in alignment. They truly understand what that means in a day-to-day operation.
I just want to circle back to something that you had talked about earlier as part of the resilience strategy, and that was to look at your suppliers. And it's a question from the audience, because when you talk about the culture and the relationship with your suppliers, no doubt there's an imperative to do what's most affordable for the business. But how do you maintain a relationship with the different suppliers when ultimately you need to make some choices where some get the contract and others don't?
It's a good question, and I think probably a best team to answer would be our supply chain team. But I can say, what I could say is, because in the world that we live today, and when we think about all the consumer requirements, and as they grow, as we learn more, as more research is done, it absolutely has an impact on the raw material. And we have to think from the perspective of not choosing one supplier over another, but what kind of quality we're up against. And as I mentioned earlier, that when you contract grow, there's always a risk that certain geography might carry more volatility, and then at that point you have to make the hard choices. But I think what really is something that Bay State is always behind is building that long-term relationship by having very open dialogue. So it's not just like in the midst of, because we know that the crop year, that's always a scary time when transition happens, because the Mother Nature can give you some surprises, and at that point, what may work last year may not work this year. It might need to go back to that supplier and have a conversation with them again. So I think that staying connected on what we're seeing and really have that open dialogue on what's going on and where those vulnerabilities might be, I think that's probably the most effective tool that we found. And when those hard choices are made, then it's understood.
Right. Matt, given what you're hearing about some operators from this part of the country, I wonder if you could just help us step out of the region and really think about the national opportunities, because this is something that Rhonda mentioned, that the opportunities in Canada are something that are drawing more and more attention from food and beverage manufacturers. How do you see the opportunities for better integration across the country?
Yeah, so I think it's funny. I was talking with someone a couple months ago around. It was when the tariff thing was kind of coming down, but it was more and more investment was coming into the country, and one of the things, and these people were from Europe, and they were talking about how one of the notions that from a global community is the interprovincial trade barriers, and how private equity or investment from other countries looks at it and says, I don't understand Canada, let alone you guys don't seem to understand yourselves. And so, which, I mean, I don't know how to, yeah, you're right. And so I think that there are some things that exist, and they've just always been there, and we know that it should be different, but we don't know how to make it different. And so, one of the examples of that is that it's easier for me in Ontario to buy California wine than it is to buy Kelowna wine. Right. And it's easier in Kelowna to buy California wine or Italian wine than it is to buy VQA wine. And so sometimes I find that, and this could be the polite Canadian thing of why this exists, but we get in our own way of, there are some patterns that it's like, well, we just don't do it like that, or that's not how we've done it historically. And so that's one answer, is I think that we do need to challenge how we do some things, both our own businesses and our own regions and cities and provinces, and as a country. We need to challenge, is this currently the best way to do it? And if not, how do we work together to do it? And I think one of the things that we talked about before was, one of the areas that we from M&P's perspective really try to be an intermediary for is, how do we get from the full value chain, from farmers to processors to brokers to retailers, working together, so that instead of saying, well, I'm the retailer, everyone thinks I'm bad, but it's really the processors, or the processors saying it's the farmers, or the farmers saying it's the retailers, understanding that all of us have a role to play in how we got here, and all of us have a role to play in how we can make it better. And so if we look at the problems that we face, or the opportunities that exist, it's how can me as a processor sitting here in Saskatchewan, how can I do better for the whole supply chain, or the whole food cycle chain? And there's a lot of opportunity for us if we can work together. And we've seen that specifically in primary production, and farmers working with processors to say, if we do this together, we could actually make more money when we go together. When you work with some of your suppliers, or when suppliers are working with the processors, or working with retailers, what's working at retail? How do we design product to sell more so that we can all do better? So I would say that would be the second thing. And then the third thing is that, again, coming back to the I'm bullish on rural, is and I didn't even plan to say any of that. I'm just now super big on rural, I guess. I'm gonna leave here and I'm gonna move, and yeah, I'm moving to Tisdale by the end of the day. Someone should tell my family.
High protein eggs.
Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna sell protein,
at the furniture store.
Protein eggs at the furniture store. We'll be there by Monday. No, I think that one example is there's a client out in Ontario and this is about kind of spotting the holes. The client out in Ontario, that they were in the dog grooming and dog breeding business. So you're like, what does that have to do with food, agri-food? I think you have the wrong room. Nope, they were in the specifically Bernese Mountain Dog breeding and grooming business, and they were getting these dogs as puppies from different places and whatever, and they went to pick up a couple of puppies, and the breeder that they got the puppy says is that you need to feed this puppy raw food. And they were like, they've never heard of that, what are you talking about? And they explained the concept, and they said, fine, we'll try it. So then it was kind of like, these were the puppies that were raw, and these were the puppies that were normal kibble. And lower smell, cleaner coat, better teeth, all these things. So then they were like, oh, we're going to start feeding all of our puppies raw food. So they would do that, and then people would come and get their puppy, and then they would say, you've bought a puppy, now you have to feed it raw. Here's kind of like a month's supply, whatever. And at the end of the month, the people would come by and say, it's great, but it's disgusting. I don't want to make this stuff anymore. Can I just buy it from you? And then they would say, sure. And then they were making more and more and more, and then they were making a lot of money off of the raw food and not as much on breeding puppies. And now they run a $50 million raw food company, family business, 15, 16 years old. And so, and also rural Ontario. So I think that a lot of it is spotting those gaps and those holes, but I think it's also going back to my point about pivoting. If they would have said, listen, I see the opportunity, but we're in the puppy breeding business, so I can't do raw food. They kind of saw where the industry was going, and they were able to pivot. And in some ways, they were able to put their ego down, saying, this is what we've always done. This is how we've always done it. I can't do it like that. They were able to step aside and say, I know that we've been doing it like this, but actually if we do it like this, we're now going to create 3 generations of wealth for our family versus being another puppy breeder and probably doing this for the rest of our life. And so there is opportunity like that from a story. And again, I'm not suggesting everyone quit their job and go into raw food. I don't in any way condone that. But I think that there are opportunities within your businesses where you see this isn't working, but it's just the way I do it, and I don't know how to do it differently. So I'm just going to keep doing it and get a D+ forever because I'm just too afraid, or I don't know, or there's a bunch of reasons. And so if you went out and solved the problem, maybe you can pivot and you say, there's actually a lot of last mile shipping problems in this rural town, so I'm going to move into a shipping company. I'm going to be a last mile shipping company as well. And so there's a lot of low hanging fruit that way as well.
Finding the gaps and going for it based on your organizational strengths is what
And now they're selling protein raw food as well. They're injecting
exactly.
raw meat with protein. It's great.
Now, Ange, I was watching you nod your head through that, so I did want to know, in thinking through how to get into new markets, if you wanted to share a bit of the experience you've had in adjusting products, maybe as Matt says, or just different approaches to access new market.
Yeah, this is a very exciting topic because a lot of what I'm just going to talk about right now is actually connected to what already had been mentioned. Surprise, fiber, protein. So I think it's been the name of the game today, especially during this event. So for us, going into new markets for Bay State milling, it has been actually strategic and deliberate choice. We're leaning into specialty. And when you're a miller, you have kind of two pathways. One is you can compete on price and volume, or you can raise the bar at what your ingredient can do. So that's what we did. We chose the latter. And at that point, when we made that choice, we had to, what this means is that now we had to make a real investment into our portfolio that is built around nutrient density. That's another word that we heard a lot today. And today, that translates into our Health Sense high fiber wheat, also the So Naked mindfully farmed oats. Those are protein oats. There's also other options like organic wheat and purity protocol oats. And when we think about these nutrient-dense ingredients, and how customers today, they're looking to formulate better for you products, or they're looking at making certain label claims, and maybe just they're looking for the ingredients that could deliver on that nutritional promise that they're looking for. That's actually our sweet spot. But when you think about new markets could actually be very humbling. And we learned very early that that beautifully performing ingredient, not to assume that beautifully performing ingredient in one application will seamlessly translate into another. And with that in mind, I think what our team has been focusing on is really just going into this with curiosity and really trying to understand what the actual customer process is, and really understanding from start to finish before you can talk about what your ingredient can do. And I think that part is really important. And with that in mind, we knew that if we scale small, pilot small, set that clear success criteria and what we wanted to do, and follow that discipline, that we probably have more chance to succeed when it comes to accelerating into a specialty market and without losing that focus that has been set out.
Rhonda, I can see you're eager to add to what Ange and Matt are saying about this.
Yeah, well, I had talked about re-entrenching in the Canadian market as a growth strategy, but the other thing that we started to tactically do was, how many of you have tried pea protein concentrate and liked it? Yeah, it's like when you walk into your mom's garden and there's that last pea pod hanging on the pea, and you open it up and you go, and then bleh. So plant proteins do have some challenges with taste. So one of the ways that we strategically decided that we were going to enter new markets, and I don't mean geographic markets, but new SKUs or functional markets, is by using the faba beans and adding a trade secret process so that we could neutralize the taste profile. And if you've got something that's neutralized, it creates a great platform for food manufacturers, because now they can get the protein, they can get the natural fibers that are already in the concentrate, and they don't have to add as many additives or chemicals or things that add those extra ingredients on the label. So we've really designed our growth strategy around investments in terms of those technologies and those processes that give us the best tasting protein.
It's the heart of innovation, looking at these opportunities in new ways. I have been pulling questions already from the audience. For those of you who are using those QR codes on your tables or who go to the microphones, I'm just, in the interest of time, I do want to remind you of that opportunity, because I am trying to draw them up. While people work on those, I do want to ask all of you, if you could change one thing that's within your control in the agri-food ecosystem that would improve the resilience, what do you think it would be? Big open-ended question.
Go first. I would say there hasn't. We need to continue to invest. I would say it's everyone investing together. I think the pressure always seems when you say something like that it's on the processors to invest, because they're writing the checks for the infrastructure. But I saw someone from FCC here earlier today. I know FCC is a big advocate for and supporter of helping agri-food businesses, invest and succeed. But I would say when you compare us to our neighbors to the south, they have invested for the last decade or more, multiples more than us. When you tour the average processing facility in the United States versus in Canada, it's remarkable the difference. I would say there still is a lot of processors that are pen and paper, very manual, and not forget about automation of robotics. It's just use an iPad. Basic things. And I think that's one of the big things for me when I go to events like this is it's very easy to sit up here and say and speak very macro. Everyone needs to go and hire millions of dollars of consultants and get robots into your facilities. It's all very, very unapproachable. I would say that the tools are out there for small and medium-sized businesses to invest. I'm happy to talk to anyone if you want to know what those, I can kind of point you in the right direction. But from AI, retail tools, Claude, ChatGPT, Copilot, to just basic Excel and the Microsoft suite, there are lots of tools that have very low cost, but it just takes intentionality to do it. And you're going to need to do some change management because there's going to be some people that are going to say, I don't want to do it. But that's where I think the American way of saying, we're doing it, I don't care, we're doing it, and the Canadian way of trying to maybe make it a bit more polite and has gotten us to some degree where we are. And so I think we need to be much more elbows up internally within Canada and say, we need to invest in order for us to make the turn.
Okay, that's one challenge for us. What about you, Ange? What would you change?
Yeah, just building on what Matt was talking about, you know, the partnerships earlier, and when we think about a company like ours that has facilities operating on both sides of the border, which creates its own complexities, I think it's actually recognition of the shift, the consequential shift that is happening across the entire value chain. And what I mean by that is the more open, genuine relationships that are built on trust and really sharing the visibility, those define business today, rather than some sort of just transactional interactions. And I think it all goes back to really our unique position where we have farmers, growers on one side, and then we have manufacturers and bakers on the other side. What we've seen really work is that open dialogue before disruption hits, before the crisis hits. And if we have, as partners, we have really open conversations about what we're seeing, what is keeping us up at night, and where those vulnerabilities might lie, that just creates a totally different dynamic, and it becomes a true partnership. Now, that kind of transparency is very rare in competitive industry. I think we all know that. But it's incredibly valuable. And when we think about strengthening the relationships, you know, with customers, growers, suppliers, and peers, in our mind, that's probably the most powerful lever that we actually have to ensure that our future food system that can actually be stable and sustainable. That's how we see it.
It's an interesting point, and a number of people in the audience have made related observations about that quality of relationships and what it means for people's confidence and trust in the product, right? So you can sort of see it from end to end. Rhonda, what about you? If there was one thing that you could change, what do you think that you would suggest needs to be better?
So I'm going to say one word, but it's going to have two meanings, and the word is connections. I will say that our federal partners, our provincial partners, the STEPs, the PICs, all of those entities have done an excellent job of exposing us and bringing us connections into new markets, helping us with funding programs and investments to help small to medium-sized and large organizations really make the right investments to succeed. The other part of connections, though, is the physical infrastructure. And our physical infrastructure in Canada to get our goods to market is still challenged. It's not just cost, it's availability. When was the last time we had new rail built? 120 years ago, right? Or even things to ship things by airplane, which is fast, but oh my God, the cost is unbearable. So if we can continue to build those connections that are through the relationships into new markets, those are great, thank you. Everyone in the audience appreciates that. But also let's start to take a hard look at our infrastructure so that what we do produce, we can get to market.
Well, with that answer, and there are a number of questions here, so I trust that people in the audience will find you when there's time after, because I don't think we're done talking. But with the time that's remaining, I do want to thank everyone who's been participating in the discussion, but particularly our panelists. Thank you for the candor and the examples. It's been a good discussion about where we find ourselves in trying to find our feet really at a time when we need to build resilience, but also strengthen the sector and the enterprises that are in it. We talked about adaptability. We also talked about perseverance and the importance of a true partnership that is based on rapport and openness and investing in that dialogue ahead of the problems, so those relationships are there when you need one another. What Matt, you offered was, I think, a different way of looking at the rural development. It's nice to have you come in and make those observations in Saskatchewan and what it means for our opportunities in Canada and beyond, so that we can keep growing and improving the opportunities that we have here, but also our productivity and our competitiveness. Strengthening agri-food businesses is an important part of building our economy and helping to improve the affordability and availability of food for Canadians. I do look forward to continuing to work with all of you and with those of you who are in the audience as we confront some of these challenges together. Again, it is about our relationships. We'll take some steps to implement some of these learnings, I think, here today in all of our organizations, because I do think it's important that we take every option that's available to strengthen those areas that are within our control. And with that said, thank you again to the panelists and the audience for your participation.
That was excellent. Thanks so much, Matt, Ange, Rhonda, for sharing your expertise, your experience, and perspective on the topic of resiliency. And thanks so much, Alistair, for guiding that excellent conversation. It's now time for our closing keynote speaker. Joining us today from Calgary is Michael Vickers, Executive Director of Summit Learning Systems. I should note as well that Michael is going to facilitate a workshop tomorrow morning to build upon this talk, which you can still sign up for. Not too late to do that. As Michael comes up, remember to get ready for the microphone after he completes his keynote with your questions or Menti. Becoming Preferred, level up the brand experience. Please welcome Michael.
All right, we'll use this one. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Show of hands, how many are in the room? It's not a dumb question. It's been a long day. And I'm the only thing between you and the cocktail hour, so need a shot here. Let's give you a little more professional. There you go. Quality control. I always get those pictures where my mouth's open. Well, thanks, Robin, for the introduction. I have a chance to talk to professionals most days of the week. And the one thing I've learned, unless you have something in common with your audience, some of you are going to, fold your arms and go, what the hell do you know about our business? And are we wasting our time here for 60 minutes? So I've learned, see, I can see it already over here. So I've learned that if we have something in common, we can build a relationship. Would you agree? Is it true if you work with people, you played sports with them, went to school with them, the more commonalities, the better the experience. So in order to get there, I've devised a number of questions that if you'll answer honestly, will help determine whether we have common ground, all in the hopes of building a relationship in a very short period of time. And you can use this strategy with your own clients as well. So first question for you, and just be honest with your responses. How many of you ever experienced anxiety or overwhelmed with just the volume of work you have to do on a daily basis? Can anyone relate to that? Good, I think, well, we have that in common. Second question for you. How many of you find it challenging to achieve some sort of work-life balance? Just things going on? Yeah, that happens for me too. Here's the third question for you. Maybe you can relate to that. How many feel that if it wasn't for customers or employees, this would be a really fun business? Good, we have that in common. Here's the last question, kind of a trick question. How many of you have too much month at the end of the money? Can I relate, maybe doing the way? Well, let me tell you what I'm not. I'm not an expert at what you do. I don't do what you do. I'd read your books. I would come to your seminars. You're the gurus of what you do. So why am I here? Well, I represent your marketplace. I work in your food chain. I work on both sides of the border. I work internationally. I work with all the suppliers from equipment, FCC, United States, the Farm Credit, in Canada, right across the country. So I do understand what you go through, and you have a tough business. It's a very tough business. And it's been a real challenge. I've had a number of months to actually look at your business and how can we employ the strategies of becoming preferred for you. So I'm here representing your marketplace. So your customer is in front of you, and I'm going to share with you some strategies, some tactics, and some frameworks that help you become the preferred, the emotional favorite in your marketplace. And that's something I know something about. So I'm going to come from that perspective, not from your perspective. And then you can look and see how it kind of works from there. But let me give you a quick tour. 1980, I was going to be a doctor. My dad was in the service, living up in Cold Lake, and he said, if you're going to go to med school, you're going to have to pay for it yourself. So in 1980, I borrowed $75,000, and I went and opened up a video store. Now, in 1980, we didn't have video stores. You probably weren't even born in 1980. And in those days, you bought memberships. Does anyone remember when you paid $50 for an annual membership or $125 for a lifetime? Anyone remember that? I apologize if any of you bought the lifetime membership, by the way. It was a good model. 3 months went by, I sold 2,000 memberships. Well, you do the math. I went back to the bank and I said, here's your money back, thanks very much. And the banker said, wow, that's really good. Why don't you go do it again? Really good advice from a banker, so I went and did it again. I didn't even consider it. Every 3 months, I kept getting the same results, paying for a store, completely capitalizing it. Time I was 23, I had the largest chain in the country. I sold out in 1985 to Blockbuster. Should have sold out in 1984. It would have been a better decision. But question for you, was I successful because I was a rocket scientist or I was in the right place at the right time? I was a rocket scientist. Thank you very much. You're lucky in your business too, okay? Got you. If any of you would have done what I did when I did it, you would have had the same results. It was a no-brainer. Can timing have an impact on your business, yes or no? Yeah, you're seeing timing. We have things going on, conditions. So that's what started this whole process for me. I thought, how can I be successful in a marketplace regardless of market conditions? I got to the point of how can I work and do well with recessions? I love recessions. My client company is going, how do you love a recession? Matt talked about it. One of the best ways to grow market share is when there's disruption. When dissatisfaction's at the highest, that's a great place to grow. So I started focusing on those strategies. So I don't care what the markets are doing. The strategies and frameworks I'm going to share with you, I think, can help you navigate those. And let's have some fun when we go through there. And so we'll get into it, and I'll give you some real-life examples, and we have some good follow-up for you as well. But it starts with brand experience. Now, in Canada, you either go to Starbucks or you're rolling up the room to win. And now, any Starbucks drinkers here? Anybody at Starbucks? Raise your hand if you're. I am. I'm a Starbucks snob. I like my Starbucks. You get in there. It's really nice. Tim's is good too. You do that. You roll up your rim or you're going to second cup. Now, you could argue that Starbucks over-roasts their coffee. Now, what we've done is we've done surveys where we've secretly replaced the coffee and we said, hey, like second cup or Tim's, and we interview Starbucks people and we say, how's this coffee? And they go, it's amazing. I said, is it better than Tim Hortons? And they're going, oh yeah, it's better than Tim Hortons. And we've done the reverse, and everyone thinks theirs is better. So they really don't know, but they think it is. And so perceptions are the key. How do we manage those perceptions? Now, the magic of Starbucks is not the coffee. They created what we call the third place. I don't want to go home. I don't want to go to the office. Let's meet at Starbucks. So it's the meeting place. You're not going to go take a nice client and go to Tim's. You're going to go sit in Starbucks. Now, here's the magic of Starbucks. They employ all 5 senses in their offering. Sight, sound, smell, feel, taste. Walk into Starbucks. What's the lighting look like, good or bad? It's like this. It's incandescent lighting. Ladies, is lighting important, yes or no? You put your makeup on every day according to your lighting conditions. It's like, ooh, too smoky. You know, you change it up a little bit. Sound, you can buy the music that's playing. It smells good whether you like coffee or not. It tastes good whatever you're having. And it feels good. So here's the lesson for us as business professionals and owners. The more senses you employ in your experience, the better the experience. They don't know why. They just feel better. And so if you're, I'm coming into your business and you're serving me some coffee that looks like 10W30 and it's in a styrofoam cup, I'm judging you by that experience versus, say, maybe a mug. So pay attention to the sensory part of it. That's the magic of Starbucks. Let's talk about Harley-Davidson. Their logo is so powerful, people call that a love mark. They'll tattoo that to your body. So that you can raise your, now, what if your company logo was a love mark? Go on, show them. You got a Gramp stamp right back here, don't you? You got one. Do they really make good motorcycles? Do they really make good motorcycles? Would you, if they made airplanes, would you fly on one? Probably not, unless it came with a parachute, right? And I like Harley, they're fun, but there's better built bikes. It's not the best one doesn't win. The best product doesn't win. The best story wins. And we're gonna talk all about that and how to craft your story. And really the brand experience with Harley, they created what we call rebel lifestyle. They created an opportunity for a middle-aged Canadian to drive through small towns and have people be afraid of him. And that we pay $40,000 for the privilege or more. So the question we have to ask ourselves in your business, what's your brand experience? So you're having one whether you like it or not. You're having one whether you like it or not. You might make the greatest product in the world, but if your experience sucks, all right, that's what they're gonna remember. So how do you create a world-class experience? And I believe it's the key to competition. So we'll share with you some of those formulas and we'll have some fun with that. So first of all, you have to say no to imitation. And here's what I mean by that. I've been talking to audiences for 25, 30 years, and I always ask them who's amazing at what they do. And guess how many times they've told me my ag supplier? In all 30 years, guess how many times you guys have come up? 30 years. Zero. Never happened. No, don't shoot the messenger. I think there's an opportunity here. I think it's up for grabs. If I said airline industry, we get WestJet, we get Southwest Airlines in the US, we get JetBlue. If I pick a hotel chain, we get the Westons, we get Fairmonts, we get those. Apple Computer, Lexus, I can go through every food or every category, and they have somebody who's excellent at it. Disney, you name it, and I come in our industry and it's not there. So it's up for grabs. You can choose this. Now, I have a feeling and a theory, really, of why this is true. Show of hands, how many of you wanted to work in the ag business ever since you were a kid? Raise your hand. A few of you, yeah. The truth is you're all here by default. You were supposed to be something else. Like me, I was going to be a doctor. And maybe we took a math course and didn't do so well, or maybe we did this and we ended up in ag. Well, I think you're in the right place. And the reason I know that's true is because you're here. Otherwise, you'd be there. So imagine, though, if working in ag was a destination job. What's your first name? Lex? Oh, that's a good name. Oh, Les, okay. So, hey, Les, what do you want to be when you grow up? I'm going to work in agriculture. I can't wait to grow up and get into business. We'll get you some help, son. It's a good business. It's an awesome business, but you got to make it a destination place. You got to make it where this is the place to be. So how do we do that? So don't be like anyone else. Be like you. So to grow, companies, agriculture companies, suppliers, providers need to break out of the vicious cycle of competitive benchmarking and imitation. They come out with something, you come out with something. They come out with a stat, you come out with a stat. We're constantly playing it, backwards and forwards. You do not merely want to be the best of the best, you want to be considered the only ones who do what you do. Will we pay a premium for things that are unique, rare or precious? Will we pay a premium for it? How do you become unique, rare, and precious? Your mom thought you were unique, rare, and precious, so how do we become unique, rare, and precious? And so we're going to focus on that. How do you create that distinctive value? And there's lots that you can do, and you're going to find it's not so much around the product, it's around your experience. Experiences, then, are distinct from services, as services are from goods. So let me show you how the ladder works. We call it the experience ladder. We started off with raw materials, started growing stuff, started growing chickpeas and lentils and canola and wheat and corn and all kinds of good things. And well, then we needed to make things with this. We started to make goods. And we started back, and we actually started here in Saskatchewan. So it was a pleasure to come back to Rider Nation, by the way. I got a couple of kids that are melon heads, so it was a treat coming here. And 1750 is when we started, and the Hudson Bay Company come, but 1850, 1870 is when our industry really got started and just the business started. Then we started to come out with services because we had to get those goods to market. Well, where do we live today? We live in the experience economy. It's all about the experience. If everything is equal, the best experience wins, not necessarily the best product. And I'll demonstrate that as we go. So we want to focus on the experience. Our goal is to ultimately become the preferred provider in the marketplace, the first choice, the emotional favorite. So that's what our goal is. So if the pie is expanding and it's getting big, the market's growing, you pat yourselves on the head and you go, hey, we're having a record year. We're having just a fantastic year. You're like me in the video business, right time, right place. If all of a sudden canola was used for something, that would be the growing thing. It's just the right place. It's like if you own real estate. It's just gone up and you didn't do too much about it. It's just the market demand creates that. So let me give you an example. I have a couple daughters who worked at Earl's restaurants. They paid their way through college. And Earl's in October makes the best pumpkin pie. If you've never had their pumpkin pie, they shouldn't even call it pumpkin pie. I'm not a pumpkin pie guy. My parents were British. They were immigrants to Canada. And it was always rhubarb pie or berry pies or custards and things like that. But the pumpkin pie, they should call it heavenly pie because it's really not like pumpkin pie. It's amazing if you haven't had it. So I always phone in October. I always phone ahead and make sure there's a big piece of pumpkin pie for me. We get to this restaurant. We're having dinner. My wife, server comes up and says, "Would you folks like some dessert?" I go, "Yes, please. There's a big piece of pumpkin pie in the back with my name on it." "And ma'am, what would you like?" "I'll just have a bite of his." No, like whatever comes is a perfect portion. One bite less, I feel ripped off. You order a piece and I'll just finish what you don't eat, right? You got to learn to protect your pie. So when the market's expanding, hey, great, your pie's expanding. But when the market's contracting, and sometimes it does due to external conditions, trade barriers, tariffs, all the things you're dealing with, you've got to be willing to go steal pie and take pie from someone else. And you have to have the stomach for that. I run into too many Canadian professionals that are going, "We just want our fair share." I'm like, no, that's way too Canadian. We've got to go beyond that, right? Because it's our nature, how we go. Learn to protect your pie. So the strategies I'm going to share with you to get new clients, acquire and grow your market share are the same strategies to protect and insulate. So there are two sides of the same coin, and we'll have some fun with that. So you want to look after your pie. Number two, we must continually challenge our assumptions. Do we make assumptions as people, yes or no? Isn't that our nature to do? I started talking to you in the first 2 minutes, you guys are making judgment calls. It's okay, I'm looking at you making the same call, so we do it, it's our nature. When someone comes in and starts telling us how to do things, but I don't have 30 years doing what you all do, all right, in family businesses, but I can come in and challenge those things. But I do see you from 30,000 feet, and I go, "Why are you guys still doing it like this?" And you go, "Well, we've always done it that way." And I go, "Well, yeah, but why?" So I'm here to ask the dumb questions, okay? Why are we doing that, and how do we innovate, and how do we go through that? So we'll challenge some of those assumptions. Don't shoot the messenger. You can go back to your way of doing it if you want to. People, customers, clients all over the world make their decisions first with emotion and back it up with logic second. Would you agree with that? Would you agree with that? They do the homework with their head. Got to have the facts, the figures, the analysis. All has to work technically, but they pull the trigger with their heart. If they don't like you, they're not going to buy from you. It's that simple. They'll find another supplier. So the question we have to ask ourselves is, how are we selling? How are we servicing? Logically or emotionally? How are we doing it? What would you say? Logically or emotionally, what would you say? Yeah, I think you're right. I think you've been so busy, we've been lulled into the transaction vortex, the logic vortex, and really we forgot. So I'm here to help you to remember. I want you to remember it's the reverse. So how do we trigger those emotions? I'm going to share with you about 6 or 7 triggers, emotional triggers that you can embed into your process, right? Just like you would embed a nutrient, or just how you create a product or an ingredient, so that you can make sure you want to ring the bell and have your clients salivate. That's what you want. So the decisions are quick. Let me illustrate it how it works. In your head, you got 2 computers. You got one that's your prefrontal cortex. Then you have your almond-sized amygdala, right? Some of you have bigger almonds than others. You know who you are. And that's your fight or flight. What's 2 plus 2? You got it. Yeah, 4, right? And so now what's 27 times 14? You got to figure it out. You got to do the math. Why did he know one and didn't know the other one? One's in the amygdala. It's embedded. It's hard code. The other one, he has to process it. If you have a long sales cycle you're experiencing, if it's taking forever, you're hearing things like, "We need to think about it." It's you. You're the problem. Not you personally. Your process is the problem. You're making them think too much. All right, so you want to make sure you're balancing your sales activities, your communications, your conversations with emotion and with logic, and I'll demonstrate how we do that, and you'll see some examples of that. Our clients, number 5, are stressed out. Is that true? Are we stressed out? Look at us as Canadians. We're stressed out. We got our issues with our friends to the south, right? They come in and we're like, what's going on? Our hockey teams, I'm a Calgary Flames guy. We suck, so that's bad news. We've got all kinds of things. We've got the stuff going on in the strait with oil and gas. Oil it cost me over $100 to fill up my vehicle and that. There's this stress. My wife and I have 7 children. Do you think I'm stressed out? I have 5 daughters. I know. I buy feminine hygiene products at Costco by the pallet. Like it's a, sorry, HR's like, who hired him? But that we're all stressed. We all have our stress. You guys have your stresses. The marketplaces are changing. We all have it. Mine isn't better than yours. Yours isn't better than mine. But here's the magic for you. If you want something simple, if you'll learn to identify the stress of your market better than the competition, I'm going to show you how to do that. Remove that stress, make it go away, and see, connect, all right? I think it was Rachel talked about that, to connect in a meaningful way, you will become the preferred provider. We have over 21 points of connection. The thing, are you connected with your clients? Are you connected where they are? There's 5 generations out there of buyers buying your stuff, 5 generations, and they all communicate a little bit differently. So how are you connecting? I love the internet. It's great. Anyone have sons? I got 5 daughters, 2 sons. Anybody have boys? Anyone have sons? I don't know about you. This is me taking them to school. So hey, how's your day today? Good. Anything going on? No. Are things going well? So, yeah. I said to my wife, when do they learn sentences and paragraphs? Like, how old is that one? And now, you know, instead of asking them questions, I text them all the time. I creep their Instagram things. It used to be Facebook till my generation ruined it. And way to go, parents, all right? That's the best. But I creep them all the time. I have ongoing conversations constantly with my kids, so I know where they're at. I can talk to them. It's the best way to dialogue with them. I get way more answers. I get better dialogue. I can send pictures. I know what's going on in the world. And with great disciplinary, too. If I get attitude, I'm going, I'm not liking your attitude, young lady. I said, until further notice, I pay for that bill. I'm logging you off. They freak out. They call Child Protective Services. My dad just logged me off, took my phone. It's the new child abuse, right? So the key is, how are you connecting? Are you connecting with your market? And I think it was Rachel who talked about it. You've got to connect because it's all about building relationships. And she talked about this. And I believe, as the panel did and discussed, that trust is the foundation of all relationships. Can we have a relationship without trust? Can we have one without trust? You can, but you will lose to one where trust exists. Now, on the logic side of the equation, we have what we call high task. That's your production, that's your science, that's your analysis, that's your work, your core competency. It's what you guys are all excellent at and gurus at. And again, I defer to you, you're the gurus of what you do. That's high task, that's the logic. High touch is driven by the customer, the client. That's the emotional component. Now, here's why you're really in the room, hypothetically. I've been hired to interview you all and make a recommendation to the people globally, domestically, down south, internationally, you name it. So I'm interviewing all the producers, everyone in the food chain, and I'm going to make a recommendation. So hypothetically, so welcome to the room, group number 1. I want to know why I should recommend you to my clients, the people on an international basis. So why should I send my clients to come and use you and your services? Why should I pick you? We have what? Because of your products. Why should I choose you? It's what? All the experience. Why should I choose you? Customer service. Why should I choose you? High touch. Oh, quit sucking up. High touch point. Why should I choose you? Good value. Good value. All right. These are all good answers. Why should I choose you, Les? Because you'd like to have a beer with me. I like to have a beer with you. Okay, good. All good reasons. Now I kick you out of here, and I bring in your competition. And I pose the same scenario, same question. What am I going to hear? Am I going to hear the same stuff? Whether it's true or not, am I going to hear the same stuff? So go into my head, your competitors, your competition, your customer. I'm looking at you, and you almost all look the same to me. Your products look similar. Your pea protein looks like their protein. Your canola looks like their canola. Your chickpeas look like their chickpeas. Lentils look like your lentils. If a bag of rice and a bag of rice or a bag of rice all looks the same, how much do I now want to pay for this? Lowest price possible, because in my mind it's a what? What do we call it? Yeah, commodity. Question for you. Who created the commodity monster? Who created that commodity monster? Who did it? Don't shoot the messenger. Wasn't Walmart, wasn't Ford, wasn't McDonald's. It was us. We created the commodity monster. Now, you can get mad and go, oh, what are you talking about? You point the finger and say, I had nothing to do with the commodity monster. I can't help you. But if you'll own that, I can help you change the commodity monster. I have this conversation with professors and universities all the time. I believe you can differentiate it. I'm going to show you how to differentiate a commodity and how you do it. We failed to do it. We just stuck with it, and it's a race to the bottom. Margins get compressed. We get all kinds of issues with it. So what can we add to the commodity that all of a sudden it makes it unique, rare, and precious? And so I'm going to tell you some story. Let's go to the emotional side just for a minute before we go there. So welcome to the room again, group number one. What do you do to exceed expectations? This is about exceeding our expectations now. So what do you do to exceed your clients' expectations? Follow through. What's your first name? Colin. Here's what, I like what you said. Don't change it. You're exactly right. But here's what I'm hearing. Deal with me, Colin. We'll even follow up and follow through. It's a new value-added service we have at our business. We think it'll give us competitive advantage for years to come. I like it. You're not wrong. But shouldn't that be a high task function? In other words, shouldn't table stakes just to get to the table? You see what I mean? So it's good. Don't stop. Got to keep evolving. What do you do to exceed expectations? Make me go, wow. Say it again. Over-deliver. From England. You're our Yorkshire friend. Great job this morning, by the way, too. My mom was from Leicester. My dad was from London. So you get an A in this all advance. I was Winchester. When do you say over-deliver? Can you give us an example of over-delivering? Add something that wasn't expected. Yeah, I think that's good. Something that's not expected. So very good with that. And in the interest of time, I could go through and you're going to tell me all these answers, and I'm going to say, they're probably high task items. We should do it in today's marketplace. So I'm going to tell you some stories, what I think high touch is all about. Don't look at the story. We can't do those stories. I know. These are my stories. You guys get your own stories. I want you to see the moral to the story. And the moral of the story is we'll show you how to apply it. First story. There was a play that came to town called Les Mis. Anybody go see Les Mis? Awesome play, or the movie, or you read the book. We had tickets, 16 rows from center stage, so my wife was really impressed with the seats. We get to the theater. Men are in beautiful and great theater in London, of course, in Chicago, in New York, wherever you happen to be, Toronto. We get to the theater. Men are in suits. They're looking great. Ladies are in dresses. Everybody looks good. No big deal. At the 2-minute mark, you know when you go to a concert, maybe you're going to go see Garth Brooks, or maybe you're going to go see Pink, or maybe you're going to see Lady Gaga, or whoever, U2, whoever your favorite, and you feel that. Better still, maybe it's Saskatchewan Roughriders, Calgary Stampeders. It's in the, hypothetically. You feel the energy come up. You know what I'm talking about, that little buzz of energy? It was like that. And the orchestra's doing their thing. At the 2-minute mark, they're flicking the lights, saying, take your seats. Everyone's sitting down, taking their seats. In walks a valet, stands at the edge of the auditorium, has some roses and Bernard Callebaut chocolates, some Belgian chocolates. Somebody in the balcony goes, shh, shh, and the whole place just quiets right down. The valet walks right up to my partner and goes, these are compliments of Michael. Enjoy tonight's performance. Oh. What did 150 women in a 100-foot radius do? Right. What did 150 guys in the same radius do? All right. Wasn't safe for me to go to the bathroom. But here's the big question. On that evening, who became preferred? Here's rule number one, if you want a standard rule. And we talked about it. The panels talked about it today. Take a standard service offering and simply level it up. Look at your standard service offerings. What are we doing? Deliver over and above. What that is, what's unexpected. That's what they will talk about. Let me give you an example of how maybe that could work. Show of hands, how many of you send out thank you notes to your customers? How many of you send out thank you notes to your customers? Raise your hand if you do that. How many hands ought to be going up? Think about it. I go to Leon's and buy a lamp for $40. I get a thank you note. I buy a car, I get a thank you note. I go to the dentist, I get a thank you note. Starbucks sends me stuff because I talk about them and I think they know about it. So they send me thank you things, right? And do it. Then I deal with you. I get on the phone with WestJet. Boom, I get thank yous. I get little surveys and follow up. And then I deal with you. I notice you teach me how to teach you. So here's the problem we have as business owners. Whoever has the highest service standard in business today, whoever has the highest service standard, just raise the bar for all of you, whether you like it or not, whether you like it or not. When I get off the phone ordering tickets, maybe I'm going WestJet, going to Disneyland, I had something sent by FedEx, go down to Starbucks and grab a macchiato, and then I deal with you. I'm judging you all by the same experience. The mistake to make is, well, in our industry, we don't do that. In our industry, we don't have to do that. Yes, you do. what happens is everyone in B2C, business to consumer, we're used to that expecting. B2B needs to mimic, it needs to model B2C. They're used to it. That's what they're used to. So if you want to beat your competition and you can't make your pea protein any different or unique, do it on the experience. So a thank you note, that should be, I had a lady in a program about 4 months ago, and she put her hand up and she goes, what could we write on the thank you note? What comes to mind? I went, thanks for the business. I went, I love it, run with that one. That's a good one, all right? Say thank you. Don't do an email thank you. Send them something. If it's overseas, send them something from Saskatchewan. Get your partner, send them something that just comes from the prairies, right? But learn to say thank you. It's a lost art. It's just a lost art, period. Let's say we want to level up a thank you note. So you're all doing thank you notes. Let's go and level it up. So Les, I land you as a new client. So I land you on a client on May 1st. We signed a deal. I'm going to be supplying you now. New client relationship. We get all the business done, we onboard you, we give you a thank you note. In 1 year, what are we going to have less than 1 year? Renewal. But if you and I get married, because we can do that here in Canada now, what are we going to have in 1 year? Our anniversary. This is anniversary. What if on the anniversary of you landing a new client, you send them something anniversary? Big clients do big things, little clients do little things. Just an acknowledgement. Hey, happy anniversary. Les, it's been 1 year since we've been providing you our product and our service. We wouldn't be here without you. You mean a lot to us and our team. A lot of our people count on you, and we're delighted with the partnership. Thank you for being a client of ours. How many anniversary acknowledgements is Les getting now from other suppliers? 0 and probably 0. So how are you feeling about me now? Do you see where that's going? Now, you could also use this as an acquisition strategy. So if I'm finding a new client, I've got billion-dollar clients. I work for 4 of Warren Buffett's companies, and one of these strategies worked for that. What I do is find out when your anniversary is for your business. When did you start? So I find out it was May 1st is your big day, right, when you started. We'll show up and we'll go, here, happy anniversary. And we might have balloons, might have Christmas, whatever it's going to be. Big clients, big things, little clients, little things. And I go, happy anniversary. And you go, what anniversary? It's been 17 years since your company's been in business. You guys started on May 1st. How do you know that? At our company, it's our business to know our clients and the people we want as our clients. I promise you they won't get any other anniversary acknowledgments. I've picked up more clients just with that strategy. So don't have to do it, but if I'm competing against you, that's what I'm going to do to go get those clients from you. I'm going to get close to them, and then I'm going to treat them better than you treat them. And product, I expect all that. It's over and above that makes a difference. Let me illustrate it this way. Les, you're in such a good spot here. You're married, Les? What's your wife's name?
Colleen.
Colleen. How long have you been married to Colleen? You need this faster, dude. You got to get this much. How long?
15 years.
15 years. We'll call it 15, sure. Do you acknowledge birthdays, Christmas, anniversaries with Colleen? Okay. Have you ever missed any of those? It's not good, right? Like we know in our DNA, don't miss that one. It's part of it, right? We call those statutory remembrances. We have shops everywhere to help you, Les. So it's a no-brainer, right? We'll even write the message for you. So it's prefab. So Valentine's Day. We just had Valentine's Day recently. Did you acknowledge Valentine's Day with Colleen? A little bit? Okay, we're going to work on this here, Les. So let's say you spend $60 on a dozen roses for Colleen. You go get a prefab card, and you just sign your name to it. It's not a big deal. And you give it to Colleen, and you go, honey, happy Valentine's Day. She'll even act surprised. Oh, Les, what a coincidence. This happens every year at this time. You know, like, wow, 15 years in a row. She's expecting it. Meeting expectations, not exceeding expectations, right? So now what I want you to do for next Valentine's Day, don't go spend $60. And by the way, she's not talking about it. She's not telling anybody because it's commodity. Everybody's doing it. So for next Valentine's Day, let's level that up. So instead of spending $60 on Colleen, just spend $5 on Colleen. Just go buy one rose. Go get a card that's blank, and you write on that card, Colleen, you still look hot in those jeans. You drive me crazy, Les. Gives it to her for Valentine's Day, and guess how many points he gets? 1. You get 1 point. See, women have a point system. They have a way they keep score. We do too, all right? It's a little easier to determine, but there's a system. There's a whole process. When you give her a dozen roses and a card, 1 point. All right, you miss it, you're in the doghouse. So just spend $5. How much has he saved? $55. It's the small touches over periods of time, but we want to keep leveling this up. So now on the 14th of March, is she expecting anything else, March 14th? No, so you show up with another rose. And you could walk in with a rose, another card, and you go, hey, baby. And she'll go, Les, what's this? You know, sweetheart, I have been with you for 15 years. And you know, in 15 years, I've finally come to the conclusion there's not one day in the year that sums up how I feel about you. You should write this down, like this is pretty good. Yeah. 14th of April, 14th of May, 14th of every month, you make Valentine's Day for Colleen. At the end of the year, how much has he spent? $60. Bigger question, how many points do you have? 12 points. And why does Les need 12 points? Because Les is going to screw up. Les is going to foul out. Have you ever had a client divorce you because you fouled out? You divorced? You need points in the relationship bank account. And there's small touches over periods of time. It's not big things. They want to know you're thinking about them when there's no transaction in play. So when there's no transaction in play, now you're exceeding expectations. That's taking the standard service offering and simply leveling it up. Second story, I know this logo instills the fear in the hearts of many of you. Just a bad year, we're hoping for a better draft. I was in the office of Ricoh Canada in Edmonton. I'm talking to the president of the company. He's looking after all of the Canadian operations. And around the room is pictures of the Oilers, and a big Oiler fan. And in Calgary, that's dangerous stuff. You guys know the Battle of Alberta. So I said to him, look, the last game of the season is between Calgary and Edmonton. Why don't you and your son be the guests of my son and I, and we'll go to a hockey game. Now, in my world, I'm going to go to a Rough Rider game or I'm going to go to a hockey game. It's not a big deal. We take people, we entertain them. You're not going to take all your clients to football games or hockey games, or maybe you do, depending what's appropriate, right? We get to the game. Second period, I get Harvey the Hound, who's the mascot for the Flames. I had him come up and have his picture taken with the little boy. Little boy's got a big grin on his face. Dad's got a grin on his face. At the end of the game, his dad says, this was really fun. Thanks so much. I said, we're not done. I had made arrangements with the Edmonton Oilers management team. To get into the locker room, they provided a hat, stick, and a jersey for free for his son. I'm here standing in the corner with my son Scott, minding our business because we're Flames fans, and he's there being doted on by all the players, getting the autographs. Again, little boy's got a grin on his face from ear to ear. Dad's grinning from ear to ear. Daddy becomes little boy's hero. Who becomes daddy's hero? Or Harvey the Hound. And by the way, my son was so impressed with that experience. For the last 20 years, he just retired. He's been Harvey the Hound. It's my wife and I at the last year's playoffs game. So we're so proud of him. He's got a degree in sports management, and he's a furry. He was also Ralph the dog with the Stamps, by the way, and my daughter was the head cheerleader for the Stampeders. She's got 2 rings, and so we do have some people who follow sports in it. But the moral of the story, and here's what the moral is, what can you do to become a hero to the people you serve? What can you do to become a hero to the people you serve? Are you in a position to become a hero to your clients? How do we develop internal heroics? What can we do? If they need something, you're helping them. Maybe it's on design. Again, help them identify the stress, remove the stress, and connect in a meaningful way. All right, here's the formula for becoming preferred. If any engineers in here, I think I got the parentheses in the right place, but it's EV plus DV times T equals PS, and here's what it stands for. Expected value. Do I expect you to have good quality products? Yes, I do. Do I expect you to get them to me on time? I sure do. Do I expect you to have good customer service, be competitive? Yeah, table stakes. That's just to play the table, just to get there. Distinctive value is what makes you unique. It's what makes you rare. It's what makes you precious. And we want to focus on distinctive value. Trust is your multiplier. Trust is a multiplier. The team talked about it, and Ron talked about it, and all the panels talked about it. The more they trust you, the more they'll give you. The bigger share of the wallet, the bigger share of the pie equals preferred status. Now, there's 3 levels of preferred status. The first level is what we call loyalty. Be scared of loyalty. Loyalty is fickle. Loyalty can be bought. Les, I heard you're amazing at what you do. I'll give you 50% more than you're currently making to come work for us. Don't answer. It can be bought. It can be bought. People will jump ship for a nickel, or whatever the case is. So look up loyalty in the dictionary. You'll see a picture of your dog, all right? You won't see a cat. You'll see dogs. Don't send me hate mails. I appreciate cats. I love cats. Tastes like chicken. But they're not loyal, all right? They're not loyal. Number 2, you want to move them to is advocacy. This is what you want. ADVOCACY. What's it mean? What does advocacy mean? Word of mouth. Ever got word of mouth business? Isn't it like the best business? Like it's amazing business, right? So you want word of mouth business. How do you create? And the more it looks like a commodity, the more you can create advocacy. I'll give you an example. I go to Toronto quite frequently. I got to get a cab, airport to downtown. It's actually regulated. It's on the window, in the back window. It's $55 or $60, and it tells you exactly how much it's going to be. Every cab has to charge the same exact price. Imagine in your industry, if everything you produce, everybody has to sell it at exactly the same price. That's a cab. That's their world. How do you differentiate a cab and that cab ride? Well, I get into this cab, and the first thing he says to me, "Sir, can I offer you some Starbucks? I have regular or decaf." And I look up on the front seat, and he's got an egg crate that some Loblaw is missing, Velcro to the front seat. And I look inside, he's got 2 thermoses that some hotel's missing, or even had the Starbucks stickers, and he had the cups. I go, "Yeah, I'll have a regular Starbucks, thanks very much." "Sir, I don't know if you've had breakfast yet or not." And he holds up a basket full of muffins and croissant, banana. I say, "I'll take a piece of fruit and a muffin, thank you." "Sir, I have 3 morning papers, Globe and Mail, USA Today, and Wall Street Journal." I say, "I haven't seen the USA Today in a while, I'll take a look at one of those, thanks." "I haven't even left the curb yet. Is this guy getting a tip?" "Yeah." So he leaves me, like, when was the last time you talked about a cab ride? I'm like, unless it was creepy. Like, do you see that guy? He drives downtown, 40 minutes or so to downtown, Harbor Castle, wherever we were going. And we arrive at destination. He says, "Sir, were you happy with the service you received?" I said, "Honestly, this is the best cab ride I have ever had. I've had town car service, not even this good." And he goes, "Sir, when I go to the airport, I got to line up for 2 to 3 hours for a fare. Sometimes it's 5 minutes away in Mississauga. Sometimes it's an hour away in Ajax or Whitby. Toss to the coin whether I make money that day or not. However, under the taxi statutes, if you'll phone me, fax me, email me, tell me how you're coming, I'll respond the same way, and I can come to the bottom of the escalator with a sign with your name on it, and we can offer you this great same service every time you come to our great city. And if I'm not there, my brother Hanif will be." Wouldn't you use that guy? Wouldn't you use that guy? Now, think about it for a minute. I didn't sit there and go, "You know what? I got in this cab, Les." You wouldn't believe it. The guy signaled, get into the lane. He stayed between the lines. He signaled every time he changed lanes. He stayed within the speed limit, and I got to my destination on time. We're not even having this conversation. But what about the second case scenario? Where I'm talking, see how I'm talking about it? And by the way, that gentleman now owns one of the largest fleets of town cars in the GTA area. He showed up on purpose, with purpose, and whoa, what a nice result. All right, but it's what we added to the experience that they talk about, not the experience itself. If I went and got a filling from a dentist or a root canal, I'd come back and, "You know, I got a root canal," and tell you all about it. You're not interested. I have a dentist. I went and had to get a root canal. He phones me at 8 o'clock at night, and he goes, "Hey, just checking on you, wondering how you're doing. Do you need any more pain meds?" "Yes, I do." "No, we'll have somebody drop by the office, just checking on you, make sure you're okay, everything's all right." I've been telling people this for 15, 20 years just because it never happens. It never happens. It's what you add to the experience that they talk about. It's what we added to the play. It's what we added to the taxi drive. It's what you add to the widget that they'll, and I'll give you more examples of how we go. Number 3 is insistence. They insist on you. You could even move companies, go somewhere else, and they follow you. They'll follow you. That's what you want. So you want to look at all your client base, identify who your top tiers are. That's your level 1, level 2, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Who's loyal, who's advocating, introducing you, and who's insisting. And your job is just to keep leveling them up as you go. Now, let's talk about, and in our workshop tomorrow, we're going to get into making all that work and come together. There's 3 forms of distinctive value. Let's talk about them. First form of distinctive value is what we call product-based DV. So let's take a look at product-based DV. All kinds of products. And by the way, there's many logos I could have put up here. I chose a couple out of literally dozens. Many of you have some excellent companies that are up here. I picked AGT Foods because you know them. I picked Horizon Pet Nutrition. Why? Because they've got some very unique and distinctive strategies that help them on a global stage. And so I think they're doing some amazing things and doing well. So if you want some good examples, and there's others as well, I just couldn't get all the logos up there. But these are your products, and look at the marketplace changes, and it changes. We had Moderna come in back in the COVID days. Zoom, of course, took off. Now we've got Gemini and Claude and everything, and Mr. McDonald talked about the different AI tools that are all available to us, or Matt may have. We've got all these different companies. So let's talk about them. Netscape. Netscape invented the browser over 25 years ago. Today, may they rest in peace, all right? They just died. Dell computer, what's Dell's big distinctive value? All right, Dell says, hey, you can build this computer to suit. Okay, you can build it to suit. Apple invented the graphical interface, the way we do computers today. They stole that technology from Xerox. Gates came along with Windows, put it on Windows. Universal Music, by the way, Apple has about 12% market share, so their pie, just this business, took off with PC. Why did that work? Well, Gates put Windows on PCs for free, had a distribution strategy that was better, and 88% of you use a PC for your computer of choice. Beta VHS, Sony, I told you I was in the video business. Guess who invented both of those formats? Alpha was VHS, Beta was Beta. Which was a better technology, VHS or Beta? Beta. But how many of you had a Beta? Most of you had a VHS machine because it was distribution. So that means you all used an inferior technology, an inferior product because of a story, a marketing strategy, instead of the better technology. We have an office down in Arizona, and we have oranges. And Sunkist will come and pick the oranges. Same in Florida. They pick them green, and they make them orange because people won't buy green oranges. So they pick them green, make them orange. They gas them like CO2. Same with bananas, right? Because you just won't buy a green orange. There's a breed of chicken. They feed it and it doesn't gain any weight. Eat little bird, eat little bird. Doesn't gain any weight. All right, the big fire gets fat. The warehouse everybody wants that one, but the warehouse starts filling up with scrawny little chickens. Somebody in the marketing department goes, got a warehouse full of scrawny little chickens. I know. Let's call it a Cornish game hen. Not a breed, it's not a species, sorry my British friend. It's a 3-week premature genetically mutated bulimic chicken. That's all it is, a kiwi fruit. They weren't selling them. It's actually called the Chinese gooseberry. Nobody wanted it. Changed it to kiwi fruit and voila, it's popular. And I can give you example after example of all these companies that they're here today, gone tomorrow. Can technology hurt us, yes or no? Can technology hurt you? It can. It's like we talked about AI. Is AI going to take your business? No. But are they going to beat you, AI? No. But with somebody who knows how to use AI beat you, yes. All right, and it will change that way. Polaroid. What technology killed Polaroid? What technology killed? Think about it. What a Polaroid was. What technology killed Polaroid? Digital photography. Who should have invented digital photography? Polaroid, Kodak, same story. They got stuck staying and they didn't evolve. And you heard the panelists talk today, we have to continually innovate. We've got to eat your lunch before the competition eats your lunch. And so innovate. Look at how do I make it better? Uber. Who should have invented Uber? One of the biggest transportation companies in the world. Taxis. Airbnb, who should have invented that one? Hospitality, and I can just go through the list. If I showed you the Forbes Fortune 500 from 25 years ago, 75% of those companies don't even exist anymore. So can technology hurt us? Yeah, I think technology can hurt us. We can do things, grow things. So embrace it, be on the leading edge of it. Don't be a Luddite, all right? Don't go burning your looms. All right, what you want to do is work on change. You're seeing AI pop up all over the place. Don't be scared of it. Embrace it. In 90 days, you can actually be quite expert at it if you'll work at it. Anyway, I can give you example after example of product-based DV, but that's product. I can't help you with your products. You guys are the gurus. So let's talk about service-based DV. And you've got some excellent service companies, so let's talk about them. Here's some of the top service companies in North America. Up here on the board, on the screen, the #1 service company in the United States for service is on there. Does anybody guess which one it is? Any guesses? They're #1. Year after year, they keep showing up #1. And I'm not talking Disney. I'll tell you in the interest of time, it's Ace Hardware. Like, really? Ace Hardware keeps showing up top of just service. We have Home Depot and we have all these other things, and REI, they do well. DoorDash, you see all these other brands that are coming up. We got Farm Credit, they do a great job here in Canada. They'll help you finance, and in the prairies, they're committed to your growth. We've got some good Canadian players. We have WestJet, does a good job. Now, here's the interesting part. If I told you to name the top 4 or 5 or 10 service-based companies in Canada, in North America, just name them all, and we get a big list, and we all are in agreement, and then I said this next question. Do you ever ask them for a discount? Do you ever ask them for a discount? The answer is no, and they don't give them. I told you, we have 7 kids. There's 9 of us. When I phone up a hotel and I go, hey, there's 9 of us, what kind of deal can I get? 9, sir, that's a convention. I have to pay more. I phone up a restaurant, there's 9 of us. Sir, that's a banquet. 18% gratuity is going to get added to your bill. I phone up 9, WestJet, can I get a deal? Sir, that's a charter, right? I pay more. All right, I pay more. So I'm just going to give you example after example of the top service companies. Here's the rule. Figure out who's the best service companies in the world and just copy them. Because if we're getting spoiled on a B2C basis, we're judging you on a B2B basis. And we have to level it up, and we're good. We know how to do this. We know how to make this work. Canadians are good at this stuff, right? So we need to innovate it, and that's the key. What if Apple got into the ag business? What if ag got into that business? We had great design. We had all of these types of things. That's all part of your brand. And what you can do is improve your brand. By the way, on some of your products, do like what Intel does. You buy a Dell or a computer, it says Intel inside. If you make a pea protein or a chickpea, that's amazing. Get your brand on part of their brand. That helps them. So you're identifying what that brand looks like. That's your service-based DV. Now, I'm going to share with you the next form, which I think is a big key to distinctive value, if you will. And I'm going to share with you 5 currencies in a minute. We live in a new time. We started off in the agricultural age, which you're all familiar with. Then we moved to the industrial age. Then we moved to the technological age. And we've evolved now into what? The information age. One of the most expensive stocks on the stock market's Alphabet, Google. What do they sell again? What do they sell again? They're enablers. The question is, will we pay a premium for enablement? Yes, knowledge-based enablement. So how can we do that? How can we make that work? So we live in a knowledge-based economy. Let me show you how I make it work. Here's my company summit. We identify our clients. We're sales and marketing organizations, manufacturers. I work all over the place, Europe, North America, you name it. Been doing it for 30 years. First question I ask, what's your stress? We already talked about that. What's your stress? Well, when you go and ask them, Les, when you go and ask a client, go, hey, what's your stress? Is a trap here. They're always going to answer in context to you first, because that's how they think you're asking. Get the information, it's good feedback. But then keep going and go, well, what's driving you guys crazy? We can't get, besides us, we can't get good help, good employees. We have finding people to come work for us, that's tough. It might be, front of packaging, labeling laws are driving us nuts, compliance, eating our lunch. Whatever it is, you're going to find out what the stress points are. That's your magic. And if you're still not sure, just go Gemini it. Just go Chat GPT it. Just go Claude it and go, what are the top stresses for the marketplace? And they'll come up with some really brilliant things. You'll see it. The second question is, what knowledge, what wisdom, what insights can we provide or cause to be provided that make that go away? And you've got some great players and people, our sponsors for this conference that are providing you information. The panelists today, good information. The ministry is providing you with details, information. But don't just take it for yourself, pass it on. So here'd be a good example of that. Today we've been talking a lot about GLPT1, that's what it is, the hormone thing, where stop you eating. Well, that might be good information. Maybe it's a trend or it's a fad, but what are the facts? What are the real facts? Well, 1 in 8 use it. They're usually on it for 6 months to a year. It's got about a 50-60% drop-off rate. For morbid obesity, they're back on it, and they gain 2/3 back within a year. You saw graphics, you saw pictures. It really isn't a long-term solution. There's only 25 to 30 million people globally who are even using it. All right, so it just doesn't solve and it causes other issues, gastrointestinal, all kinds of things. But maybe you need to educate that. Take the information presented to you today and compile it. Get those reports and then send it to your customers. Those are roses, Les. Send out roses on a regular basis. They don't cost you anything. They're cheap to do. So here's you. Here's you and here's your customer. First question you should ask is, what's your stress? And for every customer in every segment, it's going to be different. So what's the stress point? And we find it out. Well, I know what the stress points of some of them are here. So we got labor issues, labor shortages. We got the tariff situation and thing going with our American friends. We got other issues going on. We got compliance laws. Canada's passing labeling laws and things, which just cause us to drag it, the usual story. Those are all the stress. The second question we ask is, what knowledge, what wisdom, what insights can we provide? So what if you had less university, right? What if we had Saskatchewan Agriculture University and we educate the planet on maybe new recipes? So let's talk about the 3 bags of rice. How could I make 3 bags of rice different? This is where I argue with professors in universities. On my bag of rice, $10, $10, and $10. On my bag of rice, I'm going to get 20 of the top recipes from the top chefs in the world. I'm going to put a booklet in my bag of rice, knowledge, information, insights, and that comes with my bag of rice, but I want $10.50. I want a 5% premium. I want $1 premium, $11. Would you pay the extra buck for the information and the knowledge? So if you're sending out pea protein, and panel talked about it and it tastes bad, how do we make it work better? How do we do it? What are the recipes that we can use with this? Well, so that it's Saskatchewan pea protein, it's Saskatchewan chickpeas, it's Saskatchewan corn, whatever the commodity is going to be. So it's kind of like Alberta beef or Tabor corn. All right, start branding your own products and bring those into their customer. Make that a competitive advantage for them. Here's why it all works. There are 5 customer values, 5 of them. And too often we get stuck working with just this one, the currency of money. Price is never the issue unless it is the issue. And when it's the issue, it's the only issue. Survey after survey, it shows up 4th, 7th, or 9th. Why'd you buy from chick protein or chickpeas from you? They gave me the best price per ton. Right? Or for the, it's not, if they don't do business with you, though, guess what they tell you? Price. They're lying to you. It's kind of like when you break up with a guy, you break up with him, you go, it's not you, it's me. All right. Price is indefensible. I can be price leader with a stroke of a pen. And what do? We rate, most of your salespeople use price as an offensive weapon. You show up, how much are you paying for that per ton? We can do better. If we can do better, can we get the work? And it's a race to the bottom. Can margin make a difference to your bottom line? Yes or no? Right? Let's just say, for instance, you sell $1 million worth of product, right? Just make it simple. Let's say your costs, after all your inputs or everything, are $900,000. So you make $100,000 for every million you do. Let's just keep that number simple. You fall asleep one night, you have something on some really good bourbon or scotch or your favorite beverage, and an angel visits you in the night, and you have a vision. And the angel says, Les, you did $1 million worth of business. You had $900,000 in costs. You made $100,000. If you'll double your production, double your distribution, double your manufacturing, double right across the board, you'll do $2 million, and you'll make $200,000. And you're all excited, and you're waiting, you come to work the next day, and you tell everybody, and you go, guys, you won't believe what happened to me. And you tell them the story. Or what if we can improve our service offering to such an extent by value add that we can make a 5–10% bump in premium for a commodity, product, or service? What's 10% of $1 million? 100,000. What's 100,000 a percent of 100,000? 100%. That's like doubling up your profit and your margin without sending one more ton of anything, without producing one more thing. The question should never be, what do we have to do to lower our prices, our operations, and streamline everything we do to lower our prices so that we become competitive? The question should be, what value do we need to bring to the marketplace in today's marketplace that the market will, pay a premium for? There can only be one price leader, and the bigger ones are going to beat you every time if it comes down to it. So start looking at the value for your differentiation. You're better off having smaller clients paying you better margins and service, and we'll talk about it. So currency of money. Second currency is the currency of time. How are you employing time? They were talking about FedEx is one of our clients. FedEx will pick up your parcel. They scan it 14 times on average from pickup to delivery, right? Pickup to delivery. It's prioritized at the hub. It doesn't come in on different airplanes. It comes in on one airplane. You paid a premium to get it there by 8 o'clock. If you're okay getting it by 10 to 11, it's cheaper. If you want it later in the afternoon, it's even cheaper. And if you get it the next day, it's cheaper still. Phone up one of the airlines and tell them you want to leave this afternoon or this evening and fly to Toronto. I was talking to a seatmate on the plane coming in yesterday from Calgary. He paid $600 for his ticket from Calgary to here. It was last minute. $600. But I planned mine in advance, so it was only like $150, $180. So better deal, right? We will pay and reward for it. What premium do you get for time? Have you ever had a client or a customer phone you up and they need this stuff right now? They want it right now. They want you to stop everything and get it delivered. What premium do you get for that? And you just do it in the name of good service? So make sure I got this right. You stop the presses. Hey, everyone, stop. We got to help this squeaky wheel because they didn't plan properly. All right, and we're not extracting a premium for it. Try doing this next time. hey, yeah, we need this and we need it right away. We messed up and we're short supply, we need it. That's okay, we can get it out to you. I have people willing to work overtime tonight, and we can get it out to you first thing in the morning, but it's a 10% premium on the order in order to make that. It's $250, it's $500, whatever the number is. You'll hear one of two things on the other end of the phone. Oh, that's okay, do your normal 72 hour, do your normal 48 hours, or you'll hear, awesome, do it. That sounds good. Yeah, thank you, good service. It's never a deal breaker. It is never a deal breaker. Sometimes it's a deal breaker. But in the event, mostly it's never a deal breaker, all right? It's never a deal breaker. So what you could do with your customers is have a tiered service level. Hey, we want to move you. You're a great customer of ours. If you'll give us a bigger piece of the pie, because we know you're buying from multiple suppliers, we'll put you in our tier 1 service offering, and here's what you get. You could even do this. You call up and you go, Les, I need this, I need it tomorrow, and you're one of my good customers. And I go, well, we have a 5% premium. We have a 10% premium in order to make that a new service offering. But you know what, Les? You're one of our best customers. We wouldn't be here without you. I'm going to get that taken away for you. I'm going to waive that for you so that it's not done. I'll get that done, take care of it, because we appreciate you. And thank you. Put a number to it, then give it away. If you keep giving away your time, they won't respect it, and guess what they're going to want next time? The same thing. So put a value to it, then give it away. The best sales organizations, the best companies, all get premium for time. So if you're an advanced planner, you get a better deal than if you're waiting way down the line or you want it last minute. People will pay for efficiency. Third currency, currency of prestige. Image. This is where your brand comes in. This is where Intel inside, all right? Or Saskatchewan canola, all right? Really, it's made with, yeah, our canola is better, and here's why. Tell the story. Our minerals, the glacier fed, whatever the story is going to be, tell your story. And people love the story. They want the romance of the story. That's what goes to it. Hotel. Why do we have to come to a nice property like this and they've had great lunch and all the good things for you? We're, shortly we got a little happy hour. Why don't we just go to a local, community lodge, community center, get the Legion people to bring us some beer and pretzels? Government's going, that's a good idea. Why don't we get Speaker Boy again next time? It's prestige. Why do you have status? What status do you have? What status you're up? We all like to be upgraded. We all like to have those cards with the bonus points and get into the lounges when it's crowded, or at the airport. It's nice to go in and relax. It makes us feel better, all right? I check into the hotel. They go, oh, sir, you're one of our gold member. I can get you a nicer room. It's a nice feeling. How are you employing status? How are you making that work? So create your own status levels. Number 4, currency of reliability or security. Will we pay to have secure delivery just in time, right? Just to have it, make sure, yeah. These are what should be embedded into your currencies. So people will pay that it's safe. We talk about food safety. These are the things that they will pay for. Viagra, $10 a pill. How much do you pay for your stuff, Les? How much? Yeah. Well, we pay for 0 downtime. But the point is, people will pay for security. So put that into your currency, not just the price per ton. So our time, we're going to get it to you quicker, faster, better than our competitors. It's prestige. It's one of the top brands. Embed those currencies. And here's the 5th currency. The 5th currency is the last currency, and I think the most important one is knowledge. We're living a knowledge-based economy. It's the one that trumps everything. So create a university, use AI tools, go to your marketing, go to universities, University of Saskatchewan, get marketing majors, 4 years, get them to come and intern with you and create content. All right, so they're creating content for you so they see you as a trusted advisor. If you're all of a sudden you're developing a new pea protein and are picking that, or maybe something with chickpeas and a new formulation, take that formulation, take your team to your clients and going, hey, our team is your team. Take whatever you guys do that's excellent, where you have that unique value, and extend it to your own client base so that it saves them money, it saves time. Those are all value addeds. We're going to talk about this tomorrow in our workshop. But what happened was you started doing value adds as a cost of doing business, and you started adding them and adding them and adding them, and you just absorbed it. What you want to do is identify those value addeds, quantify those value addeds, and then position and sell those value addeds, because you have some really good ones. And then the reason this all works is because of this last formula here, and the last formula is called the value-price relationship. And there's a gap here. And what happens is when you bring this much value to your relationships, the price of doing business with you is always going to be a big deal. When you bring this much value to your relationships, the price is not such a big deal. Is there anyone here gone out, got business, and been told, no, sorry, we're going to stay with our current supplier, thank you very much? Have you ever had that? Any ever had that? They're not rejecting you personally because they don't know you. Once they get to know us, then they might reject us. But otherwise, they just don't even know us. On the other hand, you have clients who just love you and happy to do business with you. That's because you bring this much value. It's like your wife, right? Is that much value. Let me illustrate it this way. Is there anyone engaged to be married? I won't embarrass you. Just raise your hand if you're engaged to be married. Usually there's somebody. Come on. Anybody? Nobody? We got an older. Anyone married 3 or 4 years, 5 years or under? Oh, we have a taker. Okay, good. What's your first name? Russell. What is it? Russell. Russell, what's your wife's name? Amber. Amber? Okay, how long have you known Amber for? I've known her for 7 years. 7 years, and you've been married for how many? 8 months. 8 months. Oh, 7 years, 8 months. Lousy closer. Okay, no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. If you'd have proposed to Amber on the first date, would she have said yes? 6 months into it, would she have said yes? 1 year into it, would she have said yes? Baby starts to show you gotta do something, right? Yeah. No, but when you first met with her, there was no value, right? Not enough to make the commitment. But over the next 4, 5, 6, 7 years, you're making deposits into the relationship bank account. The value expands dramatically. The price of a commitment's not a big deal, and you decide to get married, right? And congratulations and do that. Now, that's the value-price relationship we brought. Now, when you get married, that's the beginning of the relationship, Russell. You're not done. Right? I ran into a buddy. I was at his wedding about 4 years ago, and I said, dude, how's it going? And he goes, not good. She left me. I said, what happened? He goes, I don't know what happened. I told her on the day I married her, honey, I love you. When it changes, I'll let you know. Wrong. Amber wants to know how often. Often, right? And what you have to do is keep making the deposits. When you land a new client, that's not, whoo, we just landed a new client, we're done. That's the beginning of the relationship. Now you start delivering the value. You've got to romance those clients because it's going to change. Your value equation's changing year after year, just like your clients do. All right? And what happens when we don't, all right, we blow up. 56% of the time, the most powerful strategic alliance on the planet blows up. 56% of the time, the most powerful customer-vendor relationship goes kaboom. Does that mean that 44% of us are happily elated with the deal we made? Don't raise your hands on this one, but how many are staying together out of economic convenience because of the children, or there's no other vendors out there right now? Over time, we take relationships for what? For granted. And if we do that to the most important ones we have, guess what we do to the ones that don't matter so much? Amber's got a point system, Russell, just like you do, and you got to keep bringing it. You got to check in. One of the best things you could do is every year on your anniversary, just go, hey, just calling up. Matter of fact, when you leave this conference this week, identify your top 10 clients, phone them up and just go, hey, no order, no thing, I'm just calling in. What can we do better? We want to be better for you. What can we do better? Do it. Do 10. Watch what happens. You'll get more impact out of that than just about anything. All right? Good feedback and good intelligence and bring value. I know this stuff. Russell, I know this stuff, and I still screw up. I had a previous life, a number of years ago, like 30 years ago. She needed a new watch, so I made a payment on it. I wanted to buy her a Rolex watch. I thought that would be kind of cool. So I made payments on this thing, and man, I couldn't wait to give it to her. And the big day came, and you can be her for a minute. So I said, honey, here, happy birthday, happy anniversary for the next 10 years. And she goes, whoa, what could it be? She peels the wrapping back, sees the little Rolex insignia, and goes, it's a Rolex. I go, oh, yes, it is. She goes, I hate Rolexes. But I thought you wanted a watch. Well, I do. I want one of those Timex Watchmen. It's got a secondhand stopwatch. I can time eggs. She goes, you look disappointed. I go, duh. She goes, did you buy it for you or did you buy it for me? She hands it back. She didn't even open it. She said, take it back. I took it back. Got a really cool motorcycle. Rolex watch, 1 point. I know this stuff and I screw up. I'll show you the converse of this. I'm in Vancouver, Broadway Street. I go walking down the street, and what caught my attention was a big ceramic store. It was a big glass window. And you make ceramics, pottery. But what was interesting was a woman in the window at a pottery wheel. And there she is at the wheel, and as I go walking by, my eyes caught her eyes, and it was just an instant connection. She smiled, I smiled, and I just stopped dead in my tracks. And there she was at this wheel, and you could see the wet clay like streaming through her fingers. Anyone see the movie Ghost? You know what's going on. So I walked in and I said, hey, can you teach me how to make something? She said, sure. We went in and made a serving platter, a dipping bowl, 3.5 hours worth of parts, $50 worth of parts, right, about 4 hours worth of labor. Gave it to her for Mother's Day. She cried. 50 points. right? Moral of the story is your customers, your clients all have point systems just like you do. We got to bring value to the marketplace the way the market defines it, not as you do. Start asking the marketplace, ask what your customers value. It changes, it's evolving constantly, all right? I've been married 30 years, we got 7 kids, I got 8.5 grandkids. It keeps changing. And it changes. You got to ask them, talk to them, have those conversations. What can we do? What can we do to be better? Hey, kids, what can Dad do and what can do? But they're really good at this, by the way. They do it. They volunteer that info. But ask your clients. Understand. Use all 5 currencies in your offering: money, time, prestige, reliability, knowledge. Do an audit. What are we using? Do a sensory audit. How are we? If we meet with clients, what does that experience look like? Look for knowledge. Focus on knowledge-based distinctive value. It's key. Become a knowledge enabler, a trusted advisor to your clients. I work with a lot of great industries, a lot of great clients. You would know most of the major brands I get to work with. I'm here to tell you honestly, if you'll try it and employ it, you'll grow up the revenue ladder with leaps and bounds. And most importantly, you'll improve your margins, your profitability, and you'll have not just job security or market security, you'll have self-security, and that's the ultimate security. It's been a pleasure. I look forward to happy hour with you all. Thank you very much. I'll give it back to Robin.
Thanks so much, Michael. That was an incredible talk to close off the 2026 Agri-Value Forum. Unfortunately, we're out of time for questions, but Michael is going to expand on this talk tomorrow at the half-day workshop. And if you haven't registered already, you can still. We're going to keep saskagrivalue.com open until 8 p.m. tonight. So go on right now and register for that, and we'll dive into that and can have questions with Michael tomorrow.
I'll be around and stay behind that, answer questions individually, whatever they like.
Yeah, excellent. That's
Keep everyone on time.
Outstanding. Thank you. So as we wind down the conference for today, a final reminder to complete the evaluation forms on the tables. Leave your name tag behind on the table, which we'll collect and we can recycle for next year. That said, if you are returning tomorrow, keep your name tag and bring it along. For the in-person participants in this room with us today, we hope you'll join us shortly this evening for the reception beginning at 5 p.m. upstairs at the top of the inn. Saskatchewan Minister of Agriculture, David Merritt, will be joining us in the room, and he'll give remarks shortly after 5, and then he'll spend some time with us connecting and visiting for the evening. Use the elevators at the front of the hotel, and that'll get you to the top of the inn, not the ones on the side here, or you will not make it. For those registered for tomorrow's workshop or the B2B event, we'll see you back here in the morning at 8 a.m. sharp with a quick breakfast and then straight into the sessions. So on behalf of the Government of Saskatchewan and its organizing partners, I'd like to thank you all for attending the 2026 Agri-Value Forum. We'll see you again here next year, and we'll see you again momentarily for an Agri-Value beverage, possibly fermented. Thanks and cheers.